front of us in the Meltwater Champions chess, or up on this podium, we'll see the clash between world champion Magnus Carlsen and 16-year-old Pragnananda. He has been on fire so far in the tournament, crushing all opposition. So Ivanka, sitting in Magnus's chair, will the world champion be the one nervous today?
You know what? I absolutely think so, because Prag has been playing some brilliant chess, and you have to remember, Magnus does not want to lose.
And sitting in young Pragnananda's chair, looking very good, Simon. He has scored over 3,000 in performance rating in this tournament, Pragnananda. What is up with him?
Well, he's really confident at the moment. He's playing great chess. I mean, he's on the world stage, but this is the ultimate battle against Magnus Carlsen. And I think the world's eyes are going to be on him. Will he defeat Magnus? Will he again win the match? Can't wait.
This is the day to get out the popcorn, everyone. Welcome to the Oslo Esports Cup. 8 players gathered in the Oslo arena.
He's quite a cool customer still, isn't he? I mean, like, he's not looking that cool, actually, is he?
We thought the night was going to go backwards. It's been offered up again.
What?
Here comes the breakout. Magnus has released the light square bishop.
Wow, look at the evaluation bar just shot up in Black's favour. Duda could not stand the tension. He took this pawn. Black, I think, has got a winning attack.
And there's a big threat on the board. It's going to be checkmate.
He's shaking his head.
As,
Oh, look at the bar!
3 seconds.
1 second to make a move.
Whoa, okay, crazy tactics. This is just one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen.
It's day 4 in the Oslo Esports Cup, and today all eyes will be on this matchup. Magnus Carlsen against Pragnananda. The 16-year-old is unbeaten so far in the Oslo Esports Cup, but today he is up against Magnus Carlsen, and he will be eager to be the first one to beat Pragnananda in this tournament. Yesterday, Magnus was up against one of his biggest rivals, Anish Giri.
Very sneaky move.
Very sneaky, because he can go e4, right? Yeah, the bishop, that's a very good move. Otherwise, I think we have to be happy here.
I'll be shocked if Magnus doesn't win this. I know he's not feeling 100%, but just look at his last few moves. He pushed a pawn forward in the center, solidifying everything. Now the white king kind of making its way towards those isolated, weak, doubled black pawns. 5 seconds and he takes the white rook. White makes a new queen. And it's queen versus rook. Black's pawns are all a bit loose as well, so no fortress in this game. It's just about whether Black's far advanced pawn can promote later. The white queen is going to overpower the black rook. She has easy routes into the black position. Black's pawns are just too weak.
It's over. Magnus Carlsen takes the lead in the match against Anish Giri.
It's like a jack in the box. When it comes to life, it is really, really dangerous with those pieces. They're just so well positioned, every single one, and I expect Magnus just to move the knight in somewhere now, jump that knight in and just play, and he has done, I think.
So the bishop now, a sad piece, retreating, and this is complete domination. Look at white's pieces. Apart from the queen, they are all on the back rank. And that pawn is destined to become a queen. Magnus is going to get a new queen for the second time in this match, and he's going to win again for the second time in this match.
Magnus Carlsen wins the match against Anish Giri in 3 games, gaining all 3 points. That's 0 points for Anish, a devastating day for the Dutch. And all matches on day 3 were decided in the rapid portion. 3 points for Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri. 3 points also for Jan-Krzysztof Duda beating Jordan van Voorhees. A fantastic day for Erik Hansen, winning the match against world number 10 Shakhriyar Mamedyarov to gain his first points in the tournament. And then, of course, Pragnananda, again, in only 3 rapid games, was able to win the match against Liam Le. So Pragnananda is in sole lead in the tournament. He's so far earned $22,500 in second place. Magnus Carlsen, he is 3 points behind Pragnananda, and today that's going to be the big clash, David. So what do you expect from Pragnananda against Magnus Carlsen?
Either way, it's going to be dramatic. Either Magnus will break Prag's dream run, or we'll see one of the most memorable days in tour history. I can't wait. A 16-year-old, maybe future world champion against the current world champion. It's all to play for.
Definitely. Ivanka, it's going to be a big day for everyone following chess. and for everyone in the Welterweight Champions chess tour. These two up against each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be absolutely incredible, isn't it? You know, like David said, we might potentially see one of the most shocking moments on the tour. So, I mean, a lot of fun, a lot of action, and we're all going to be gripped to the edge of our seats. And we really want everyone at home to join in and get involved in this. Send us your selfies and send us your questions and follow the action live. And as always, you can tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Please do, everyone. And let's hear what Praggnanandhaa said yesterday, his expectations for the upcoming match against Magnus.
Prag, it's been impressive to see what you've done at the board so far. How do you prepare for your match against Magnus Carlsen tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll just go and see. I don't know what he... is the match finished already?
Yes, Magnus won today.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, like... yeah, he'll be informed, definitely, so... Yeah, I'm just looking forward to a great match. And, yeah, we'll just look at what he plays.
Praggnanandhaa applauding Magnus Carlsen for an impressive match against Anish Giri. And for Praggnanandhaa today, Simon, is it about just doing the same, not sort of thinking about, oh, now it's Magnus?
I think so, and I think he's got to enjoy it. That's the thing. There's a lot of pressure on him generally from the world. Is he going to be world champion? Come on, just let the kid have some fun. He's playing the world champion, and I just hope he gives him a really good battle. Edge of our seat stuff, and it could go his way. If it goes his way, it will be a memorable day.
Definitely. And we hope you're all ready for it. We do have a fantastic day in the Welterweight Champions chess tour ahead of us. We're definitely going to start out following the first game between Magnus with the white pieces against Praggnanandhaa. Remember, a total of 4 rapid games in each match. And if they're tied after those 4 rapid games, then we will head straight to tie breaks. And later today, Praggnanandhaa playing Magnus Carlsen today. The 16-year-old will test out the Play Magnus Champions Challenge. Magnus at 10 years old. But after the first game, we're going to show you the big quiz with David Howell.
Which player currently has the 3rd highest rating in the tour ratings?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a tough one.
3rd highest rated player.
No idea.
Okay. What? One of you is right. It wasn't Le Quang, it was Jordan.
What? You guessed together. I mean, this is a good guess.
No, I just thought this is a nice guess, yeah.
I was very proud of this.
I was also very proud of this one.
How do you spell Praggnanandhaa?
Oh,
fuck. A-N-D-H-A-A.
Same.
Yep.
Same? It's correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, so close, Jack.
Oh, last one, A and the end.
I'm way off.
That looks more like a cry for help than a name.
He does have a complicated name, too, right? He has said that he wants us to just call him Prag, but it's a fun quiz that we have in store for the viewers today, David.
It's a fun quiz. It's fun to see how chess players think when the cameras, are on, but also when they're just in a relaxed environment around each other. And I'm looking forward to seeing the results there too.
Yeah, that's coming up after game 1 today, you guys. And of course, we're going to follow Magnus Carlsen against Praggnanandhaa. As many moves as possible, but we also have some other really cool matches today in the Oslo Esports arena. Erik Hansen feeling confident after his win yesterday against Liam Le. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's won 2 matches in a row, and today is up against the entertaining Mamedyarov. And then, of course, the all-Dutch matchup. Anish Giri against Jordan van Foreest. Is that a prestigious one, Ivanka, do you think, for those 2 players?
Yeah, definitely, because the last time they met, in fact, fireworks happened on the board and Jordan van Foreest played the best game of his life. So it's going to be a very difficult match for Anish Giri, and whoever is going to emerge victorious is definitely going to be having a big smile on their face.
Yeah, and of course, Erik Hansen, we were so happy for him yesterday, winning his match against world number 10, Mamedyarov. Do you think he's going to be confident today?
Yeah, I think he'll be very confident. He always is. But yeah, it was nice to see the pure, kind of unfiltered joy on Erik's face, and he has a legion of fans cheering him on. So Erik, feeling that energy, he'll want to keep that winning streak going now.
Yeah, but it's all about Magnus Carlsen and Praggnanandhaa today. The 16-year-old has gained so much confidence after he beat Magnus Carlsen in the Air Things Masters 2 months ago, and that was very welcome after 2 years of COVID.
He became a 2600 player at the age of 14, which was the youngest in the world at that time. So it looked like he's very much on course to at least trying to become a world champion at a very young age. But then COVID happened and he could not play any competition the last couple of years.
What has it been like with COVID, especially maybe for the young players? How devastating has it been?
For young players, like they lost precious 1.5 years in their career, and most of the rating has become stuck because they are not competing. So a couple of years I was in a particular level. After 2 years, I'm still feeling the same way.
Yeah.
It's not very pleasant. And that kind of affected Prag's confidence a little bit, I believe.
Okay, Magnus does try and create that air for his king, but as you guys mentioned, the only escape square for that white king is up the board on a light square.
8.5 on the bar.
Checkmate is just coming, cliff edge.
Yeah.
But oh wow, what a move. Black cuts the coordination between white's queen and the second rank, and is Magnus about to resign?
Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, loses to 16-year-old Pragnananda. How are you and what has the last few days been like?
Yeah, it's there has been a lot of media attention, and yeah, I got a lot of interviews today done, and yes, it's quite a busy day today.
What is it like for you with all of this attention?
Yeah, it definitely is good for chess in India, and also good for me that so many people are like messaging and congratulating me, and yeah, it just feels good and gives me confidence.
And that confidence is definitely showing for Pragnananda here. Jordan van Vriest arrives. He's going to face Anish Giri today in round 4. The two Dutch players in a prestigious battle, arriving with Erwin Lamy here. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's been playing some great chess over the last few days and won both his matches. Erik Hansen, looking confident, had such a great day yesterday. The lowest rated player in the tournament, but playing some super entertaining chess. And look at, here he comes, Pragnananda, and he will face Magnus Carlsen today. And this is what Prag said when he arrived.
You've had a night to sleep on the matchup against Magnus Carlsen. How does it feel today?
Yeah, I'm just excited to, looking forward to the match, and yeah, I have prepared and we'll see how it goes.
Do you think that you'll be able to use your preparation against Magnus?
Yeah, if I can get, of course, I'll be happy to use it.
Good luck to you, and we look forward to this matchup.
Yeah, thank you.
Erik Hansen, you managed to turn the tide yesterday. How does that build confidence before your game against Liam today?
Yeah, I mean, slept better, that's for sure, knowing that got those points in the bag. And for today, I mean, just going to try to build on that momentum. I'm playing one of the most solid players in the event, so much different than playing both Jordan and Chuck, who are both very much known for their fighting styles. So today I'm just going to try to play my game, but also, adjust to my opponent's style.
You've been talking about nerves. Are they better under control now?
Yeah, I'm feeling, I was really worried about losing all my matches, so getting that win in, I'm feeling a lot better.
Good luck.
Thank you.
You look very sharp today, Jordan. It's an all-Dutch matchup. Do you want to match Anish not just on the board, but also style-wise?
No, I think matching him style-wise is anyway important, but since it's an important tournament, it's also important to dress well, I think. And but maybe I have chances on the board, so that's the most important anyways.
Does it feel special to have a Dutch matchup and maybe crown yourself at least bragging rights for a day?
It's always at least special to play Anish. We have played a lot in recent times, and every game is interesting against him, but I don't put any extra value on it, I would say. Any match here is important for me, and but playing Anish is very nice, of course, and I hope to have a chance in the match.
Anish himself said that you've had such a good record that the upset would really be him beating you. Do you agree with him?
No, he's being too modest here, but I've been doing quite well against him recently, but I wouldn't say that gives me any guarantees for this match, and he's still the favorite.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
It's day 4 in the Oslo Esports Cup. Magnus Carlsen comes here, ready to fight against Pragnananda. Wow, what a matchup this will be. Magnus Carlsen refuses to do an interview. He's going to get ready for his match. And the rating, the tour rating, David, this is so interesting. Pragnananda gaining 67 tour rating points.
Yep, that is incredible at this level. It's so hard to gain even 1 or 2 points. Magnus Carlsen, he's won 2 tournaments already this season. He's only gained a few points, and Praggnanandhaa racing towards that 2,800 mark. This is just incredible. The rise of the youngster.
The rise of the youngster. He has a performance rating of 3,020, which is just insane in the history of chess.
Yeah, I think at this level, at least in a long tournament, there's only been a handful of occasions the 3,000 mark has been reached with performance rating. Magnus has done it once, I think Garry Kasparov as well, but yeah, not too many other examples come to mind. Pragg, he's making history right now, but he needs to keep it up. Today is going to be the biggest challenge yet.
Fantastic. Praggnanandhaa sitting ready in the Oslo Esports arena. We did see Magnus Carlsen making his way towards the arena and his computer on the podium to face Pragg. He did tweet saying suit up today, Ivanka, but he looks quite chill in his hoodie here.
Yeah, he didn't follow his own instructions, did he? I honestly thought he would be showing up in a suit, but nope, he's not. And it's Pragg who has actually suited up and booted up. You know what they say, if you look good, you feel good, you do good.
And here we go, the clash between Magnus Carlsen and Praggnanandhaa.
And Magnus starts with white. He opens with the king's pawn, and it's the Sicilian defense. So Praggnanandhaa not playing a solid line here, not showing any fear in the opening. What will Magnus do? Will he take Pragg on in a real main line? He brings his knight out. I'm hoping for an open Sicilian here. And okay, it's not an open Sicilian, it's what we call the Rossolimo variation, where white's bishop comes out to put some pressure on black's knight. And actually, we're more used to seeing Magnus on the black side of this position. Magnus is the world leading expert on this position as black. So Pragg using the world champion's weapons against him. Really interesting start.
Ah. So Praggnanandhaa, he has his second here, his coach actually, Ramesh. And what do you think about their preparation, the openings that Pragg has played so far in the tournament?
His openings have been good. They've suited him. He has been in trouble in a few games towards the end of the opening, towards the middle game, but he's able to kind of work his way through that, just keep fighting, and he's not going for anything too dull, too dry. I think, okay, he's got great understanding, great strategic play, Pragg, but he's happy to kind of fight fire with fire and take those risks, which have paid off so far. So yeah, I'm slightly surprised by the opening strategy. Magnus knows everything there is to know about this opening, pretty much. But maybe it's a psychological thing, just saying, OK, I know you know this stuff, but let's fight. Praggnanandhaa clearly thinks he can match Magnus in terms of homework.
And Magnus, of course, had that one creative 1F3 happening. Has he played some more creative openings, or has he gone back to the normal after that?
Well, so far that's been a one-off.
Okay.
And we haven't seen the likes of that again, but I am looking forward to maybe a potential surprise. I have a suspicion it might happen if Magnus is feeling confident or he's feeling in a good mood. And, well, the hoodie is off.
Yeah, okay, maybe he's feeling better today. He's been super cold, he's been sick. So now warm today, that's a good sign.
Yeah, yesterday he clearly felt a lot better. Magnus beating Anish Giri really convincingly, we've got to say. So Magnus clearly back to his best, in the mood at least. And I mean, it's not hard to get motivated when you're playing against someone on a hot streak like Pragg. I know that whenever I play younger players, I want to show them who's boss. You want to show them, respect your elders and everything. So Magnus, he'll be focused. He'll want to win this match. Pragg, meanwhile, the first to really think. And this last move by Magnus, we should say, not the most popular, just pushing a pawn one square. It's not the most ambitious, but Simon, what do you think of this opening choice by Pragg?
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. I mean, as you said, this is Magnus' speciality, and he's playing it. So kind of Magnus is playing against his own opening, and that's sometimes quite hard to do because you have to adjust, and even though you know it incredibly well, suddenly the shoe's on the other foot. And I think here Magnus, with his last move, is just indicating that he wants to play chess. And what that means is he doesn't want to get involved with any theoretical discussion, any theory, in-depth theory. He just wants to get a position with all the pieces on the board which he can play. A little cough there from Magnus, but I think in general he's looking a lot fresher today. And as Kaja said, just taking his top off and getting the T-shirt is a good sign because he was very ill and he kept being warm. So I think this is good. It's a good start.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we saw him walking towards the arena, Magnus, there was a bit more of a spring in his step than previous days where he was really clearly visibly not wanting to be there. So Okay, big matchup. And Prag, I'm slightly surprised he's thinking, because this move, despite the fact it's rarer than some alternatives, it is known. And he's just deciding, is Black's knight, the knight that hasn't been developed, is that going to come out? Is Black going to push a pawn? If so, which pawn to push? Okay, Prag yet to click on a piece. We see his screen there, very focused. Prag, he's won a lot of games from difficult positions, but he's been low on time in several of them.
That's
so
true.
Maybe that's something Magnus wants to target. His previous opponents haven't been able to take advantage of that. But Prag, yeah, one maybe small kind of thing that he still needs to work on is his time management.
Time management, yeah. Now, we do see them sitting, and especially Prag. He's quite small of size as well, not only age, sitting behind that computer. It's a big computer. Do you think that is an advantage when you play against Magnus? To actually play online chess in the arena with this big computer, so you don't actually see him, right?
He's not that ugly, is he? You know what I mean? Like,
No, I mean-
God, dear. Oh, no.
But in over the board, you look right at him, and you get that psychological Magnus effect.
You might get more intimidated, definitely, because he's the world champion. You suddenly have a reality check, and you're like, I'm a school kid, I'm playing the world champion. What's happening? It could be. I think it might help, just having the barrier there, so he can properly focus on the chess and not on other aspects. Yeah.
Having said that, they did start off the game with a handshake.
Yeah, they did. That was very nice to see.
It was very, very nice to see, but not all of the players have done that. A lot of them have kind of just nodded their head in greeting. Here, maybe Magnus wanting to make his presence known. Because, Magnus, we've seen him be the expert when it comes to mind games and just psyching out his opponent.
We've had a few examples in this tournament, right?
Yeah, I mean, one F3 comes to mind, the mind games, just saying to Duda in the first game of the tournament, just saying, okay, I can do anything and I can still beat you. Magnus loves to show his dominance. I mean, it's very much kind of animal kingdom instinct. You want to show your opponent, I'm the boss, I'm the king of the jungle. But yeah, that handshake, I just wonder who was the firmer of the two, who wanted to kind of make eye contact and say, okay, this is my day.
It's really a strange thing when you shake hands, because I always have this opinion, shaking hands with loads of chess players, and if they give you the wet fish, if they just put it out like that and they're like, they look the other way, you're like, right, I'm going to crush you now, because I want a proper handshake. I don't want them to just literally dangle it there,
so
sweaty palm or something, and it's like, oh, God. But if they give you a proper handshake, I think it's a bit more respectful in some ways. So
absolutely.
That's, just a little small thing about, gentleman play, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
It's a general rule, right? When you're applying for a job, for example, or you're meeting new people, firm handshake, everyone. There's the best way to introduce yourself.
And eye contact.
And eye contact.
Yeah, I agree. And definitely don't crunch your opponent's hand. That's a bad sign. You need no fishes and no crunching.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the middle.
Just a firm handshake, and like David says, a smile and eye contact. And we see a trade. And definitely one of White's choices. There were other alternatives, but very committal stuff from Magnus. And now the big question is, which pawn are you going to recapture with? And Prag chooses to recapture with the queen's pawn. And I guess this would be more familiar territory for Prag.
Yeah, he's playing like Magnus, isn't he? I mean, isn't this following the World Championships, Fabiano versus Magnus? This exact position, maybe?
Yeah, pretty much. I think just maybe a small change in move order. And I think White was not committing the king so early in those games. But either way, this exact pawn structure, as you say, Simon, it happened in that 2018 World Championship match. This has been very deeply studied, clearly by Carlsen, but by a lot of top grandmasters. When I was young, I was playing this kind of bishop b5 opening very regularly, and it would have pretty much always end up in this pawn structure. So, okay, here we go. Magnus as the expert, bringing his rook towards the center. I'm slightly surprised to see that one. Usually we see White maybe develop a knight, bring a pawn out, at some point develop a dark square bishop, but Magnus just staying flexible. And he's gone for a slower game. That's noticeable, Magnus Carlsen. He's just gone for a slow, strategic approach. Prag now, is he going to castle the black king? Is he going to move the black knight again? Lots and lots of choice. But that's interesting that both players, despite the fact it's a relatively known type of position, both players have invested a few minutes already. There's clearly a lot of mutual respect, and clearly both players just trying to figure out what type of pawn structure they want, what type of position they want. Prag does keep his king safe now by castling.
Yeah, I'm kind of a bit intrigued by this rook move that Magnus has played, because I've kind of, whenever I played this opening with the white pieces, I mean, it was a long, long time ago, but I kept that rook on its original square just because I was preparing a pawn break. And now, well, I'm curious to see what kind of plan he has. Is it to push his king's pawn one square further, or does he have anything else up his sleeve?
Yeah, I think that's the idea. Your bank is very concrete. So as you mentioned, white's pawn can go further, but normally black wants to stop that. Black can't push his pawn in the center right now because it just gets captured. It's not a safe pawn push, but if black prepares it, the usual move here is actually to retreat the knight. But then before you allow black to stake a claim in the center, I think Magnus's idea is to push forward. So that's why he's positioned his rook here, his knight here. He wants to start attacking by pushing forward. And Pragg has just tried to initiate a similar idea, bringing his queen to the side, trying to cover this square. It's all about whether black can push forward. If white pushes forward now, then at least the black knight gets a nice square in the center of the board. So just some small strategy, and Magnus has done it. We're going to see this pawn maybe trying to kind of cut the board in half, and Magnus is going to try later to start attacking the black king. Let's go back to the players. It's already heating up after this last move.
Yeah, I'm a major fan, as you know, from some of the other rounds, of getting the pawn, the white pawn that Magnus has got to that square in general, because normally when you get the pawn there, it indicates that white is going to go for a kingside attack, because you take away that knight from its defensive role around the black king. It has to move away from the king. And as David said, you can start attacking those dark squares generally by bringing out your dark square bishop, getting the queen maybe tucked in behind it and things like that. So, of course, very early days, but I kind of like what Magnus has done so far. It makes a lot of sense to me, finishing his development now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so a nice move there, just bringing his knight forward. The knight might be destined for the center, it might be destined for this side of the board. Lots of flexibility for white. Let's go back to the players. It's, yeah, I'm very optimistic now that we're going to see a full-blooded fight.
Hey.
Yep. And,
what kind of styles are up against each other here?
Magnus, universal style. He can play any type of position. More known maybe for his endgames, but yeah, he can do anything. Pragg, very, very good in the endgame for someone so young. He's maybe the exception to the rule. Normally, youngsters, they hate the endgames. They want to win by checkmate. They just go for the attack. Pragg, he's happy to just grind people down. Even when he was 12 years old, he was already a grandmaster, but he beat me in an endgame. I just assumed I'd swap the pieces off, grind him down, use my superior understanding, but nope, it didn't work. He's always been very good at the endgame, but lately he's become sharper. I think that's something he's working on with Ramesh, slightly more dynamic, slightly more aggressive. So he's trying to kind of become the universal player that Magnus is.
Well, maybe we should bring up the aim chess stats, because we do have the aim chess stats that sort of measures online, all the online games. And one of the factors is actually end games. Oh, wow, look at that. He's much better than Magnus in the end game, according to the aim chess stats. Yeah,
we should mention that these aim chess stats for Magnus, they're based on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, but Pragg, last year, he also played on the Julius Baer Challengers Tour, so he played slightly lower opposition in some of these games. That's why he won 71% of his endgames, but nevertheless, those are impressive stats. And, yeah, also advantage capitalization, very, very high for Pragg.
Meaning, what is advantage capitalization?
So when the evaluation bar gives you a decent advantage, a decisive advantage, he wins those games more often than not. And, yeah, even more ruthless there than Magnus.
But I don't think anyone can claim that he's better than Magnus in the ending. I'm sorry, but you can't claim that. You can't say this 16-year-old is better in the endgame than the world champion.
Very, very good.
Yeah.
He's very good, but he's not better than Magnus.
So like David said, based on games against lower-rated players for Pragg than for Magnus. But the point still being that at a very young age, he is extremely good in the endgame.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And as those statistics showed, on the Julius Baer Chess Challenge, he won 71% of the endgame.
Wow.
So that's a very, very impressive statistic. So, I mean, also, he's such a hard worker. I mean, he's been playing chess and studying chess most of his life, and his whole life at the present moment is revolving around the game. He's studying almost full-time, although he does attend school, as he told me.
Exactly, because we do have, and this is interesting, you guys, the next chess talk with Jovanka will be released tomorrow, and it is an in-depth talk with young Praggnanandhaa. Super interesting. That will be released to all Chess24 premium members tomorrow on chess24.com and collection already. The chess talk with Liam Le is out there. But tomorrow, Pragnananda, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, it definitely is, you know, because you kind of get an insight into what drives Pragnananda, what his life is like, you know, because we're all kind of curious, what is his life? You know, what was it like during COVID times? What was it like on the road? And what does he do with every single part of his day? And he gives a very frank and honest answer. And yeah, we see why he's so good, basically. And I liked what he responded when I asked him what his favourites, because I was a bit shocked to find out he was still at school.
I'm looking forward to that interview. Yeah, and remember also, so this is exclusive to Chess24 Premium members, but right now, if you use the code on the bottom of the screen, Esports Cup, you get 40% off Chess24 Premium. So a great chance now to get that discount and to watch the chess talks and special video editions of all the podcasts. Anish Giri podcast is released today, and that's a good one. It's in 2 parts, actually, because you talked for 2 hours.
Yeah, that was a long chat with Anish Giri, and he was very frank as well. All of these top players actually very, very honest and open about their lifestyles, and of course we touched on some very sensitive topics as well, like the Twitter hacking, and we just talked about what Anish has been up to the last few years. It's been an eventful time for him.
Yeah, so that is available right now on chess24.com. And if you click the collection tab, you'll find that podcast video edition with Anish Giri. Now, I did hear a move. What's happening now in this game?
Yeah, so Prag has entered the white half of the board with his knights. That knight looks nicely poised for a potential attack, but the black knight is a bit of a lone wolf right now, not really teaming up with the rest of Black's army. So I think actually the kind of ulterior motive, the real reason Prag has planted his knight on this square is because he wants to retreat at some point and blockade White's far advanced pawn in the middle. Meanwhile, Magnus isn't worried about this knight jump. He was just choosing his tunes there, choosing his music. And yeah, I'm expecting White's knight in front of the White Queen to jump out the way. It just depends which side of the board Magnus wants to go to. And at some point, the Black Knight will have to retreat. A nice square, I think it's headed to, but it's a bit time-consuming.
Yeah, I mean, it's trying to come around to the centre. I would have thought Magnus' simple plan will still be to try and start an attack against Black's king side, maybe go for the exchange of dark square bishops. But I mean, this move surprised me a lot, actually. I didn't see this move in advance, but it's kind of positionally founded, and again showing quite a lot of maturity, I think, from you know, a player so young, still so young. So, but I guess Magnus really, as you mentioned earlier, he really wants to win these games. Like when he's playing these potential future world champions, he's mentioned about the candidates. He'll play Ali Reza, another person that people are saying is going to be a future world champion, and it's kind of the same with Prag. People are saying this kid's going to be the future world champion. I think these are the kind of players he wants to, like, really, you know, he's really excited to play. He really, you know, really maybe even ups his game to play, because again, it's maybe showing that dominance, isn't it, in some respects, and saying, yeah, come on, you've got a long way to go yet. So I think he's going to be really up for this one. Yeah.
Well, is there, so we talk about, he's only 16, and we talk about him as a future world champion. Has there been players around that age that people have said, oh, he's going to be a future world champion, that sort of haven't lived up to it, maybe yet, or in history?
They've all become great players. I mean, but one name that springs to mind is Timur Radjabov. You know, he became a grandmaster, very quickly defeated Garry Kasparov at I think 16 years old, and everyone kind of billed him as the next world champion. But he didn't manage that. I mean, OK, he has now. Actually,
he's going to play the candidate.
He's going to play the candidate.
Yeah, that's true.
So, of course, he can still manage it. But, I mean, obviously, he's still an incredibly strong grandmaster. And there are a few people who just, they get to the top 10, but don't quite take it to the next level.
Speaking of candidates, something else happened recently. Ding Liren, I think he is now qualified to take that spot from Sergei Karyakin, who is banned by FIDE.
Yeah, I think Karyakin is launching an appeal, or the Russian Federation is launching an appeal on his behalf, but assuming that the kind of ban doesn't get overturned, it looks like Ding is in. He's played the sufficient number of games he needed to play. I think it was 26 games in a month.
Wow.
And I think he's played 28 games in the last month or so. It's just, I mean, he's been on the rampage.
And we're not talking rapid games.
No, classical games, long games.
Wow.
Some of his games lasting 5-6 hours. And
so it was kind of manufactured that he got into the candidates, basically.
Is it controversial, would you say?
It's a bit controversial, yeah. I mean,
but it's within the rules.
Yeah.
I mean, he should be there really because he's one of the strongest players. He deserves to be there.
He is now world number 2, right?
And yeah, exactly. He certainly is now after all these games. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't overtake Magnus, to be totally honest. But he,
that would have been controversial, I guess. Then.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been. But I mean, he should be there because he's one of the best players. It's just how he got there was a little bit strange. I think it's fair to say.
China organized, the Chinese Chess Federation organized some sort of marathon tournament for him to play those 27 games.
Yeah, I mean, me and David are planning something similar, actually. We're going to start the day after this tournament, and in 2 years' time, when you beat me 200-0, he'd be world number 2. So, let's do it.
I mean, it was very strange. Actually, the number of games, it happened over 3 different events, but I mean, none of the Chinese players had really played for the last year or 2, and it was especially organised purely for Ding, especially the first tournament. Wasn't the strongest opposition possible, so some controversy there. But either way, he's going to be the man to beat now, maybe Ding in the candidates. Not only is he the world number 2, but he's really kind of match fit after all these games.
Yeah, must be.
I mean, compared to maybe world number 3, Farouja, who's just disappeared off the map since December. I mean, Ding's done the exact opposite, just playing non-stop.
Wow.
Big move in the game there, David, as well, because this is a really committal and brave or there's a fine line, isn't it? Brave or silly. Let's see.
Yeah, so Black's actually grabbed a pawn in the centre of the board, but it has come at the cost of trading off Black's dark square bishop. So if we do a quick count, Black is 1 pawn up, but look at the Black queen. Ooh, eyed up by the white rook. The Black knight really shaky. The white bishop kind of attacking it. It's hanging together by a thread right now, and Magnus, is he going to move his knight to unleash an attack against the Black queen from the white rook? And now the Black queen has to move, and she has to find a safe square. I think she's going to go back, but which square is she going to choose? And
maybe he's just going to win his pawn back here.
Yeah.
Rather than try to go for the dark squares, which was another way you could play and keep it as a pawn sacrifice. But
yeah, maybe we can just quickly show what happened because it was quite a big decision by Prag, as you mentioned, Simon. So this knight is attacked, and instead of retreating it to a safe square, I was assuming that he would just jump back. We saw Prag get greedy, take this pawn in the centre of the board, and after a trade, it's really hanging together just about for Black. The queen defends the knight, and after White's knight move, the queen does run away to safety. She was attacked by White's rook, and now after a quick trade of pieces, we see Black's queen has done a bit of dancing the last few moves, but White eventually regains the pawn. So level material again, but this rook is super strong right now on the 7th rank, keeping this Black bishop tied down to the defense of some pawns, and the dark squares around the Black king are pretty weak. So if White's queen and knight can maybe line up on those dark squares later, it's going to be dangerous for Prag. So the pressure on Prag now to try and evict this white rook. If he can kick it away and trade rooks off, maybe, then he's OK.
I mean, is there... Sorry, Jan-Krzysztof. Yeah.
I was just going to say, but wait 1 second. I was just looking at that rook, and the rook is loose. It looks very strong, and I was like, oh, hang on a second. Is there some radical move? Yeah. Like bishop takes
I was thinking the same. Yeah, maybe this move is the idea, yeah. Exactly, yeah.
And the whole idea is if pawn takes bishop now, then, as you mentioned, guys, this rook is loose, this king is open, suddenly a double attack, a check, hitting the king and hitting the rook. This would win for Black. So Magnus must have something up his sleeve after this bishop capture. What is it? Is he just going to get greedy and take this pawn, maybe? Oof, the white king suddenly under some fire, under some pressure. If he retreats the rook, for example, attacking the Black queen, then the Black queen can just slide back, threatening checkmate. Big moment for Prag. He's calculating this. Can he get away with opening up the white king and taking this pawn? Or maybe is he going to slide back with the queen? Same idea, but just different order, attacking this rook first. It's getting really critical. Evaluation bar still roughly in the middle, but it's drama on the board.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, and the clock is ticking for Pragnananda. We do have 3 great Englishmen in the studio to guide us through all of these games and all the drama. There's also an Englishman out in the lounge with you, Sverre. Hi, who has arrived at the Oslo Arena today?
You know, I found the best company here right now because I found the most entertaining chess man I could imagine. I'm here with Lawrence Trent, and it's been highly entertaining to watch this game together with him because you're opinionated. And what's your opinion so far on this game?
Well, I wasn't really convinced by Pragnananda's choice to give up the bishop, the dark square bishop. You tend not to want to do that, even if you win a pawn, because you leave yourself very exposed. And now we have, I'm just looking at the position, what is going on here? What am I missing? The bishop is on h3. The rook is on b7, and it's Pragnananda to move. Yeah, it just got completely crazy all of a sudden. I turned away and this happened. I don't know what to make of this position. It looks totally unclear to me. I wasn't a fan of what Pragnananda did, but, you know, it's a sign of how these new young players play. You know, 20, 30 years ago, they wouldn't have played like this. But now it's just either it works or it doesn't. And they are confident and they calculate it. And they just say, OK, I don't care about what general chess theory says.
I'm actually going to take it back to the studio as well so you guys can follow up on this craziness. But we agree with you. This is getting a little nuts and we enjoy it.
Definitely. Thank you, Sverre and Lawrence. Nice to see Lawrence in the building. What's happening?
Yeah, as Lawrence said, years ago they wouldn't have played like this because Prag, in a way, he's broken the rules. Look at those black pawns now. They're so ugly, so weak on the queen side, on that left half of the board. But then again, the white rook is almost trapped, the white rook lacking escape squares. And we saw a dance between the rook and bishop. That's really rare, kind of an odd scenario there. White's rook went to grab a pawn. The black bishop, which was actually suddenly attacked, did go back to its starting square. But now white's rook forced back into this kind of cage. And the black bishop just keeping it locked up. What do you think, guys? Is this, I mean, the evaluation bar slightly on white's side, but is this dangerous for Magnus as well? Because white's rook might well just fall off the board.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought here that if the queens come off the board, Magnus will just win. It's as simple as that in a safe way, because it's quite clear what's going on here. I think that white rook is the one thing that's Magnus's problem. If that rook could come back to, you know, into white's half of the board, I'm pretty sure Magnus is just doing incredibly well. Look at black's pawns on the queen side. We talked about these weaknesses yesterday. And they're just ugly. You've got double pawns, you've got what we call isolated pawns, Ari no mates or Alice no mates over there, you know, all on its own. So this is why Magnus is now playing this move. He'd love to exchange queens, and Prag will certainly not allow that. Can he get that rook? If he can get that rook, it's a different ball game.
Yeah. Exactly what you said, Simon. A queen trade is going to favour white massively, so Prag should not trade the queens off right now.
Yeah, but it's also a sneaky move that Magnus has played because, yeah, you know, it is offering a queen trade, but, you know, I'm pretty sure that that queen at the right moment has some devilish intentions to plant herself on the h6 square. And if she gets there and she's joined by a knight, well, there might be trouble ahead. And the queen sidesteps and covers that square. Also clever defense by Pragnananda because he attacks the rook at the same time. So this is setting up to be an absolutely thrilling game. And as always, you know, it's not just us enjoying the fun and games in the studio, but, you know, we also want everyone at home to be part of this. And to kick off the selfies, the rook actually moves away because it was under fire. Oh, God, the move's coming fast and furious. Do I have time to get a selfie in?
Of course.
Yes, OK. Well, it comes from Abhishek, who says that Magnus doesn't believe in fortresses, but Vishy does. Love all books from Dan Brown and cheering for Magnus. So Magnus with a supporter in Abhishek. And remember, if you want to join in the fun, send us your selfie, do it in landscape mode, then tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps and we will feature them on the show.
Yes, let's have as many selfies as we have moves in this game. What's happening here now?
Yeah, lots of moves. And Prag, with those weak pawns, I think he's done the right thing. He's traded off a couple of pawns there. He's trying to open up diagonals, lines as well. Black's rooks and bishop might well become very strong pieces the more that the lines become open. So I like Prag's last move. The black queen can now go across and recapture this white pawn. But, as Ivanka mentioned, the dark squares around the black king, those are a potential weakness as well. So, I mean, it could go either way right now. Either white's rook is very, very strong on the 7th rank, or it's going to get trapped. So it could be a strength or a weakness. And likewise, with black's king position, black's king looks really safe right now, but it could well come under fire from white's queen and knight if they can combine. So Magnus slightly smiling there.
I think so too.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen him smile, isn't it, during the game? Because he's
for a few days at least.
A bit ill, so he's like, yeah, which is nice to see. Yeah. Why is he smiling though? What do we reckon?
Maybe he's looking at Prag's clock time and thinking, "Ooh, I'm up on the clock."
Yeah, it could be.
Meanwhile, yeah, black recapturing the pawn. It's level material again, and white's queen finally getting off the 1st rank, getting active. And white's rook in the corner now are ready to join the action as well.
And Magnus is really trying to get the queens off still?
I don't think so anymore as much.
Okay.
It's less clear now. A queen trade pros and cons for both sides, but now that black got rid of his set of doubled pawns, he traded off a set of weak pawns earlier, so it's less clear now. And okay, a bishop for knight trade. I'm really surprised Prag went for this, and Magnus getting greedy. Magnus has gone a pawn up.
Yeah, he didn't think much about that as well. He played that incredibly quickly, grabbing that pawn. I mean, okay, Prag's got to prove this now. Prag is gone. He has gone a pawn down. What's his idea here?
I think he blundered.
Just a blunder.
He missed that
right.
the pawn was up for grabs.
Well, his head's in his hand, so that would. Well, I don't know if that.
Wow.
He doesn't give much away, Prag, does he? But I can't see much compensation here. I mean, it's a big pawn to take, and Magnus very confident in taking it.
Yeah.
You could see on Prag's face there, he just widened his eyes as if like, oof, what have I done?
Yeah.
And that's why the evaluation bar says +1 for white. White is 1 pawn up. White has a 3 versus 1 advantage now on the left half of the board, and if the queens come off now, it's just game over. And that's why Magnus is also trying to swap rooks off. If he can do that, it's going to be very, very good for him. And there we see the computer suggestions, Stockfish suggestions, but they're all good for white. That's the problem for Prag. He plays the best move. He swapped 1 set of rooks, but now, okay, he has to win some of those white pawns. The white 3 there, the connected 3 on the left. If they survive, it's just an easy win for Magnus in the endgame. We saw endgame stats, but if you're a pawn up, it's relatively simple, especially if all your pawns are connected. So Prag desperately trying to win some of those pawns with his queen, but Magnus, he can block this attack with 1 of his pawns. He can drop his queen back to defend.
He's just got to consolidate, hasn't he? I mean, if Magnus can just consolidate his position, which I feel he should be able to do, you know, maybe even bring his queen back, stop black attacking his pawns, he will win this. That passed A pawn is so strong, especially even with the rook behind it. The rook behind it is in a good position. You exchange queens, you're completely winning as well. So Prag has got to cause as much nuisance in the position that he can. Keep attacking things, try to get the rook in somehow. But Prag's extra pawn on the king side, it doesn't really do much at the moment. That's the other thing. So it really doesn't play a part in this position at all.
Yeah, Harry has no rival, but it's a long time before it really plays a part in this game, as you mentioned, Simon. So the direct threat is queen takes pawn. We're expecting Magnus either to drop his queen back, maybe to defend it, maybe slide his queen across this way to defend it from the front. Okay, or I was about to say push a pawn forward. So this queen now no longer attacking this pawn, but maybe it will slide down to the second rank. Prag still has 1 active piece, the black queen very, very active, so Magnus has to be careful here. Still some work to be done. It's all about this pawn, though, long term. Watch out for Alice, the A pawn, just running up the board and promoting later.
I mean, even pushing it now is not completely stupid and going queen A3, but you don't want to lose the pawn back if you can help it, because a rook behind the pawn is incredible. It's the best place to have your rook, and this kind of ending is probably just winning for white.
Yeah. This is basically like the propeller. You kind of have it behind and it just propels the pawn forward, and black's rook will be forced to be passive, stuck in front of the white pawn. So even losing a pawn, a queen trade would still be good for white. Magnus would be desperate to get the queens off right now. He just has to be slightly careful of these pawns.
Okay, well, this game, it's definitely heating up. The first game in the match between Magnus Carlsen and Praggnanandhaa. The other matches going on. First games, bar is slightly over to Liam Le's side in his match. First game against Erik Hansen. It's looking good also for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. The bar over to his side against Shakhriyar Mamdyarov. Duda has won 2 matches in a row, and the bar just went down a little bit. Giri and Jordan van Forest, the 2 Dutchmen, are also playing each other today. And if you're watching us on Twitch, there's actually a very cool feature. You can now have a command center. You can basically design the show yourself, and you can have up all the games if you want to, 2 games. You can decide yourself. It's a very cool feature, command center on Twitch, to follow all the chess moves if you want to. We are focusing today on Praggnanandhaa against Magnus Carlsen, and we did have another move.
We did have another move, and it's one of the moves, or one of the ideas we mentioned just a moment ago. White's queen now on a great square. She protects her pawn on the B file. White's pawn's now untouchable, and she also attacks one of black's pawns, and wow, Prag just giving away another pawn potentially. He's just activated his rook, maybe aiming to bring his rook down to the bottom of the board, start checking the white king. Also, maybe the black rook will join the queen on the second rank. Some real targets there. Really interesting decision by Prag there. I like it though. Not materialistic. He's already 1 pawn down. He's happy to go 2 pawns down as long as he gets his rook active. So a very mature decision from Pragg. He's doing what he has to do. It's a very practical move.
Yeah.
I call this mode hustle mode. You know?
I understand
active,
that. Yeah.
you know, pose your opponent some problems. It's a great way to defend. And it's not easy, actually, for Magnus. I mean, I was thinking, what would I play here as white? I'm not quite sure whether you kind of allow the rook trade. And he has allowed the rook trade. OK, he's going to bank everything on this queen and pawn ending. And there it will be all about king safety.
So 2 moves now for Pragg. Is he going to bring the black rook down the whole way to the bottom of the board, trade off rooks as we're maybe expecting, or is he going to bring the black rook to the 2nd rank? Just line up the black queen and rook together, start munching on some pawns maybe. It's a big, big decision. He's clicked on his rook. He's going to bring it the whole way down and give a check. He's about to play that 1 minute now on the clock for Pragg. And look at that, he pre-moved, so he knew that the rooks would disappear. And very quickly, instantly, he just took the rook back, took a pawn with the black queen, because white's moves were forced as well.
I mean, you're talking about the aim chess endings. We might see it now, might we? So we're into the ending with Magnus obviously having the pawn advantage, but he's so. I mean, Magnus is very good at every ending, but queen endings particularly he seems to excel in. And it's all about who has the passed pawn in queen endings. It's not necessarily who's even material up. Who has the pawn, which is easier to push to the other end of the board, and king safety. And that's where Magnus is going to be let down here, because his king is actually much more exposed than the black king, giving Pragg many chances of some perpetual check here.
Yeah, that's the thing. We talk about pass pawns. White's being greedy. White has 3 connected pass pawns. Black has no pass pawns at all. So Black's 3 versus 1 advantage is actually quite hard to push. But yeah, as you mentioned, Simon, there's a direct threat against the white king. And he has to stop this. There's actually 2 threats in the position. Jovanka, do you think he can stop them both? Queen takes pawn is obviously one, but the bigger threat, for example, if white saves his pawns, is actually to make a draw immediately. This is how open the king is. This is a check. The white king goes back, another check. The white king goes forward, another check. And there's nowhere to hide for this king. So Magnus, OK, by checking himself, he's gained a bit of time. He's checked a bit with the white queen now, and he's hoping to force the black king out into the open. That has happened. Wow, whose king is weaker now? Big, big question. And Magnus, he's pushed his pawn forward because, wow, this is really clever. If the queen checks now, there's no continuing of the checks on this square because white's queen actually guards that key square at the bottom of the board. Magnus's king, at least temporarily, is safe.
But can Pragg now just take the a-pawn?
Yes. Kaja, nice one. I think he might well do that. And I think 2 options here. You either take this pawn or maybe you go to check on this square. So diagonal checks are often very, very effective in queen endgames. They're harder to block somehow, diagonal checks. And still some work to be done for white to get his king to safety. Maybe the king will retreat. Another check here, hitting this king, hitting the pawn. Pragg still has some chances. His queen is so active and white's king is so out in the open.
I have a suspicion we might see Magnus try a king run.
Yep.
And King is going to try to find some safety on the left side of the board, very close to his own queen.
And maybe then doing 2 jobs, both hiding the pawns over the board and also being protected?
Yep. And, OK, well, this is the issue. Pragg obviously has to keep on checking.
Yeah, big trap in the position. If the queen takes pawn now, then there would have been a queen check. A queen trade will win for white because this pawn is free to run down and promote. So, as Jovanka mentioned, you have to keep checking. And that's what Pragg is doing. Current position is still this one. Where is white's king going to hide? It's not so easy. It's going to hide up the board, maybe. You have to be careful of counter checks as well in these endgames. If you check on the wrong square, I said diagonal checks are good, but sometimes they aren't, because now white could block the check with a check of his own, and the queens come off and white wins. So Pragg has to be really, really careful right now.
Interesting. And in these, so the kings, a big factor here, in these queen endgames, will you want to use your king actively, or do you just want to protect it?
Active is good, as long as you can block the checks later. So white's king, if he could pick up his own king, Magnus, and kind of put it on the left side with all his pawns, then actually not only is the king active, but it has shelter. And, ooh, Pragg retreating the black king.
Is that a bad move?
Not a good sign, at least.
But it's getting out of the way of any potential checks. So
you lose a valuable tempo.
That's true. But he, Prag doesn't have too much time on the clock. He's under a minute, so he has to take some really pragmatic decisions. And there you can see.
Pragmatic, I like it. That was so good.
Oh, okay, give me.
Very clever there. Of course, you meant to say it.
No, I didn't.
Pragmatic Prag. I mean, that was sharp. Yeah, good stuff.
You must have prepared that before.
No, I didn't actually. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Don't say sorry. It was a very practical decision.
Oh.
Oh dear. Here we go.
In practice. You don't say this one very often.
Practice? Oh, yeah.
It works.
Yeah, it kind of works. Yeah.
Okay, so 4 minutes plays 1 minute. Magnus also with the pawn advantage. Oh, it feels like he should win this one. I just remember so many examples off the top of my head of Magnus winning endgames like this. There was also a very similar endgame to this in the World Championship match that Magnus won against Nepomniachtchi. That one was even more simple. He had even more extra pawns. But just like that occasion, he had extra pawns on this side of the board and his king was a bit open. And he managed to kind of combine. He managed to run with his king to the safe squares. Now he's blocking checks with the white queen. Now it's time for Prag to get greedy and grab some pawns, maybe. You might not get another chance. So is Prag going to give a check with the black queen, or is he going to start munching on those white pawns?
Funny thing is, if he munches the pawn, it's actually equal material. So they do only have 3 pawns each. So people might be thinking, well, that's OK. But again, it comes down to the passed pawns. And white's pawns are so much further advanced and they're not obstructed at all. All the black's pawns are actually obstructed by this one little guy and also the king. So this is the real danger in the position. But he has grabbed the pawn and now Magnus is going to improve his queen. And the winning idea is to sort of improve your queen and then push the pawn, get out of the checks and keep repeating that process. And I think even Jovanka mentioned the white king might run its way all over to the queen side at some point and hide in front of its own pawns.
Yeah, it has to be careful when it makes its journey to the, I was going to say to the east. I don't know whether it's to the east. Never eat shredded wheat. Wheat, west.
West.
Yes.
Is that how, I love that. That's how I remembered north, west, south and east. Yeah. Never eat shredded wheat. Yeah. Is
really?
that the English school kid thing, I think?
Naughty elephants slurp water.
Yes, that's it.
Okay. North, southwest. Yeah, meanwhile, the pawns are running. The checks are coming, though. Prag has to give the correct check. And yeah, you guys are right. The king is running to the west, that way. Okay, black stops the king from running, actually, for now. But the king runs the other direction. And it's going to be hard to kind of pin down that white king, because if you check it in the wrong direction, it's kind of going to hint that it's going both ways, and you can't stop it going both ways. You have to make sure that you force it in the right direction. And Prag has actually set up a really nasty threat. There's actually a checkmate threat in 2 moves on the board. I'm not sure it's a great move, but if it's black's turn right now, if Magnus just forgets and pushes one of the white pawns, Prag is going to bring the queen to the f4 square, black's queen, check the white king into the corner, and then he's going to trap it, checkmate it. Maybe we can show this on the board,
yes,
because
please.
Checkmate does end the game, and this is why you always have to remember your opponent's ideas. Black has just pushed his pawn. If white gets greedy, gets too ambitious and pushes his pawns forward, this is a check. The king is forced into the corner, and then checkmate. The king is trapped on its own. And Magnus actually stops that. This is why I wasn't sure it was a good move. He takes a pawn and covers the key square. Black's queen can't use this square to check.
But where does he put his king now? He can still fall into it. That would be, I mean, you know, it has been seen before by strong players.
Yeah, you've got to be really careful of putting the king on the wrong square. This would not be good. You can't put your king this way either, because you walk into a skewer when the king moves. The white queen drops next move. So yeah, where's Magnus going? Is he going this way, or is he going up the board? Up the board is really, really brave, but maybe best.
But it might allow a check.
Okay, on
grabbing
which
a
square?
pawn with grabbing the pawn with a check.
Wow, yeah, this pawn drops. You're right, Jovanka, checking this direction and also getting rid of all of white's pawns on this left side of the board. This would force a draw immediately.
So how does he get out of this? This is tricky.
Process of elimination. He has to step back.
Yeah.
This is oh no, he can block with his queen. He found the best move. As we see Stockfish there, he had to block with the white queen to win this one. Wasn't obvious, but Magnus still has the advantage. The only move to save his advantage there. Let's go back to the players, because it's yeah, really heating up. Prag defending like a tiger here.
And now it's all about the A pawn then for Magnus.
Yes, it's all about that one lone remaining pawn. Either Alice is going to become a queen, or Prag will save the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's so tense. And these queen endings are actually incredibly complicated. And like you say, it's all about promoting those passed pawns, and at the same time, you've got to simultaneously make sure that your king always has a safe place to hide or a journey it can take without getting checked into perpetuity. Just trying out a word from Bridget Jones.
And yeah, really key moment again. Magnus has to be really careful. You don't want to put your king on the wrong square, otherwise you walk into checkmate. Also, you can't block with the white queen now because black's queen will go back and pick up that white A pawn. So you can't block anymore. You have to run away. But where do you run to?
Oh, is it a draw?
It's not easy now. I think you have to go, I was going to say either up the board or slightly towards the centre, but both had their downfalls there.
Be incredible if he draws this. I mean, you know, he's really been struggling here, and maybe he is proving his endgame skills are just up there, because defending endings is, I think, much harder than actually winning them. And he's given it a really good go here.
That being said, 10 seconds.
10 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, it's easy to go wrong, and the queen gives a check, and I'm wondering, OK, Magnus still has to be incredibly careful where he puts the king. If he puts it on the wrong square, anywhere along the H line, he's going to get checkmated, so that's why he grabs a pawn.
He eliminates one of black's attackers, actually, that black pawn. But now suddenly it's going to be, OK, I was going to say maybe one pawn versus one pawn, but no, there's a trap in the position. If Prag gets greedy here and captures this white pawn on the G2 square, white will give a check. Any trade of queens will win for white because white's remaining A pawn will promote. So Prag has to be really careful. He has to keep checking.
In 9 seconds, he made that move.
Yeah,
but it's slipping away.
I mean, he's doing a brilliant job, but I mean, it is Magnus Carlsen. He's still a pawn down in short time. This cross check you mentioned here, where you meet a check with a check to exchange queens, is again a very common tactic in these endings to get the queens off the board. Well worth looking out for. How does Magnus now push the pawn? Because this is the problem. Magnus has got to push the pawn and guard his king from any perpetual checks, which will result in a draw.
Yeah, and actually, just a couple of months ago, I had a very similar endgame against Niels Grandelius, where I was on the defensive side, and just like Prag, I was on a few seconds every time, and you just have to go for these checks every turn. You just have to hope that your opponent walks into them, and what a move by Magnus.
Yeah, crazy move.
Stopping any checks. Black's queen was actually threatening to come down and check the white king from behind on the H line. That's been blocked, and if Black's queen comes down and takes this white pawn that has just moved, white's queen will shuffle across with a check and trade queens.
Sorry, I'm saying that because he made that move with 2 seconds to spare. That's incredible.
Yeah, the position doesn't beat him, the clock might do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, G3 was such a nasty move to face because, again, in these situations where you're short of time, it's easier to react to forcing moves. If you're checked, you move your king. But if your opponent plays a quiet move like Magnus did, you're like, hang on a minute, I'm not prepared for this, what do I play? And he found this move, probably a very good move, trying to bring the queen into the corner and keep those checks coming.
I'm just looking at the camera. I'm just looking at Prag sitting there in his chair. He looks so calm.
Yeah.
Living on the edge.
Both players look very calm. And wow, OK, Prag just lifting his king up the board there. So still not easy for white's king to find safety. The black queen has some ideas of checking. OK, Magnus gains a bit of time as well by forcing the black king away, centralising the white queen. This is what Magnus is so good at, putting his queen on one of the 4 central squares. He's maybe the best queen endgame player I've ever seen, just because he finds ways to do that, but gains time in the process. And the white queen on this square, not only will she guard the white king from checks on the dark squares, but she will also kind of threaten checks herself. So right now, I'm expecting Magnus at some point to start trying to bring the white king over to that side of the board to support its pawn. It's not an easy journey. It's kind of full of traps. It's a bit of a maze, but if white's king can somehow eventually start walking over to kind of help Alice the A-pawn out, then Magnus should win.
I mean, I think it's a good rule in these positions, like if you're trying to advance to, well, I was going to say, keep your queen in the middle of the board, which Magnus, well, he's keeping in that area, because queen in the middle of the board, it controls so many squares, and that's just a good rule. And he's put it on another square in the middle of the board, and this also makes sense because now he's got options to bring the queen zooming over in front of the white pawn and one square where the white pawn can guard it. So, again, yeah, like you said, David, very clever play with the queen here.
Yeah, and Prag also doing a very good thing, actually. One thing the elevation bar not liking it, but one thing I was going to say I've learned from Queen Endgames is the defending side should always put the king in the corner. Put your own king near the corner, just in case there are stalemate ideas. You don't want your own king out in the open where it can get checked from every angle, every direction. You want your own king in the corner. So Prag, he's put his the black king as close to that corner square as possible, just in case. And it's up to Magnus again to find that winning plan.
And Magnus now under 30 seconds on the clock, and he will be looking at all the checks, trying to find a great kind of check that will potentially swap off queens. If he's not doing that, then obviously he needs to get his king to safety. Okay, he moves his queen forward, offering a trade.
Yeah, this is quite logical, isn't it? Because now the white king can make a long journey all the way to the left, I feel, and it's going that way because you can hide now in front of the queen and the pawn, so you've got two shields there. It doesn't really matter about your pawn, which black can now take. That is an irrelevant pawn because the white pawn, it's all about can white queen that one. It's far advanced, and I think this plan, I really like this plan now. It's looking so good for Magnus, that king simply going to the left-hand side of the board, hiding and then pushing.
Yeah, and this is almost identical now to my game against Niels Grandelius, except white's pawn disappeared in that game, and as black, I had another pawn guarding the black king.
How'd you get on?
It was a draw, but even that was shaky. So that was a much better version of this endgame for Pragg, and I managed to hold it, but this one isn't possible to hold. And wow, Magnus, what a move. He's given up Alice the A-pawn because white can go for checkmate if black now gets greedy and captures that pawn.
That's incredible. I mean,
we have to show this.
You have to show it, yeah.
It's an amazing idea from Magnus Carlsen here. Just on the last move, he blocked with the white queen this check. If black plays queen takes pawn, then suddenly it's just checkmate. One check from the diagonal, wherever the king goes, another check, and the king gets trapped at its home here. And this one would have won the game, so that's why Pragg couldn't grab the pawn. Instead, if we catch up with the current position, this guy is just going to win now. It's a matter of time. Magnus dancing with his king towards that pawn. The king is just going to zigzag its way to support its push to the promotion square. Great technique. It looks like Pragg, he's defended. He's done everything he could, but Magnus just too strong. And it's a matter of time before this pawn pushes forward.
It's incredible to see the king all the way over to the other side. That's a long journey for the white king.
Man of the match, that king.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's done a lot of work, hasn't he, in this game, and it's now just going to hide over there. And as you say, this should be game over. Really, what a game to start us off with. It's gone right down to the wire. Magnus, of course, had the white pieces, had the advantage, had a small advantage, but the way that Pragg has been fighting is a great sign, and he's got white in the next game. You know, I expect him to lose this one. We're not sure, but will he be able to bounce back with the advantage of the white pieces? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to both players. It's been a really tight battle here. Magnus now found a safe square for his king in front of his pawn, but the king doesn't necessarily want to stay there for too long. That pawn is the potential winner, so still some work for Magnus to do to kind of escape from in front of his own pawn. This is a check. The white king will retreat now, or go up into the corner. And, okay, diagonal checks, still making it hard, Pragg. The queen trying to make the checking box as big as possible, as we call it. Just trying to check from as far away as possible to stop any cross checks, any blocks. But white's king now continuing its dance.
Yeah, it's basically the position of the black king is probably one of the worst positions it can be in here. If you could pick the black king up and put it in another corner, it'd be so much better because there's all these cross checks we've talked about where white can at some point block a check with a check and swap the queens off. And it's just this black king is in a terrible situation where it is.
And that's why they say, you know, if you want to win this queen and pawn ending, you should put your king opposite the enemy king. It's a good attacking device. Okay, and we see Magnus blocking a check and offering a trade of queens, and Pragnanda just has to keep on checking.
Yeah. Okay, white's gone in front of his own pawn again, and now once more you cannot take white's pawn. The pawn next to black's queen is poisoned. If you take that pawn, white's queen will actually go up to the top of the board and trade off the queens. You really have to be so careful where you put your own queen. Magnus continues to set these traps for his young opponent, and okay, just a kind of waiting move there by Pragg. You guys are right. If those two pawns didn't exist on the right half of the board, if black's king was down in the bottom right corner, maybe.
This is the best place to have it, in the bottom right corner. I remember trying to defend this ending without those pawns, and if the black king can get out the way, you can keep checking. But the problem here is, for example, even now, if black checks the king next to the king, you do this cross thing. Okay, so he's trying to get his king out to a better square. He's still been really resourceful to just stay alive. You certainly should not resign this position because you've always got a chance of getting a perpetual. Why resign when you've got any chance at all? That'd be crazy, especially with the time situation.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the evaluation bar has shot up, so that means White can probably make a new queen by force. I'm expecting White's pawn to push forward here. Magnus just checking that doesn't box in the White king, for example, but it looks fine. You can push your White pawn forward. I don't think Black has sufficient checks available now. Again, you have to be really careful. White's queen can block any potential checks here, and when the White king gets a moment to start running out of kind of way of its own pawn, as we go now, the White pawn will soon promote.
Yeah, and I think the queen was going to, the king, sorry, is going to hide itself on the 8th row, on the C8 square.
And it's got to that square, and this is where, yeah, again, I mean, they're going to run out of checks there. You've got one check, the king steps forwards, and you've got this cross check, so...
Yeah, the queen and king, the black queen and king are just somehow not working well together. Like you say, it's in the way.
Plus 61 now for the evaluation bar for White. That means a new queen is coming. Prag is going to resign any moment.
You can see it.
There it goes. It's over. The king, Magnus Carlsen, using his king to strike first in the battle with Praggnanandhaa. Magnus with the white pieces, winning the first game. Praggnanandhaa, he runs off to start preparing in 10 minutes. Game 2 will start. Praggnanandhaa will have the white pieces, and he will have to make a comeback at some point. David, how impressed are you with Magnus in this game?
I'm very impressed with Magnus. He looked very calm. He looked back to his best and grinding out that win from a difficult endgame. It wasn't easy, but he managed it. And okay, still coughing, still not 100% Magnus, but great endgame technique.
And will Magnus stop to give a comment with you, Sverre?
Let's find out. He's walking by. Is it okay for a quick chat here, Magnus?
Yeah, sure.
How are you feeling today, firstly?
Quite a lot better than 2 days ago, and a little bit better than yesterday. So, yeah.
Do you get extra motivation by seeing Prag winning in 3 games for 3 matches in a row?
Yeah, clearly I need to win this match.
And how would you summarize your first game today?
A bit chaotic. I think he made a poor choice early on when he went for all these exchanges, which just left him with a considerably worse position. But then he fought really well, and probably didn't play precisely at the start. I think it was a draw for a long time, but these end games are notoriously hard to defend.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's a Magnus who's really taken his time to have a chat, even though he's clearly not 100%. He's getting there.
Absolutely, and what a great start to day 4 for Magnus Carlsen. David, this game, a win for him. Where did he get that win?
Yeah, and I just want to show why Prag resigned in the final position. It looks like he could still give another check or two, but that is not the case, and it's all to do with the placement of the kings. As we mentioned, White's king on a nice square now, Black's king actually on a terrible square, and that's because you're running out of checks. White about to make a new queen on this protected square. If Black checks with his queen, then White can just step back, and now we see why we were talking about Black's king being so bad. There's only one more check left on this square, but now this block simply wins the game. The queens are destined to come off because of this pin, and once the queens get traded, White makes a new queen of his own, and it's just great technique. Prag tried everything he could, really resourceful there, but in the end, the world champion came out on top.
Praggnanandhaa, he has to make a comeback, and he will have the white pieces in game 2 against Magnus Carlsen. He is in the lead in this prestigious matchup. After that next game, we're going to show you how Praggnanandhaa did in the Champions Challenge against Magnus, 10 years old. But now we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we're back, we're finally going to see the big quiz.
French is the opening you play against one e4. It starts with e6. We prepare the central push d5. Chess openings are always about fighting for the center, because if you control the center, you can go to any direction very quickly. After d4, we play d5, and already white is at the crossroad. He has to either give up the e4 square, trade the pawn, push the pawn forward, which will then counter with c5, with counterplay against the d4 pawn, or after knight c3, you can pin the knight. And that's the French defense.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 4 in the Oslo Esports Cup. Magnus Carlsen and Praggnanandhaa will start game 2 in about 7 minutes. And before the tournament started, we did challenge some of the players in different challenges. One of the challenges was to spell Praggnanandhaa's name. Here is the big quiz with David Howell.
I'm gonna be so bad at this already now.
Which player won the Magnus Carlsen Invitational last season on the tour? Yes.
Eric is such no.
The answer was Anish Giri, so points go to Jordan and Anish. Which player currently has the 3rd highest rating in the tour ratings?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a tough one.
3rd highest rated player.
No idea.
Okay. What? One of you is right. It wasn't Le Quang, it was Jordan.
What? You guessed together. I mean, this is a good guess.
No, I just thought this is a nice guess, yeah.
I was very proud of this.
I was also very proud of this one.
How do you spell Praggnanandhaa?
Oh, fuck. A-N-D-H-A-A.
Same.
Yep.
Same? It's correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, so close, Jack.
Oh, last one, A in the end.
I'm way off.
That looks more like a cry for help than a name. How do you spell Duda's first name, Jan-Krzysztof?
Oh, this is hard.
K-R-Y-S-T-O-F.
No, mine is completely... I think I only have Jan correct.
Half a point.
They all got it wrong, right?
I messed it up.
I can just say Christoph. Huh?
What is the largest state in the US by landmass, by size, not population? You got this, Eric. We all believe in you.
No, this is going to be embarrassing.
Oh, it could be like a trick question, maybe. Maybe it is... Maybe?
Alaska for Eric, Texas for Jordan. Anish, which one is your answer?
I'm going with Alaska. Is it Texas or Alaska? Alaska is underscore.
Okay, it's Alaska. It's Alaska.
No,
It's up to your conscience, Anish, whether you give yourself the point. Which Norwegian city hosted the 1994 Winter Olympics?
Fuck, it's completely wrong my answer. I'm not even gonna show.
You weren't born, so it's okay.
You were 2 years old. Were you watching?
In Canada, that's when they start watching.
The problem is in Azerbaijan is Winter Olympics not popular. Yeah, only one sportsman maybe. And,
What is the capital of Kenya?
Isn't it Nairobi?
It's Nairobi.
Oh. Yeah.
You were Kinshasa?
Yeah. Where's Kinshasa? Just.
Is it not in Pakistan? What?
I wrote, yeah, probably, I think so.
Did you try the same or?
No, I wrote Freetown. I know some capitals in Africa are like called Freetown.
Some of them.
Yeah.
What word is spelled incorrectly in every single dictionary?
No, I know.
This word?
It was incorrectly?
Incorrectly, yeah.
That's the word?
Yeah. But did I write it correctly?
But it doesn't matter because anyway it's incorrect. Even if it's written incorrectly, it's the right answer.
It's very in the spirit of things there, Jordan. Some months have 31 days, others have 30 days, but how many have 28 days?
This one I know, so it's easy.
Yes, Shaq. Anish, what's your answer?
Can you repeat the question?
No, no, don't repeat.
No.
Can you repeat the question, please?
You already won.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it.
Yeah, but you lost on time.
Yeah. Okay, and that was the quiz. I think we have a winner.
Shall I write the answer? Yes.
Bonus point if you can guess the winner.
Yeah, my problem is if not English, is Azerbaijan or Russia.
Quiz will lose to
Yeah,
Sharp.
I don't understand many questions and I don't know how to write this answer.
If we did it as an Azerbaijan, you would win every.
Yeah, next time, if I will one time in Azerbaijan tournament, questions will be
Anish Giri, he keeps winning these.
Yeah, he seems to love them. I don't know how he does it. He gets a bit lucky sometimes, but he got there in the end.
Yeah.
Peach's pets, isn't he? Teacher's pets.
Exactly.
Teacher's pets. Did I say
Right.
that? Oh, yeah.
Howell's pets.
Yeah.
Teacher's
That was a fun quiz. Struggling, especially Eric Hansen, with the spelling. Pragnananda, and in 44 seconds, Pragnananda will start game 2 against Magnus. He won game 1. Magnus Carlsen is in the lead in that match. Duda leading the match against Mamdiaro after winning game 1. The other 2 matches had a draw in the first game, and all the other matches have started game 2 in the Oslo Esports arena. Eric Hansen and Liam Le and Anish Giri and Jordan van Vries, they're all already playing game 2. Pragnananda waiting for Magnus to start game 2 with the white pieces. And at some point in a must-win situation, Pragnananda, what do you expect from him, David?
I think already it's quite a critical situation. He needs to really win this game. A draw is still fine for Prag, but he doesn't want it to be a quiet, boring, lifeless draw. He needs to get some kind of energy on the board, and he needs maybe a more dynamic position than the last one he got, where he was on the defensive quite early on. In Magnus's interview, he said he was surprised by many of Pragnananda's moves, and this time Pragnananda wants to cause a surprise, but in a positive way.
And Magnus looking positive, definitely more energy today than the 2 previous days. He's coming in, he's in the lead in this match. And game 2 with the white pieces for Pragnananda is about to start. And what will Prag do? We have the first move.
Okay, and it's a Queen's Pawn opening from Prag. Prag, he plays a variety of openings. Thanks to Ramesh, thanks to some of the other players he works with, he's learnt a whole bunch of openings during the lockdown over the last couple of years, and it's a Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit declined. Which variation are we going to see? Is it going to be the semi-Tarash? This last move by Magnus, very solid. And will he capture with a pawn now in the centre of the board? This is so trendy, so fashionable right now. Every top grandmaster playing this line. That means Magnus wants to lock this game down to a draw.
Yeah, this is the way to try and draw, isn't it? Now with black in against, well, it's one of the topical lines, as you say. Everyone's been playing it, definitely. So
against 1 e4, they have the Berlin defense, and this is basically the equivalent. So this is where we haven't gone for the most forcing line, where actually queens often get traded. Prag trying to keep more tension in the position, which is good. I like what Prag's doing. But yeah, it's still been worked out very deeply, this opening. It's going to come down to who understands the position a bit more. It's actually also a transposition to the Sicilian defense with colours reversed, and my favourite variation, the C3 Sicilian. Yeah. It's basically a direct transposition, just white having an extra move compared to that.
Maybe Magnus showing a bit of respect there, because he's been playing the modern Benoni yesterday. He played it in all his games, which is a much riskier opening to play. And this is like one of the most solid choices he could go for with the black pieces. And it's like, right, OK, that is, I think, a sign of respect.
Mm-hmm. And actually retreating the queen is not necessarily the most popular move. And, well, Magnus replying by kicking back the bishop. And now the most popular move, according to my database, is for the black queen to take an excursion over to the left and start attacking the b-pawn.
Meanwhile, it does look like Magnus is smiling. So, well, he was at least a moment ago. I don't know whether it's the music choice, whether it's the position, whether he really likes it. But either way, I agree with you, Simon. It's definitely a mark of respect. Not fear, but respect that Magnus has chosen such a solid line. No more kind of wild, chaotic openings, provoking his opponent. And, OK, he plays maybe the most safe choice in this position, just developing black's bishop, giving Prag the time to castle. And now both sides have mobilised their minor pieces. It's time for the rooks to join the game. Black needs to get his queen out first to connect the black rooks. And then we've entered the middle game stage, where we will see some manoeuvring. And Jovanka, the move you called there, on the board now. Often white now challenges this black queen with white's own queen. Pragnananda could go and use his queen, step in front of the black queen, trade those off. But endgames, We've seen one endgame so far, and that one went in Magnus's favour. So I'm not sure queen trade will be in Prag's plans here.
Actually, the most popular move, according to the database, this isn't the most trendy. Well, not trendy, but this position hasn't actually been reached that many times. But the most popular move is actually a very sneaky pawn move. And it looks like, white isn't actually defending the pawn that's under attack. But if black were to get greedy and snap the pawn, well, there would be problems ahead.
Yeah, problems ahead, Jovanka, and getting greedy here, grabbing this poisoned pawn on the b2 square would rebound immediately because white could trap the queen. You just have to be careful, right? Where you put your damsel, where you put your most valuable piece, and this queen has no escape route. It has to give itself up for just one white rook. So a small trap there in the position. The queen should not go and grab this pawn. I'm instead expecting Magnus to centralize his rooks and bring both of them towards the center now. And there we go. He starts by mobilizing his remaining pieces.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those isolated pawn positions, isn't it? I mean, this is a typical structure that you get with the one idea where white is really trying to say, I have an advantage against black's pawn in the middle of the board. That pawn can't be protected by another black pawn, and that's what white is really, it's that straggler. We talked about pawn structures before, and it's Derek no mates there. But
David the D pawn, Simon.
David the D pawn, but David, you have mates, so I can't really say David no mates. That'd be wrong. So, but the advantage of that from black side is it does give black a space advantage. But yeah, Magnus laughing again there, isn't he? I mean, maybe he's got your podcast on. He's listening to Anisha's interview or something, and he's just cracking up at it. So
that's interesting. We assume the players are listening to music, but maybe they're listening to podcasts. Maybe they're listening to something else. Who knows? And
are you allowed to listen to podcasts? Because there's some chess podcasts out there.
I don't think they'd help Magnus, but I mean, they'd be a bit strange if you could listen to podcasts.
It would be a bit strange, right?
So, yeah.
Because they could be.
Yeah, like E4, E5,
I was just thinking, move the knight.
I wonder how it works in other esports as well, what they listen to. I guess sometimes they have to listen to what's going on in their games in those esports, but chess, it's not clear what helps. We're still learning.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, some people say music, some people say actually it helps if you listen to binaural beats. There's like certain frequencies that you can listen to, helps your focus, helps your concentration, but all very new stuff. And whilst Pragnanda's thinking about what to play, well, we have some selfies that I'd love to share with you. And first one is from Jonathan Elmore, who is watching us from Savannah State University. And Magnus against Prag feels like a preview of the future, indeed. And he loves you, Simon. Loves the addition of you.
Oh, that's
we
very
also
nice.
like having you in the studio as well.
It's a good thing. Otherwise I'll be in trouble.
And Jaakko Eland is watching behind his desk in, this is a tricky one, Sherpenisa. Sorry if I've kind of massacred the name, in Zeeland, the Netherlands. And nice to have you watching. And Honeybees is also watching from Orlando, Florida. And remember, we love seeing your selfies. We love seeing where you're watching from, if your pets are joining in the action.
And do we have any extreme selfies yet? This is what we were looking for yesterday.
Haven't had any extreme
What's wrong with people? Just get on your phone, while you're driving your motorbike down the motorway. No, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. That would say what you shouldn't do. That's what I was just saying. Don't do that one. Or your car, or anything like that. But maybe a top of a mountain.
Top of a mountain would be good.
That. Under the water, anything. Even in your bath. But make sure you get a good. Make sure you don't do that either. I don't know. Come on, guys, help me out here. I'm not thinking of good ones here, am I? So,
We're learning a lot about where you watch chess, Simon.
In the bath. I love watching you guys in the bath, David. It's such a nice experience. Right, what's happening in the game, David? Quickly, please.
We do have a few moves. That's
it's
right.
past everyone's bedtime here.
And we do have those few moves. White pushed a pawn, gaining some space on that left flank, and actually Magnus took a decision I don't really approve of. Magnus just pushing one of his own black pawns, and that has allowed Prag time to centralise one of the white rooks. And I think I've actually reached this exact position, but with colours reversed. And that meant, that was actually from a Sicilian defence. That meant that in that position, black had the extra tempo. So I've had this position, but with black to play, basically, just with the white pieces. A bit of a inception there, a bit of a mind, a bit of a confusing thing. But yeah, in chess, sometimes you transpose to different openings just with colours reversed.
I mean, if you had to play either side, I mean, I guess the position is kind of dynamically equal. Would you prefer to be white or black here?
Traditionally, I've always had these positions, or this type of position from the black side with the isolated pawn. But it's hard to call. The older I get, the more I enjoy playing against the isolated pawn. So how about you, Simon?
I actually, in this position, I think I prefer to be white. I mean, I like having the isolated pawn, but only when I can go for a kingside attack. And I don't generally like playing again with the isolated pawn because you always have to worry about things getting exchanged off and some ugly ending. That's just there. It's just lurking there the whole time. So I'd probably prefer to be white here. And yourself?
Yeah, me too as well. You know, like David, the older I get, the more I like to have those positional advantages. I don't like the stress involved when you know that if you trade off pieces, you might be in for a whole lot of suffering. Yeah. And, well, Prag kind of playing according to the rules. You know, he's taking some time out just to give his king a little bit of space.
Yeah, I think actually that's a very concrete move. It's designed against black advancing a pawn in front of the black king. And Magnus suddenly frowning. Magnus not liking his position too much, I think. And
he was smiling 5 seconds ago and then suddenly frowning.
Exactly.
Maybe he doesn't like the music.
Oh.
Maybe it's the music, but I think it's also to do with Prag's last move. It's a very clever one. And just to show why I'm so impressed by the maturity of the 16-year-old with this last move, if he just played the obvious move here and brought his rook to the side, then black does have ideas, for example, pushing a pawn forward, hitting white's bishop, the bishop retreats, and maybe even pushing the pawn forward again in some variations, forcing white's knight away. The knight can park itself in the center. There would be some trades there. But, for example, if it goes away from the center of the board, then suddenly black breaks through in the center. And isolated pawns, if you can break forward, trade things off, you kind of increase the dynamism in your position. Look at black's rooks. They're very active as well. All of black's pieces come to life. But with this last move, Prag, he's thinking about the opponent's plan, pushing his pawn forward. Now, this doesn't work at all for black. This is only weakening the black king because suddenly this pawn push is just met by a capture. So Prag just looking into the future, thinking about what Magnus wants, and he stopped it. And I really love this move. Also, the white king now with some breathing space. Great move, but there by Prag.
And Magnus, he has gone into a little bit of a pause. We did see a smile on Magnus's face in this game now. Sverre, and what would you say is the mood both for the world champion and all the players today so far?
I'm actually fascinated on the side here because I'm watching Trent on the side trying to put up the position on the board that's here, and he's trying to give Johann Sebastian next to me his opinions on things. And what are you thinking right now?
Just saying, this position is a reversed Alapin, a reversed C3 Sicilian, and this is a line I used to play all the time as a kid. And Jan Sebastian was like, "No, it's not." And I was like, "You just did a course on the Alapin, didn't you? This is like your opening." But I think it is. I mean, we could get the same position, very similar, with colors reversed. Which, if that means it's probably very decent for white, you would expect, with an extra move, basically. So. I know that's a bit technical, but yeah.
That's Lauren's take. What's your take on Magnus's position? Is he in solid shape?
I think his position is pretty solid, but as Lauren says, it's slightly better for Pragnanda, and he's not really risking too much.
You're also following Jordan's game pretty closely here, but that's been quite explosive so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, we were actually a bit inspired by Lawrence publishing his course on the move one knight c3 today, so we discussed it for like 5-10 minutes.
That's on Chessable, right?
That's on Chessable, yes. Very good course. People should check it out. And we just thought, okay, let's have fun, play it. It's a very aggressive move, and he got a very interesting position, very original position, which I've never seen something like this, and it's even hard to say who's better, but it's a lot of things happening, so it can go either way.
That's just our take, just a little hint of a secondary game that you may keep an extra eye on. But for now, it's interesting to see if Magnus can hold this.
Definitely. Thank you, Sverre. And yeah, let's just take a peek at the second game between Jordan van Foreest and Anish Giri, his second, Johann Sebastian, revealing that there's been some preparation for this game with the C3 opening.
Wow, knight to c3. That's right. And I don't know what Lawrence has paid Jordan to play that move, one knight c3. But it's a great advert for Lawrence's course, and he's got a great position as well. Jordan, you see the body language there. Jordan and Anish both focused. It's really dynamic, really tense battle there. You can see the evaluation bar in their match down at the bottom there, roughly balanced, but. Yeah, it shows there is room for creativity in the opening.
Whenever Lawrence comes out of a course, it does take the chess world by storm. You know, one knight c3. His chessable course is out today, and
today actually, it's launched today on Chessable.
Yeah, and if you want kind of a maverick opening to play, he knows his stuff incredibly well, so it's well worth checking out. But yeah, it's quite funny to see. He brings the course out, and all the top players are, it's another Lawrence Trent course. We've got to play that move. So yeah, interesting.
And we also have the Simon Williams Chessable course on how to play like Tal, basically.
Yeah, it's the life and times of Mikhail Tal. So it's a famous book written by him. A very funny book, actually. It's all about his thoughts, and I've tried to bring his...
Was he a funny guy?
He was a funny guy, yeah. He was a really unique character. He was like, yeah, one-of-a-kind kind of guy, and very, very brilliant book. And I've just tried to bring some of the games into videos, so I've done the videos for that, and there's 15 hours of me chatting about his play. So, yeah, very enjoyable.
Will be very entertaining. Can't wait to see it.
Absolutely.
And meanwhile, White has moved the rook and aligned it to look at the black queen. And whilst Magnus ponders over what to do next, well, it gives me excellent opportunity to share with you some more selfies. Ooh. We do love getting them. And Brian H. Live is watching Magnus Carlsen with none other than the future queen of chess, Adeline Rose. 1 year old.
Cute.
That's very, very cute. And looky here, someone is playing hooky from work to catch great chess instead. Take a look at that. Sverre and Eric getting in on the action. Love that. Love it indeed.
How cool is that? During the chess tournament, Sverre is able to take a selfie with one of the great players.
I know.
Very cool.
And Magnus moves his queen. And Mehdi Hassan is actually doing science whilst watching thrilling chess. I do quite like the multitasking tweets. And if you two want to share with us your selfies and also get in on Simon's challenge of extreme selfie with watching the show, like where are you know, the most extreme place that you can watch the show from, then tweet us using the hashtag ChessJamps, and we will feature them. It will make Simon very, very happy.
Yeah, we haven't had any extreme selfies yet. You know, I hope no one gets in trouble doing this.
People are so safe.
Sorry?
People are very safe.
They're very safe, yeah.
Yeah. Which is good.
Which is good. Stay safe, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, well, you know, kind of stay safe.
Yeah.
We still want to see it on a mountain or something, I think. So yeah. But...
All right. Well, on this game, David, are the kings safe? Are the queens safe? What's happening?
Everything's pretty safe right now, and that's good for Magnus Carlsen. Maybe the only thing that isn't safe is the clock time for him, 8.5 minutes against Pragnananda's 11.5 minutes. But yeah, it's up to Pragnananda now to make things unsafe, to maybe start taking some creative decisions, start kind of increasing the pace, changing the pace at least. First, I'm expecting White to get a bit more organised. There are some threats brewing against the White Queen, potentially. The Black Light Square Bishop might step forward to attack her. So I'm expecting the White Queen to maybe take a step back in one direction. There are several options for Prag, but good opening foundation. I'm inclined to agree with Johann Sebastian Christensen, who we had to chat with there in the lounge. I think White does have a small advantage, but to press that further is the difficult part. So everything very safe and solid, but Prag needs to win. And that's why he's focusing so hard right now, just looking away from the board there, maybe trying to come up with some creativity and then looking back.
I have a question for you, David, because suddenly it just dawned on me. The queen and the bishop, they're aligned to look at the h3 pawn. Danger? Any danger at all? No. Not yet.
As you mentioned, Jovanka, this is quite a common motif. A common kind of pattern that you have to look out for, a bishop and a queen lining up against a pawn. So, for example, the move, or one of the moves I was looking at, dropping the queen back, this could be the trigger for an attack by black, sacrificing a piece. And as you mentioned, this could be very, very effective in some scenarios. But here, I think White just has too many defenders. The knight is a great defender, most of all the bishop defender. So, for example, the bishop might step back, and next move, the white bishop will evict the black queen. So, yeah, it looks scary. If black gets maybe another knight or another bishop into the attack, 1 or 2 more moves, then definitely something to consider, but not right now, unfortunately.
Pipe dream for the time being.
Got to watch out for it, though. It's always the kind of move that, you need to keep an eye on. I think you need to show patience in this position in general, because as soon as someone strikes, it could well be premature and the position could go wrong. So I think it's just, as you say, David, Prag trying to work out where his queen is best placed, where his pieces are best placed, and keep that pressure up against black's weak pawn in the middle of the board. I mean, I like the position he's got. I think this is, you've got an advantage with the white pieces. That's all you can ask for when you're playing the world champion. And as you say, he really needs to win this game, so he needs to keep the pressure on. So, but at the moment, he's done everything that he's needed to do.
And just to explain, the reason I like this move, dropping the queen back, it looks a bit mysterious, but that's because I want to support this pawn pushing forward, maybe, the queen a decent square here. Also, I want to bring the knight to the edge of the board, and the knight can't go to the edge of the board now because it's actually on a loose square, and this would actually lose a pawn after knight takes pawn. Attacking the white queen, black's queen could pounce. So I want to prepare all of these ideas, but Prag, he's burning a lot of time, 4 minutes now, and he needs to prepare all of these ideas, maybe take a timeout or 2. He needs to stay flexible, but it looks like he's looking for something right now. This is not the type of position to spend a third of your time on. Yeah. He spent 4 minutes out of 12 that he had, and okay, he actually plays the move that I was recommending. The reason I recommend this is because it's very typical from the position with colours reversed that Lawrence was mentioning there, and black does the same. The queens were really uncomfortable because the rooks are also on the same lines as them, so both queens now have kind of run away to safe squares, and it might be time for those types of ideas from Prag. Push a pawn forward, bring a knight forward, and he needs to play quickly, energetically right now. Still very tense in the balance, despite the evaluation bar liking white. He needs something right now.
Interesting. Praggnanandhaa, he only has 2 games with the white pieces. This is one of them, and he has to make a comeback after losing the first game in the tournament for him. The first game today against Magnus. And if Magnus wins today's match, then these 2 will actually be in shared lead, both of them with 9 points, and that's going to give us a very intriguing end to the tournament. There is a total of 7 days, 7 rounds. It's a round robin, so all play all in these matches with 4 rapid games in each match. Praggnanandhaa currently in sole lead, but Magnus is chasing him from behind.
That's actually a good point, Kaja. Imagine if Prag somehow wins one of the next few games. Imagine if it's 2-2, if it goes to playoffs. Prag still gets 1 point from that, so he'll still have a big lead over Magnus.
True.
Or decently going ahead of Magnus going into the last few games. So, yeah, I think Magnus needs to win this one in the rapid section just to catch Prag, and otherwise Prag will be the big favourite for the rest of the tournament.
Oh, wow. I mean, we talked about him as an outsider. We were so excited to have him here, but actually as a winner of the tournament, that didn't seem very realistic, right? Or did it? You did mention him.
I did mention him at the beginning, but more in hope than expectation.
Yeah.
I mean, winning this tournament would send shockwaves around the world, Prag. We'd probably get another tweet from the Indian Prime Minister there because it would be that big an achievement. But OK, long way to go. Don't want to put too much pressure on him, but the way he's played so far, Prag, wouldn't be that much of a surprise anymore.
Do you guys remember sort of the first time Magnus sent shockwaves in the chess world? How old was he? Did he win something, win a tournament? He did play a game against Kasparov, right?
Yeah, there's this one tournament, was it in Reykjavik in 2004? I think he was 13 years old.
I played him there, actually. So,
really?
Yeah, I played him only in the Blitz, but I played him in Reykjavik, and he was, obviously very small, and he was just this young kid who was playing fantastic chess. I don't think he won the tournament. I think it might have been that year. We were very close to there, but I played him in the Blitz tournament afterwards, and he took my king in the Blitz tournament. I was actually winning, and we got down to a time scramble, and he captured my king. So even though he's a real talent, he clearly didn't know the rules of chess. You can't take the king.
You can't take the king. It's a legal move. Did you say that?
Well, actually, he won the game because I didn't really know what was going on. I mean, he's taken my king. What's going on? But actually, I could have claimed the win because it's an illegal move to take the king. But in a blitz game, it's very hectic and frantic, so you don't know what's happening.
Wait, so why did he do it? Because he was just confused?
Well, I put my king in check, which probably wasn't a very good idea. It sounds like we're both complete beginners, doesn't it? I put my king in check, Magnus took my king, I didn't know what was going on, and he won. I mean, like, but it was, you know, in blitz chess, everything is so quick and fast. It's really, really confusing and hard to know what's going on. But, I mean, that's when I sort of noticed him, but... He was very talented. It was something innate that made him so great, as well as his hard work as well.
And it was the Mozart of chess comments. Was that Tata Steel?
That was, yeah, I think he won a game against Sipke Ernst, Dutch Grandmaster, and it was an incredible game, and that's when the kind of nicknames, the kind of labels started coming. But he was already a Grandmaster then at a young age, and similar trajectory to Prag, actually. Got 2600 very quickly and then just kind of took it by storm. Yeah, he never really plateaued, Magnus. A lot of players, they get good and then they stop, but not for Magnus and clearly not for Prag. And
I really like...
few moves.
Sorry to interrupt, Dave. I mean, I really like the way this is going for Prag. I mean, he's made some space. Look at that knight he's got in the middle.
Me too, yeah. And this white knight that has just moved, it's the ideal piece. The reason you like it so much, Simon, is because if your opponent has an isolated pawn, knights are the best blockaders. If you plant your knight in front of your opponent's isolated pawns, they can never, ever be moved. So, yeah, white with the best pieces right now, slightly superior pawn structure. Still some work to be done because white's pawns on the left side of the board now, slightly loose. They're very far advanced, but they could become targets. Black's dark square bishop maybe having some inroads into that side of the board. So you have to still be careful, but definitely turning in Prag's favour at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like that. And I'm going to take this brief pause just to kind of say, Simon, you set a challenge, you know. Could people take selfies in exotic locations? Our Twitter audience says most certainly they are up for it. And TT African Vibes is watching by the fireside at in Paris, South Africa. That's quite cool.
Awesome.
Milan Rakic actually says, challenge accepted, Simon. Ironing while watching chess.
Ironing?
Extreme ironing. Have you never heard of that? They go onto mountains and stuff. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, also
wasn't quite what I was thinking, but like, you know.
And Samuel Mendowitz says that this one's for you, Ginger GM. It's not the bathtub, but I think it will work. He's actually in it looks like the Arizona mountains.
Wow.
That's incredible, yeah.
That's a cool place, yeah.
That is very cool. So
out in the wilderness.
Keep those selfies coming.
Absolutely. And keep those moves coming. What's happening on the board, David?
Yeah, keep those moves coming indeed. Prag is trying to up the pressure. He's putting a lot of... well, he's actually creating a threat right now. If you look at Black's light square bishop, it's under fire from White's bishop that's just moved and White's knight in the centre of the board. Oh, Prag really... He's trying to move into the kill. He's slowly gravitating the play towards the Black king. For example, if we see a capture of this White bishop that's just moved, White's knight will replace it. And we know about knights on f5. They do thrive. So... looking very good for Prag right now. I think Magnus needs to be very accurate just to hold the balance. I'm expecting... I don't think a trade is really possible here. You can't let White's knight anywhere near your king. So I'm expecting maybe Magnus to just defend that bishop with his queen.
The only downside is, I was thinking, Dave, is something you mentioned, that White has advanced his pawns. On the surface, I thought, oh, that really does... That looks good for White. But it's really worth remembering that when you make pawn moves, you can't move them backwards. And that might sound obvious, but you create a lot of weaknesses in your position. And there's a couple of squares now on White's queen side that are incredibly weak, that can never be covered. And David pointing out there, that Black knight has a beautiful square it can just sit on, and it can never be kicked away by a White pawn because they've gone too far up the board. So this is, I think, what Prag's doing. It does make sense, but it will give Magnus counterplay on the queen side here. So it could be a race. Prag going for Black's king, and then Magnus trying to find some weaknesses on the queen side. So very excitingly set up at the moment.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Simon. I mean, we're going to see a tremendous battle, actually, between those long-term advantages that Magnus has and the dynamic possibility, especially the kingside attack that you referenced. Because jumping in with a knight looks good, but also comes with certain consequences too.
Yeah, so right now, Magnus, he's the one facing the first real threat of the game. He has to do something about Black's light-squared bishop. I don't think he should move it or trade it off. Oh, OK, he does move it. He does retreat it. Somehow it feels like that's a step in the wrong direction to me. I thought maybe he would protect it with the Black queen.
look at the bar.
Yeah. I mean, I completely understand why he did this. It looks like he's keeping the bishop nice and safe on a protected square. That bishop's actually protected 4 times right now. But it doesn't stop White's plan of maybe trading off those bishops and replacing White's light squared bishop with a knight on that same square. The f5 square could be the key launch pad for a big attack.
Is it actually possible for White to try to get greedy, you know, and play on both sides of the board, step back with the knight, and start attacking a pawn at the edge of the board? It doesn't look like the most attractive. Oh, we see a trade.
Yep, and this is the move I was expecting because now White's knight can occupy that dream f5 square. So is he going to do it now? If you don't, you might miss your opportunity, right?
Yeah, you go forward.
Irresistible, that move.
Yeah.
And if you can get the other knight around, I mean, that might mean giving up your queen side, but I'd love to play the move you recommended there, David, but then get all your pieces towards Black's king. I mean, it's one-way traffic. You've got to go for the win. Just get all those minor pieces, meaning the knights and the bishops, just heading towards Black's king. Because Black has moved a pawn in front of his king, which, again, we've noticed these small moves, but we might be able to highlight that pawn. And it's kind of like a hook.
And
you
it's on
see
F5.
it is on F5, and that is now hitting that hook as well, which you might be able to, at some point, start a sacrifice on. So aggressive play from Prague.
Very aggressive. It's all about this knight right now, putting pressure on this bishop. If this bishop ever moves, then suddenly the white bishop can capture the black knight safely and completely wreck the black pawn structure. A lot of pressure right now. It's all about this knight putting pressure on the bishop, as Simon says, maybe sacrificing itself on this square to open up the black king, maybe even sacrificing itself on this square. And the key is whether you can bring this knight into the attack, as Simon also mentioned there, maybe bringing it back this way towards the black king. It takes a while. Also a big weakness still in the middle of the board, this isolated pawn. Magnus, though, to be fair to him, does have chances. It's against these weak white pawns later in the game. And maybe he'll try and stack up the 2 black rooks to create some counter threats along this line. First, he retreats his bishop. I mentioned that retreating the other way was bad, but at least here he still defends his knight. So it's holding together for now for Magnus, but it's all about this knight. It looks very, very scary. And this knight could be the key piece in this attack.
Pragnananda is thinking, let's just check in with the other matches going on as well, because look at the bar in the game between Liam Le and Erik Hansen. It's shot up for Liam Le. The first game ended in a draw, but maybe Liam Le is about to take the first point in that matchup. Erik Hansen struggling. He did win his match yesterday, so he is feeling confident, but maybe in trouble right now. In Mamedyarov against Duda. Duda won the first game. He's in the lead. The bar slightly in the middle in the second game against Mamedyarov. And then the all-Dutch encounter. Jordan van Foreest with a C3 opening against Anish Giri. The bar is swinging from side to side, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens in that one. And we do have another move in the big one.
And Simon, you must be loving this last move.
It's the first move I thought of.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to get all my pieces towards Black's king. I love the swinger, the swinging rook, which we talked about a lot, haven't we, in the past? But it does have downsides as well, David.
Yeah, this rook move looks really nice, really pretty. Planting the rook on an outpost and trying to, as you mentioned, Simon, swing it across to the black king. We call this a rook lift. You lift it up the board and then you lift it across towards your targets. Here the target is the black king, but it's not easy to bring this rook across yet. Any square this white rook wants to use is actually covered by black's knight. That black knight is a great defender. And the downsides you mentioned there, Simon, you do lose a bit of coordination. Suddenly, white is focusing all his attention over on this king side, but he's kind of neglecting the other half of the board. It's a bit loose, especially white's knight on this left half now. It does feel like, I don't know, he's losing a bit of control. He's going for the attack, but sacrificing some stuff.
It's kind of all in, isn't it, this move, because you're giving up your hopes on the other side of the board, so you've got to really go for it now. It is that other knight. If you can get that other knight and just plonk it to attack the black queen, fantastic. But you can't. I mean, Magnus has this counterplay on the queen side. I mean, I still think it's a fascinating position. I know the bar is saying what 0.0. I mean, it's certainly not a draw, and he's going for it. I mean, this is really brave stuff.
And this, you need to be brave, you need courage. That's the only way you'll get rewarded against Magnus Carlsen. It might not be objectively correct. We see the evaluation bar now going in black's side. White's attack might not work, but Magnus, the only Achilles heel he has is sometimes he neglects his king safety. Sometimes he has been checkmated in the tour by Daniel Dubov, Wesley So, a couple of others. You can't really outplay him in many endgames. It's not possible there. So you have to go for the attack. So in a way, I like Prag's philosophy behind what he's doing, but it does feel loose. And Magnus is about to stack up his 2 rooks, as mentioned, on the c-file to attack white's knight over there. And there we go. He's played it. The 2 black rooks creating big, big threats now.
They look good. And remember, this is the big one today, the match up on the podium. But if you are following us on Twitch, you can use the command center to have all the games, or as many games as you want, and follow all the chess moves if you want to. So Chess24 on Twitch if you want to use the command center. Wow, bunch of moves.
Yeah, a bunch of moves and a rook trade. I think that's good for Prag short term because he's released some of the pressure. The 2 black rooks were just too strong. But long term, if white's attack doesn't work, then white is just saddled with weaknesses that Simon mentioned earlier, especially that black knight on the b6 square. It might be ready to grab a pawn later on, or at least jump into the white position. And what do you think of this transition, this exchange?
I really don't like what Prag has done. I know I admire the spirit behind it, but to me it looked a little bit clunky and a little bit kind of one-sided.
Superficial, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm just looking at this position and I'm just thinking the white rook can actually maybe even be caught out, you know, be stuck there on this awkward-looking square. And black's rook and knight are such effective pieces. I love Magnus's position.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, it feels like white's been generating some threats, some attacks, but Magnus just stone cold, no nerves, just making really nice defensive moves.
I mean, saying that, the knight that's just highlighted and moved, if you can move that, OK, this is why Magnus had to play something that Jovanka just mentioned and go for the offensive, because that white knight is 2 squares from an ideal situation. I mean, I'm a bit more optimistic about what Prag's done. I'm always optimistic when I see a king and people start attacking the king, but I think this is a great way to try to take down the world champion. You've got to take some risks and you've got to go for it. So, you know, it does look a bit strange, but white's pieces are quite scary as well.
Oh,
Wow.
wait 1 second. Isn't there
Okay,
knight takes rook?
Yeah, I was expecting the white rook
And
to
now
move.
there's a big threat. Rook takes knight.
Oh, look at the bar. Oh, no. Is it a blunder by Prag? Look at him.
It's a big blunder by Prag, unfortunately, and he's just missed that black can actually sacrifice a queen on the next turn. He thought that the white knight could come and check the black king, but it doesn't work, and we'll have to show that in a moment. But Prag, first of all, it's heartbreak for him. Big, big blunder there. He actually had a very good move. The white rook could have just moved out of the attack, moved out of the threat, and the game goes on. Prag would have had decent chances, but Magnus there, he knows he's winning now. The white knight forced to retreat to attack black's queen, but that's not what Prag wanted. Head in his hands. He's just lost a rook for only 1 piece. Material advantage now decisive in black's favour. And just while we keep an eye on Prag, we have to show what just happened. It was a huge mistake here. The black knight attacking the white rook, and he just should have moved it. He should have moved his rook to the side, lined it up with the black king, and he's fine. The game continues. But instead, bishop takes bishop. He had forgotten that after knight takes rook, he couldn't give a check with the white knight. It looks like white is winning, but suddenly black can actually strike back. Queen takes knight, sacrificing the black queen. And after white takes, white is a whole queen up for just a rook. But this is the killer blow. Rook takes knight, check. This is why we always got to look for checks. This check lures the white queen onto a bad square, and suddenly another check, a knight fork. And at the very end, after the white king moves, black emerges with an extra piece. 2 knights beat 1 bishop easily. So that's what Prag missed. And right now he's stuck in a difficult situation. Material down and struggling. Let's go back to the players. It's, yeah, desperate times. Maybe some tricks still.
Okay, so he's not like 100% losing.
99.99999999999999.
It's going to be so much fun if he doesn't lose now.
Just being realistic, you know, so...
Yeah, I see a few very strong moves for black here.
Yeah, I mean, you can
offer a queen trade.
Yeah, just move the queen 2 square forwards, try to get the queens off, and then white's knight. I mean, you're threatening checkmate with that move as well. You know, Magnus is really showing his class, isn't he? I mean, you know, kind of expected he might do today, but hopefully
for the big occasions.
He plays well on the big occasions. That's why he's the boss. Yeah,
it's that experience. I mean, you don't win 5 World Championship matches without having nerves of steel. And Simon's move there, offering a queen trade and also threatening checkmate. The queens have to come off the board. And here we go. It's actually still a rook for a bishop, advantage for black, but more importantly, white's pieces were attacked. And there we go, just a trade of knights there, and when the black knight moves out of the way, it's just an endgame where black has extra material and a matter of technique, as we call it. The black knight retreating out of the threat, attacking white's bishop, and now the black rook's going to go and grab some pawns. The white bishop not able to fight against black's rook.
Yeah, and somehow, it was a very unfortunate mistake from Pragnanda. When he blundered, everything fell and all his pieces were on the wrong squares. Oh, so unfortunate.
Yeah, sometimes you blunder and you get a bit lucky, you can still fight and it's still really complicated, but at the very end there, as you mentioned, this queen trade, making it really simple for Magnus. And Pragnanda, he realized immediately, we saw on his camera, as soon as Magnus replied, he just leant back in his chair. That's how it works.
It's often the way, isn't it? I mean, often when you blunder, it's when you let go of the mouse or you let go of the piece, you suddenly realise immediately what you've done, and it's very strange how quickly you can realise it's a serious blunder when you do it. I think I don't know why that is always, but
and it's so strange, when you're like, well, brain, if you could work 1 second later, why could you not work
exactly
before?
Why now? It's like you're letting me down again. But this is pretty. The rook is so strong here. It's a rook in an ending, incredibly good piece, and it can start picking off the white pawn. So there's not much that can be done here.
Yeah, and Magnus there, he clicked on one pawn, he changed his mind, he clicked on another pawn, he changed his mind, but he does have many very strong moves here for black. That is the reason. And we should mention, we have seen Prag turn things around. Already in his 3 match wins in previous days, he was losing games in all of those 3 days, but he managed to win them in the end. The problem is this is not that type of position where you can confuse your opponent, really. Yeah, he's dependent on a mouse slip or blunder, really, from Magnus Carlsen.
And less than a minute on the clock now for Pragnanda. If he loses this game, then Magnus will only need a draw in game 3 with the white pieces to take the win in the match. It's getting quite dramatic now for Prag.
And I think we're going to see a result any moment. This last move is really nice. Look at the white bishop, it lacks escape squares. Black has a huge threat of just retreating the black rook up to the top of the board, and white's bishop is caught behind enemy lines.
If your phone goes off, do you still lose? In the esports arena, because obviously if you're playing chess over the board and your phone goes off,
then you immediately lose.
You immediately lose. Okay, the game's over. Yeah.
It's over. Magnus Carlsen winning game 2 as well. He is up by 2 points in the big match against 16-year-old Pragnanda, and that means Magnus, he only needs a draw or a win in game 3 to take the win in the match. Pragnanda has been playing some fantastic chess over the last few days, but today he is struggling against the big boss, the champion, Magnus Carlsen. Will he stop?
Top opposition today. Yeah, actually, sorry, we're live here now with Prag, and it's a really tough day at work today, is it?
Yeah, it is, and I'm just hoping to play my best in the 3rd game, and we'll see how it goes.
And how is that when you've been on such a roll and then you play against Magnus today and you're facing a next level type opposition?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, of course, Magnus is very tough to play, and yeah, I thought I had something in this game, but then I went with this rook d4, rook f4, which was just very bad. Otherwise, I think my play was pretty okay today.
Good luck, Prag, and we hope for a fun comeback.
Yeah, thank you.
So that was Prag, he seems upbeat, even though he's been struggling today. And I'm also here with Magnus right now, and it's a great score, 2 games out of 2.
Yeah, I think in the second game he had a very good position from the opening. It was clearly quite a bit worse. I think the key turning point of the game was when he allowed me to play a5 and thus gaining some counterplay. I think he still had a good position, but after that, the fact that I had something to play for, that he had some weaknesses as well, instead of the game being completely one-sided, combined with his lack of time, which to be fair he's very used to, but it's still not an advantage. So that was Yeah, that was a key turning point. After that, I didn't feel so pessimistic, and obviously he made a tactical blunder there, missing a queen sack followed by a fork. But these blunders don't usually come out of nothing. I think the trend for me was already very good. I don't know if I was anyway considerably better yet, but I don't think I was worse anymore.
Do you think you'll be able to show us an extremely boring drawish white game now?
We'll see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So Magnus, he is upbeat. He is saying that he's got a little bit of help from Pragnananda in the way here.
Yeah, thank you, Sverre. Magnus Carlsen playing some fantastic chess. Pragnananda still very nice of him to stop by to give his comment after a blunder and a devastating loss. What was that blunder, David? What happened?
Yeah, we just have to show it again once more. It was a really heartbreaking blunder for Prag and all his fans out there. In this position, White's rook is attacked by the black knight, and actually moving the white rook would have been fine. We would have just seen a bishop trade, and here the game continues. Both sides have knights, both sides have tricks, but instead he maybe just forgot about some tactics, let his rook fall, and bishop takes bishop, as we saw, a losing blunder. After knight takes, he realized that knight check would have lost to this amazing move, sacrificing the queen, and now rook takes knight, walking into a knight fork. This knight fork would have ended the game, and this is what Prag missed. Magnus taking the win.
Magnus Carlsen is on fire today. He's won both of the first two games, and that means Pragnananda is in a must-win situation in Game 3, starting in 10 minutes. He's struggling against Magnus 31 today, Pragnananda, but now let's see how Prag did in our Champions Challenge against Magnus, 10 years old. Prag is now going to play Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old in our Champions Challenge. Is this a challenge you're a little bit nervous about, or are you looking forward to it, Prag?
It's going to be a tough one, definitely. With only 2 minutes, I don't think I have so many chances.
And obviously, being a young player, you grew up with computers, right, and playing chess online. Has that been a big part of, have you been training with chess?
Yeah, I think I mostly played online in this lockdown. Before that, I was playing sometimes, but not really seriously. In this lockdown, there's a lot of tournaments, so in the lockdown only, I especially played in online.
Yeah, and would you say, because obviously in this challenge, playing fast is very important, would you say over those 2 years with lockdown playing a lot online, that you improved a lot, like your mouse skills and online playing?
I think it definitely has improved, but not too much, I think. I'm still not too good in online chess.
All right. Now, you faced Magnus already quite a few times in real life. When did you, or have you studied any of his games from when he was 10 years old? Do you know anything about his style back then?
No. Mostly I watched his game after he became a GM.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's where he played very strong games. So that's the games I studied.
All right. Now, Prag at 10 years old, when you were 10 years old, what was your life like back then?
Yeah, I became an international master at the age of 10.
The youngest at the time?
Yeah. Yeah, I was decently strong and it was good.
Yeah. Was your life mostly all about chess already at 10 years old, or did you have other things you like to do as well?
Yeah, I think it was mostly about chess. After I became IM, it was like full about chess because I tried to become a youngest grandmaster, but I missed it. During that time, I played a lot of tournaments.
And what was your style back then the same as your chess style now, or have you changed it a little bit?
Back then I was mostly playing for tactics, tricks.
Yeah.
And now maybe I'm more of trying to play universal.
Yeah. And so playing Magnus at 10 years old now, he also has some of those tricks and some weird moves sometimes. What will be your strategy in this challenge?
Not to lose on time.
Yeah, play fast?
Yeah, just to play fast and last as many moves as I can.
All right. Are you ready for the challenge?
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Prag, he will have 2 minutes on the clock, and the goal, being a Grandmaster, is to win the game in as few moves as possible. But if he loses on the clock or is checkmated by Magnus, the goal is to last as many moves as possible. So if you're ready, Prag, go ahead.
Yeah.
Make your first move. This is the Champions Challenge. And here we go.
Moves are coming very fast.
It's super fast. And what kind of opening are you going for here?
Yeah, I'm just going for London and just trying to play solid.
London, is that a good idea, David?
Yeah, a great idea. The London system, one of Ivanka's favourites, and yeah, it means you get a nice, solid position early on.
Yeah.
Magnus now trying to poach that white dark square bishop, and Prag's queen coming out, creating some threats. Looks very sensible by both sides so far.
Certainly does.
I'm trying to play very solid, yeah.
Yeah, the great thing about the London system is that you don't have to think too hard about your opening moves. You know, the bishop comes out to its regular square, so does the queen, so does the knight, and you play in a very classical way. And now, because the pawn centre is locked down, I'm sure we're going to be looking at some fireworks later on in the centre. And they're happening right now.
Yeah, and Prag playing pretty fast so far.
Yeah.
Still with over 1.5 minutes on his clock. And he's
King
opening
safe.
things up. Yep, king safe. What will Magnus do with his king? Okay, first trading a set of pieces.
Is that a good idea at this point, to get some pieces off the board?
I think it's a decent idea. Endgames was maybe one of Magnus H10, one of his weaknesses. We've seen tactics, tricks be his strength. So, okay, exchange is useful in general.
How good would you say that you are in endgames, Prag? Is that one of your favorite parts of the chess game?
When I was 10, I was definitely not a great at it.
You just saw Magnus just drop a piece.
Yeah.
Oh,
Prag
has he
is-
blundered?
Magnus has indeed blundered. He just left his bishop under fire. And, okay, Prag is a whole knight up right now. This one, 1 minute 15, it should be enough, but Magnus will come with the tricks. He'll come with some attack on the dark squares. Still some work to be done.
All right, are you feeling good about the game now, Prag?
Not really.
Why is that?
I feel I'm going to blunder somewhere. Yeah, because there is a lot of tricks here, and with less time, it's quite hard.
It's very critical on the clock. Only 2 minutes in these games, no increment. 1 minute and 6 seconds left for Prag to beat Magnus, 10 years old.
And the main thing to watch out for is those dark squares. That's where Black's queen sits. Okay, she retreats. Prag, he must be feeling happy about that. Now, okay, nice safe king in the corner for white. Doubling up the rooks. This is looking good.
Certainly good, looking good. And like you say, Magnus making some very strange decisions. And, well, the rooks, they're powering down the E-line. And I think Pragnanda is in full control.
Yeah, and 1 minute still on the clock. Just under 1 minute now. It should be enough. White's knight rerouting itself. Okay, first stepping forward with the queen. Okay, everything protected though. This is still perfect play from Prag.
And all that Prag needs to do is start mobilizing the pieces that aren't working and start putting pressure.
Yeah, and one thing I did learn a few years ago when Prag was 12, when he beat me, is that he has great technique. So hopefully that technique comes in play here as well.
Yeah.
And White's rook doing a good job attacking stuff. And more trades. That's only going to help Prag.
Yeah, but there is one kind of big thing in Magnus's position. He's got a passed pawn, he's got a runner.
So as long as Prag keeps an eye on that black c-pawn, it should be fine.
And super focused, Prag. Do you think 47 seconds, is it enough to win this game against Magnus?
Let's see. I'm not so sure still.
It's going to be close. I think the clock is the main obstacle here. Okay, and just trading things off now. Okay, it's still very good for White. White with a bishop and knight for a black rook. Also, this white pawn very strong. 38 seconds. Is it going to be enough?
That white pawn is running.
It is running 2 squares from its final destination, and Prag really wants to push that one through.
30 seconds. Is it enough for Prag to beat Magnus, 10 years old?
Still a dominant position for White, but it's going to be difficult.
be
Still a
enough,
long way to
actually.
go to win this one.
And look
28
how,
seconds.
look how Magnus is playing. You know, he's taking as much space as possible with his pawns. And okay.
Yeah, challenging those pawns now, improving the white king. Great technique still. And still should be winning, but it's not easy. It will take a lot more time than maybe to win this position. 20 seconds now.
And it's a ruthless challenge because if clock ticks down, you do lose as well, even if your position is better.
I don't think I'm going to win this. Okay, I blundered.
We'll check, and one of the white pieces.
Now it's time to just play fast and
Yeah, and remember, if you lose, as many moves as possible is the goal.
Oh no, and a second blunder happens on the board and Prag has lost his bishop.
And just getting those moves out.
It's all about the time, though. If Prag had 30 seconds more, 1 minute more, he would have won this game. But Magnus now just ruthless, and there we go, checkmate.
So how many moves?
So if you press continue, Prag, we're going to see how many moves. 78 moves. That is very good, though. How do you feel about the game?
Yeah, I was winning, but okay, it's hard to play with 2 minutes only. Yeah. And probably with more time, it would have been easy to convert.
Yeah. What happened in the end there? Were you trying to impose some tricks, trying to speed it up so that you could get
Maybe
that
I
win?
shouldn't have exchanged the queens and kept the queens. Then try for some tricks, yeah. Because with less time exchanging queens, to take even longer.
Yeah. But Prag, we know that you know all about what it's like to actually beat Magnus Carlsen. In real life, you did so in a previous tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And the goal, of course, most important, is to beat him in the Oslo Esports Cup. So what's going to be your tactics in the real tournament?
Yeah, let's see how the tournament goes. And I don't have any strategies till now, so we'll see.
All right. Well, good job in the challenge. 78 moves. That's impressive by Prag. That was a great game by Pragnananda. A draw in 78. Not a draw, but a loss in 78 moves. He was about to win on the board. Liam Lea is still in the lead in our Champions Challenge. And Pragnananda is going to have to win this next game in the Oslo Esports Cup. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. A draw, and he is the winner of this match. Must-win situation for Prag with the black pieces. How difficult is that, David, against the world champion?
This is like climbing Mount Everest. I think beating Magnus on demand is difficult at the best of times, especially when you have black. Magnus nearly never loses with white, especially when he's in the mood to be solid. So this is going to be difficult for Prag. We saw in the Magnus 10 challenge as well, he struggled on the clock, and that's been his downfall today.
And here we go.
He moved the wrong knight.
Ratty. Yeah.
He should have gone Lawrence's knight c3.
Lawrence Trent, yeah. Once everyone's seen that video course, I'm sure knight c3 will become much more popular, but this one maybe a sensible approach right now as well. We've seen this from Magnus before in this tournament. Now the white c-pawn will push forward to put some pressure on the black center. And better late than never, the knight does come out as well. White's knights occupying nice squares. And, okay, interesting option there by Prag. We might see a trade of pawns now in the center.
Yeah, he might trade pawns. He might repeat what he did against, I think it was Duda. He pushed his queen's pawn two squares forward. Two squares.
That's the word. There we go. You were right, Jovanka. That moves on the board. And now there's a lot of tension in the center. It just depends who breaks that tension. We talked about the isolated queen's pawn, Simon, in the last game. We could well see something similar this time.
Yeah, I mean, Prag's got to do something drastic here, really, to get some chances. A totally symmetrical position on the board, but that always should favour the person with the move, which is Magnus. And it's really hard to know what pawns exchange what pawns here if you're not used to the position. But obviously, both of these players are very used to what's happening here. I mean, talking about chessboard courses, Lawrence Trent's just brought out his one Knight C3 course. Go and check it out. And I remember a course I did recently, Mikhail Tao's Best Games. He actually got this position as well. And there was some little move with A3 that he played. But OK, we'll have an exchange and clarification.
Yeah, there were two strategies in the last position. Either you continue playing the waiting game and kind of keeping the complete symmetry, or you trade off and you bring your bishop out. And this one actually... Wait, let me just recall. With that last knight move, I think we've gone differently. But if Magnus had captured a pawn in the centre with his own pawn, that was a complete replica of the time Pragnananda beat Magnus Carlsen 2 months ago. So Magnus, he's clearly studied that game and he's chosen something different. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jovanka, but earlier if he'd played e takes d4 rather than knight takes d4. So this is different now, but it was the same first few moves as that infamous clash between these two when Pragnananda won. And now it's actually going into something very similar to the last game. Same pawn structure, but now Pragnananda is black rather than white. Look at that isolated pawn in the centre of the board. Pragnananda played against the isolated pawn last time. Maybe he was so impressed by what Magnus did against him, by Magnus's win, that now he's taken on the same pawn structure himself. So, OK, interesting dynamic decision there.
And I'm just looking at this position, I'm thinking this is very similar to an opening that I could find with colours reversed, the Caro-Kann Panov Botvinnik. This is almost identical to...
Didn't you have this kind of thing against David, actually, with the black pieces?
I've had this type of position many times against David.
I think I recall some...
Also with colours reversed as well,
Right,
because
okay,
there was a time we were playing each other quite frequently, and he would throw everything against...
Yes.
But he was very young.
Right,
And I would get these terrible positions, but, you know...
Yeah, and I've had this exact position myself, I've got to say, from the white side a couple of years ago in some rapid tournaments. And okay, here we go, the bishop stepping forward to attack this white knight. Magnus is about to force that bishop to make a decision. He was about to click his pawn, harry the h-pawn, click it 1 square forward.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Decision.
That's a very interesting decision, because I would have thought it was a lot more thematic to actually drop the light squared bishop back and just keep the kind of pawn structure a little bit more flexible on the right side, because it might not be ideal to push Harry. It might be better to push Gary 1 square forward. I kind of call that kind of not like zigzag formation, the wall. When I set it up with the black pieces, I love it. I'm like, yeah, break that one down if you can.
I think the first thing, though, is to break this pin, and Magnus is trying to ask this light square bishop to either capture the white knight, a trade which most likely is fine for white, or that the black light square bishop is going to have to take a step back, and then Magnus can set up a very well-known motif. So, yeah, this one is coming now, Jovanka. The white bishop is going to retreat and break the pressure along this diagonal. There we go. So a combination of the two plans you mentioned there, and this is still very well-known territory. And white has a couple of ideas in mind, purely to do with trading off pieces, because the isolated pawn favours white if it gets down to an endgame.
And this is a must-win situation for Praggnanandhaa. Let's just bring up the results so far. In all the matches, Magnus has won both of the first 2 games. So Praggy has to win this one and the next one to take it to tie-breaks. In the match between Duda and Mamedyarov, Duda is still up by 1 point. They are now playing game 3 as well. And Liemle, he was able to win game 2 against Erik Hansen. He is up by 1 point. And Anish Giri and Jordan van Vriest, 2 draws. They are tied, now playing game 3. And we do have another move.
We do have another move, and very sensible by Pragg. He brings his rook to a slightly more centralized square. That's an open file once the knights get out the way. And also just creating a square for the black dark square bishop to go back and hide on, potentially. And yeah, this is the strategy that I was mentioning. This is very well known. Magnus trying to force the light squared bishops off the board. You have to trade pieces before black gets ready to attack you. And it's inevitable now. Pragg's light squared bishop is going to get traded. And it's going to get captured by this white knight sitting on the edge of the board. It's an interesting decision there, just kind of stepping back rather than trading bishop for bishop. He's gone for a bishop for knight trade.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's the isolated pawn, isn't it? This is the theme between these two players at the moment, and there's even ideas where Magnus can try to win the pawn immediately by taking the bishop and then moving the knight, and maybe we can show that one, and getting rid of the defenders of the isolated pawn. You know, black would love to get an attack going by creating some battering ram by the queen and bishop, but it's very hard to do that. And in this position, he's maybe one tempo too slow to get any threats with the black pieces here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this battery ram idea, retreating the bishop, and then, for example, if white were to give you an extra move, then to line up this checkmate, trying to sneak into the weakness that white has left on the dark squares. This would actually be checkmate if the queen can sneak in. But, of course, white won't allow this. If the bishop steps back in this position, white gets greedy and captures a pawn in the centre. No real way to set up this battery now, because, for example, if you step forward with the queen, we just see a trade of knights. This is actually check, and then the queens disappear. So black is just one move too slow. Not only has white won a pawn in this position, but white also has these dominant bishops. Look at how great they are on the 2 longest diagonals on the board, controlling everything. So I'm expecting now, in the current position that we have on the board, Magnus to just bring his bishop to this square. And a lot of pressure on this guy. Probably Pragg's idea is to challenge the bishops on this diagonal. And if I recall correctly, this is still something that we've seen earlier in the tour, maybe last season. And okay, instead, Magnus, maybe with that in mind, brings his knight forward. This is the other idea you mentioned, Simon, hitting this bishop. And if the bishop drops back, potentially trading off this black knight in order to win a pawn in the center. So it's looking pretty good for Magnus, we've got to say right now, but Pragg has his ideas. And okay, pressure. It's all about this guy, this pawn in the middle of the board.
Cool. Now, Praggnanandhaa, he is struggling against Magnus Carlsen, must-win situation right now. But what a tournament he is having. And remember, tomorrow, the very special chess talk that Jovanka had with Praggnanandhaa, it's a long, deep dive interview into his life, will be released on Chess24 if you click on collection. As we see Anish Giri leaving, that must mean the game with Jordan has finished. Is that a draw?
That is indeed a draw.
The third draw. So if we have a winner in game 4, that will be the winner of the match. If not, tie breaks. But yeah, remember the chess talk released tomorrow with this super talented 16-year-old Praggnanandhaa. And it's only available to Chess24 premium users. And during the Esports Cup, you do get 40% off premium subscription if you use the code Esports Cup. So a great sale right there. Praggnanandhaa, is there chances for him to make that comeback in this game?
He's made it imbalanced. That's a good thing. So it's kind of imbalance of pieces. White has the 2 bishops, as we mentioned, but black has the tricky knights, and the pawn structure definitely not symmetrical anymore. So
maybe he has some small threats here as well. Potentially, let's say white, if we can show this, maybe pushes a3, wastes a move somehow. We can go for this battering ram again, and this hasn't happened, but this kind of idea is very dangerous. If white blocks that queen, you can potentially now sacrifice the rook in the middle of the board, opening things up. So there is danger for Magnus. I mean, I'm not sure this is working 100%, but it looks very scary. So there's still chances, certainly.
Yeah, and that's why Magnus may be scared of a variation like this one. In this current position, he has just traded a set of knights. Magnus is really heading or trying to force his game towards a draw if possible. Prag is recaptured with a pawn, so no more isolated pawn in the centre. But there is, however, an isolated pawn over here on this side. So Alice, the A-pawn, isolated and lonely. Magnus, meanwhile, improving the queen. And at least now, after the black bishop and queen line up for this battery along the diagonal, he can safely block it with a pawn. That idea that Simon mentioned of rook takes pawn no longer in the air because white's queen defends this e3 square. So, yeah, great defense there from Magnus Carlsen. Also eyeing up this pawn. It's looking very safe actually now for Magnus. The more I look at it, it's hard for black to create any attack here anymore.
I have to say I don't like this position for Praggnanandhaa at all. My experience is that white will be feeling very comfortable for a lot of the reasons that you mentioned. But like Simon points out, you must always be on your guard tactically. You have to have your A game on there because there are always going to be captures and checks and potential attacks that could be coming your way. But once you navigate that,
yeah, I mean,
great chance for winning.
Black does have this lovely bishop at least, which is pointing towards the white king, and that's always going to be some threat towards white. I mean, whatever happens, black can threaten checkmate. So that's at the right time.
That's something you need to always bear in mind. So you very much, when you approach these type of positions, you don't look at it from your own point of view. You try to kind of think about what does your opponent want to do, and then you make the adequate preparations. That's how I've always dealt with this type of position.
Yep.
And okay, it's tense and it's tough, and you often have to use up a lot of time calculating everything out, but good long-term prospects. I get very excited about long-term prospects.
Yeah, I mean, maybe black should try to move the knight into the centre now. This is something, but again, more exchanges can happen then. And the danger is that Prag obviously has to win this game as well. Draw is just not good enough. I mean, how do you beat the world champion on demand with the black pieces? Drop a mobile phone in his pocket, give it a ring, and hope he gets banned.
Seen him lose.
Reprogram his mouse to be a bit
wonky. Yes, drunken mouse. So yeah.
No, well, one thing that we have seen is that at times he gets complacent. Okay.
We do have a move. Is it a dramatic move?
No, black just keeping a pawn on a safe square.
All right. But in the match between Jordan van Vries and Anish Giri, they have played 3 draws. Game 3 finished, and whoever wins Game 4 will be the winner. You're standing there with Anish now, right, Sverre?
Yeah, Anish came by to have some sushi here on the side. So he's picked out his food, but he's also taken a quick draw. Was that in time so you could get time to eat?
You could say so. It's quite hard to find time to eat, but actually, no, just the game went this way. I thought this was a sensible end.
Last black game that you played, you're playing a black game again now. You faced an unorthodox opening. Do you know where it comes from?
Yes, I know. It is an homage to Lawrence Trent, who did the 193 course. Yeah, there are many first moves nowadays that people can play. 93 is amongst them.
Are you expecting more of the same for the last game?
Well, I'm not going to tell you what I expect, not to give away anything to my opponent who is watching this interview with great interest.
It's a Dutch matchup here, but let's also have a little look at what Van Forest had to say after they finished their game. You're left with a white game now to try to score and win this in the regular time.
Yeah, it's a good feeling, of course. At least the match will take 4 games as well, which is not too usual for me. I've lost 2 matches in 3 games already. So I'm very happy at making such a quick draw with the black pieces.
For the last white game, you'd prepared for all of 10, 12 minutes by random chance as Lawrence Trent was walking by. Who in this area have you gotten your inspiration for the next white game?
Yeah, I think I'll turn to my second for this one. Hopefully something up his sleeve, and otherwise it's going to be tough, I think.
Thank you, Jørgen. So just watch it. Johann Sebastian, he's ready to offer some brilliant insight here to Jørgen van Forest before the last game.
Ooh, that's going to be a very cool game. If we have a winner, then that player will be the winner of that match. It's prestigious, 2 Dutch players, but if it is a draw, then we will head to some dramatic tie breaks and eating some sushi there in Ishigiri. What kind of, have you guys ever been at a tournament where you actually been able, there's like some very classy, nice sushi stacked up for you in between games?
It's normally a greasy kebab or some cheese roll
what kind
or
of
something.
Food do you get at chess tournaments?
Cheese rolls, old stale bread. No, you can get some nice food, but I mean, you have to work your way up the ranks, I think, because when you're young, you normally, in England at least, lots of tournaments are in school halls somewhere. You might have someone catering with some very bad coffee and putting some £1 sandwiches together. But yeah, I think there's nothing amazing, not as good as this food anyway.
No.
What about you guys? If you've had any great food somewhere?
Even at FIDE events, even kind of to qualify for the World Championship cycle, we'd be lucky to get kind of water with plastic cups. I mean, that's like the maximum normally. So this is refreshing.
You get biscuits and nuts. That's my experience.
Very rarely do we get that luxury.
Biscuits
Is it the
and
tournament
nuts.
you go to, clearly?
Yeah.
So to all tournament organizers, get some inspiration from the sushi chef here. The players are really enjoying it.
Yeah, sushi chef and last season the tour final, I really loved it when you guys had that tea person coming in, making these beautiful brews.
What about cocktail bar? Can we introduce that?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah, I'm down with that. And the player
I'll play that tournament.
Can make the chess really interesting. To see Anish shaking some cocktails after the first game, making a quick margarita for himself. So, yeah.
Actually, in our podcast with Anish released today, he did say if he had to have a drink named after him, it would be a fruity mocktail.
Fruity mocktail, so a non-alcoholic one.
Unfortunately, he's a true professional. His body is a temple.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, we do have a couple of moves in this one. With a draw, Magnus Carlsen will be the winner of the match against Pragnananda. What way is this game heading?
It's heading towards safety for Magnus.
Okay.
We did see a few moves. Black's knight did indeed leap into the centre of the board, as Simon indicated, and Magnus barely paused for thought. He whipped off the black knight with his bishop. So no more bishop pair for white, but a safer king. So black can still line up that battery at some point, the one that we've been discussing a few times. Black's queen and black's dark square bishop lining up towards the white king, but any inroads towards that white king will just be blocked off by a pawn. So still looking relatively safe. White has an easy plan as well of stacking up the rooks towards black's central pawns, some weaknesses there. And it's just hard to see any kind of clear attack. No direct path forward for Pragnananda.
And whilst Pragnananda is thinking about a way forward, well, we do have some selfies. Not quite any extreme selfies.
I have to say that.
Well, wait 1 second. You're not going to be disappointed.
Right.
Because these ones are with our chess pets.
Okay, that's all right.
That's all right. Yeah,
Let's see
Tingley is watching from Vienna with their dog. It's, well...
Yep. Maybe the dog's eating the internet cable there, so that old excuse.
I was talking to Simon about it earlier. When it comes to chess, we rarely see dogs. Chess players seem to be cat people. not dog people.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
Yeah.
No problem. Actually, he's a dog person. He
Well, he's
he
also
has
got a cat.
and a dog.
What about Aronian? Aronian's got his famous dog.
That is the famous dog. But you have to agree with me. There are more cats than dogs.
I think it's if you're a chess player, you have to walk a dog, right? So if you go to a tournament for 2 weeks, it's pretty hard to walk that dog. But a cat is a bit more self-sufficient, you know?
Maybe with online chess now, there's going to be more dogs because people are more home.
Yeah. In fact, one of the best tournaments I played as a child, I mean, they used to have a dog, a Dalmatian, running loose. And, you know, sometimes you'd be playing and a dog would pass between your legs and it'd be like, this is the coolest thing ever.
What kind of tournaments do you play? Dogs?
Oh, look at the bar. What's happening?
Yeah, this happened a couple of moves ago, actually, and Black's rook has just gone offside.
Again?
Yeah,
Again, like the last game.
Just like the last game, Prag has put his rook on a square where it's not actually doing too much. He's lined up the black queen and the black bishop. We mentioned this. The black queen's trying to sneak in to deliver a nasty check to white, but this can just be blocked, I think, by a pawn. And it's because he needs to win, Prag. Yeah. It's not because he made a blunder. It's not a terrible move in general, but it's just too slow. And now I expect Magnus to push a pawn forward. You could even make an argument for White's king just running away at some point. I don't think Black has enough attacking pieces, unfortunately.
And it really looks good to kind of push Freddie 2 squares forward, block the diagonal, leave the rook offside.
Maybe we can show this on the board because right now there is this threat, as mentioned, of the black queen sneaking in and giving a check, but just pushing the pawn forward looks very good. Simon, you were going to mention that Black could maybe attack here.
I'd want to play this move, but I think White has a very useful move that exchanges more pieces here, is one option. But obviously, to my eyes, it looks quite scary when you get that pawn there, but Magnus has it under control.
Yeah, this bishop move kills all the fun. So you don't get distracted and capture this pawn because then this really is a nasty check defended by the bishop and White's king is kind of forced out into the open where it won't really survive. But instead of getting greedy here, you can block things down and just take the safe approach. This is what I'm expecting from Magnus. Just trade off the bishops once the black queen moves and complete safety. Magnus making a face there. Maybe in the current position he's thinking about something else. Maybe he's even contemplating allowing this check. That looks unnecessarily brave in this position where you only need a draw as Magnus, but you could make an argument for just ignoring it. Black's attack, after all, takes a long time to get going. You could counterattack against this black rook. And not only do you attack this black rook, but you also attack this pawn for a third time with White's rook. After all, this is just one check and maybe only a second check. And White's king does run to safety. And here, White is actually winning because the black rook under fire and the black queen under fire at the same time, double attack. Instead, Magnus going for the alternative approach, allowing the queen in. As mentioned, super brave. But if the queen does jump in, then White can simply capture this black pawn. I don't think Black's attack is scary enough. White is the first one to break through. For example, a position like this with a check on the 8th rank. Black's king just as weak as White's.
Okay. It's super dramatic for Pragnananda. He has to win this game. It's must win to take it to a game 4 as well. It's starting to look very good for Magnus. He needs only a draw in the game. And I guess then it's heading at least that way for him.
It's looking good. I mean, what is that black rook doing all on its own? Yeah, the real action is happening against those black pawns. Yeah, unfortunately, I think just not enough experience in this type of position for Prag.
Yeah, I think you need to get more firepower in, don't you? And there's just not any more black pieces that can really join in the attack.
Black still had a knight, for example.
Yeah, that would be dangerous, or even a light squared bishop. I mean, then it would be really scary. But as it stands, not enough pieces, and I think he needed to switch tack and maybe play on the defensive. But of course, that doesn't suit the match situation at all.
Yeah, I mean, I've studied these types of openings quite a lot, and this is basically what Black should not try to do. Allow all these trades, allow all these exchanges, and even before Black put his rook offside, it's difficult to find a plan. White's plan is so simple. You build up against Black's central pawns. Look at the 2 white rooks. Easy targets for them, but for Black, it's much less clear. So it feels to me as if, okay, decent opening preparation by Prag, but not really fully exploring the middle games that arise, and maybe something to work on with his coach, Ramesh. He'll have learnt a lot, Prag. Even if he falls to defeat in this game, he'll have learnt a lot, and yeah, he will improve and be better for this match.
What can you say about Magnus's play today?
Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's just done everything right today. He's not sure, you know, just perfect play, really. Oh, look at that.
What is that face about?
Oh, that's very... I mean, maybe...
He's confused. I'm confused, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe he just thinks he's not... Well, look at that. That's... I mean, what is that? I mean, I guess he's thinking he can move the queen to that square, you said, but what's he... He's even talking to himself there.
I think he's confused. Either something's happening with the tech side, maybe computer froze, mouse froze or something, or he's just confused about Prag's last move. And I'm mightily confused as well. The white queen can just come in. I don't really understand what this last rook move does for Prag.
Let's maybe take a look at Prag as well, to see his reaction after making this move. We see the bar has shot up even more as well.
Yeah, it looks like the black rook, which was already offside, has gone to a square that's not even better than it previously stood. I'm struggling to find what black wants to do. Maybe he wants to bring his black rook across to the f line to look at the white king, but it's so slow. White's queen, as we mentioned, is going after those black pawns immediately.
Yeah, I mean, he's very, very surprised, isn't he? He doesn't normally show that much emotion. Like Nepo does when he was playing the World Championships, but you rarely see this from Magnus. I think what Prag's got to do, though, he's got to take a lot away from this. It's a learning experience, and the best way to learn is to play people who are better than you, and Magnus is better than him. This is how I got better. I always played tournaments where I was one of the lowest rated players. I'd lose horribly. The queen does come in now, attacking all those weak points, and eventually you start to beat the players that you'd lose to originally. But yeah, I mean, the pawns are going to start dropping here, aren't they?
Yeah. It's like dominoes now. Everything's falling in black's position. And
yeah, rook takes pawn, and look at that. That rook is now going to venture 2 squares forward at least, and yeah, it's just going to be so problematic for black. Yeah, on the subject of learning, I mean, I was reading a book just now talking about how to deal with the mindset of competition, because, you know, the dark side of competition is that you have a winner and a loser, and often you can determine that if you lose, you're a loser, which is not the case. So the mindset it was advocating was that basically you should approach it like student and teacher. At times, both of you will be teaching each other things, and you'll be showing where the weaknesses are. And
So have you seen this Queen F6 move? This
Sorry,
have you seen just like I totally agree with you, Vanka. But
David's eyes just went.
Yeah, I exactly the same. I was thinking Magnus won the World Championships by this brilliant Queen H6 move, and it'd be lovely to see him at some point. This is a beautiful thing to show, maybe.
Yeah, just to quickly show, I don't think it even works, actually, unfortunately.
Does it not? OK. Because of G5. But it is...
very pretty. Yes. So white is about to crash through on this 8th rank. Black can give a check, but it's only 1 check. The white king runs away to safety, and black is reduced to taking pawns, which are irrelevant. I think Prag's actually going to resign, so let's race through this. Rook takes rook is 1 move, but after the black rook recaptures, both me and Simon here... OK, he defends with his bishop. Both me and Simon thought that white could give up the queen and go for checkmate. It doesn't quite work. The king can actually escape by pushing a pawn forward. But either way, this is the type of thing in the air. And right now, we did see the black bishop step forward, but a trade and white's rook coming forward. This is going to win the black bishop. The black bishop is pinned. Let's go back to the players. We're going to see a result. It's just game over. Black's king is the first to fall. And Prag is getting ready to resign. Magnus taking the win any moment now.
Wow. After just being on fire, Praggnanandhaa winning 3 matches in only 3 rapid games. That streak ends today. Magnus Carlsen is about to win this match in only 3 rapid games. He put on an entertaining fight, Praggnanandhaa, but Magnus Carlsen still is the boss.
And there we go, Prag shaking his head. Yeah. I mean, he can't be too disappointed. He's just going to look ahead. He's done great in this tournament so far. OK, his performance rating won't be 3,000 anymore, but he's still done extremely well. And Magnus has just been at his best today. You can't get too upset if you're playing the best player in the world and they're on form.
Yeah, he's showed real class today, hasn't he? And he's never really been in any danger, and he might even finish by winning. Well, he's going to win, isn't he? Obviously. Yeah.
And there we go.
He's worked out the checkmate as well.
Finishing in style.
Yeah.
There's a checkmate on the e7 square after a few moves. This is really nice. Once the black king takes the white rook, I hope Prag is going to let us see this. This is a queen check. The white bishop is now going to give a check. The black king, once it moves... OK, it's checkmate next move.
He doesn't allow it.
He doesn't allow it.
Allow the checkmate. We want to see it, but what a performance by Magnus.
What a performance. Magnus Carlsen wins this match in 3 games, and Praggnanandhaa shakes his hand. Such a nice gesture by the 16-year-old, who obviously is disappointed. But yeah, Magnus Carlsen, what a performance. Praggnanandhaa, he's going to come out fighting again tomorrow. How will you describe this matchup as we see Praggnanandhaa is obviously disappointed?
Yeah, it's disappointing for Pragg, but it was actually very close, especially the first two games. Just one or two moves here and there, and he would have had more of a fighting chance, but fair play to him.
And let's head out to Sverige to hear from Pragg.
Well, I'm here with Pragg, who had a tough day today, but do you think that this is one of those days where you come away with more learning?
I think my play in the first and second game was good. But then in less time, I started to play bad moves. And okay, in third game, I just didn't get the position. And then I tried this rook h4, but okay, it was nothing. But I think it's a great experience for me. And I always enjoy playing top players. And of course, definitely Magnus, playing Magnus is always a fun thing.
But does it offer you more motivation for the future to take chess even to a further level?
Next time I would definitely like to put better resistance against Magnus. I think that's a great motivation to work even harder, I think. I just would like to play remaining games better.
Did you feel that Magnus played at his best today?
I don't think so. But because I got a lot of chances in the first and second game. So I don't think he played his at best, but still he plays very good.
Good luck to you tomorrow, Pragg.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's composed Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu. He has a tough day today, and he faces the best player in the world. Simple as that.
And I'm joined here by Magnus Carlsen. Congratulations on your match win.
Thank you.
So it was an interesting match. You finished it in only 3 games. What was your plan today facing Pragg, who's been on fire so far?
No, I didn't really have a plan. I thought, well, the only thing I thought was that I would probably do well to hit in the first game, and after I managed to do that, so is the favorite to win the match. Then the second game, I think I was considerably worse. He did really well in the opening, but I think once he allowed me some counter chances, he started to play a bit uncertainly, and I think he started to really drift with his rook lift, which is something that he has done against me before in Vacancy, kind of the same thing, and it's also a bit typical of younger players to play a bit ambitiously in such a position and try to play for an attack where there isn't necessarily one, and a more positional solution is called for. Anyway, he made a blunder there later on, but I think at that point I'd already sort of taken over the initiative, and he was pretty short on time. And then, yeah, the third game wasn't ideal, but I never thought he had any dangerous attack, and he certainly didn't find anything, and I wrapped it up pretty comfortably.
And definitely result-wise as well. It's a dominant win for you. All eyes were on this match because of Praggnanandhaa's performance so far in the tournament. Were you feeling some sort of extra determination to show who is best?
Yeah, I want to win the tournament, but I am the best. I mean, I don't have any doubt about that. But I mean, you gotta prove it when you play. So clearly, for the tournament, this is very, very, very important.
Absolutely. But with a performance rating of over 3,000 that he has had, have you been impressed with him?
No, I'm very, very, very impressed with what he's done, and even after today, he has a great chance to win the tournament. So it's been very interesting to watch, and obviously he will only get better with age.
You will now be in shared lead with Praggnanandhaa with 3 days to go in the tournament. Are you feeling now excited for the end of the Oslo Esports Cup?
Yeah, it's going to be a few interesting days now. On paper, maybe I've already played some of my tougher opponents, but every match has its own life. But I'm happy with the way I managed to recover after day 2.
And tomorrow will be Jordan van Foreest, which we know is a very entertaining player, some chaos in his game. What do you expect from that matchup?
More of the same, I guess.
Okay. Well, we wish you best of luck, Magnus. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And we're going to also now jump into another game going on in round 3. Magnus and Prag, they are finished for today, but there are still chess going on. And the bar all the way over to Mamadjaro's side, fighting for a comeback. What's happening, David?
Yeah, we've jumped in at the closing moments. Right now, we see on the evaluation bar plus 100 for Mamadjarov, and that means checkmate is coming. Look at the White King out into the open. White is also 2 pawns down. And look at this.
Beautiful.
Beautiful chess.
Great timing.
Coming.
Oh, wow.
And after the king takes this queen, black will give a couple of checks with the rook, and that is checkmate. We jumped in at the most beautiful moment. We'll show this on the board in a moment. Duda taking the defeat, Mamadjarov winning in style.
And that means they are tied after 3 games, Mamadjarov and Duda. And that's going to give us a very interesting game 4. If we have a winner, then that player will be the winner of the match. If they play a draw, then we will head to tie breaks. Sverre is talking to Magnus for Norwegian television right now. We see the sushi chef. He is working, and Erik Hansen has also finished his game. Sverre talked to him. Oh, not finished his game.
He's still playing. He's still playing, and
it's dramatic times, yeah, for Erik Hansen. Digging some music, but he cannot lose this game. That means Liam Le will be the winner of the match, and the bar is liking it for Liam.
Yeah, and if we do a quick count on the board right now, White has a rook and a pawn. In return, Black has a bishop and knight. So rook and pawn worth 6. Bishop and knight also worth 6, but here it's more about the minor pieces. Once the black knights start to spring forward, once they start to combine and coordinate, I think they will overpower the white rooks. White's rooks look nice for now, though, so Erik does have some chance to save this game. Level material, but in general, minor pieces should be superior here. Both sides, both players looking very calm at least, and Liam with also a small time advantage. There we go. He starts to rotate his knights, improving them, looking for outposts. Any saving chances here, do you think?
The bar did go down there with that last move.
Went down a bit, but
I don't know. I didn't see anything concrete for Erik here. It just looks like the two minor pieces will just overwhelm the rook.
I think there's always some chances. I mean, you got your rook to the 7th rank now. In the end game, the rook can actually be better than the 2 minor pieces. You're still not really in an end game here, and those minor pieces are coordinating good, but it's certainly worse, but there's chances.
Yeah, some chances for Erik, and he will fight. He is a fighter, and he doesn't look like he's too down about his position. The white knight could well join the action, but okay, ooh, interesting move there by Liam, trying to kick away forcibly those white rooks with his king. I'm not sure you can keep your white rook on the 7th rank anymore. It might just get trapped. Is it time to retreat, though? Retreating would be a bad sign. Not ideal.
How can you maintain the rook there?
Yep, exactly. You might have to.
Yeah, and I can see that the rook, which is White's pride and joy on the 6th row, is also going to get driven back as well. Yeah.
It's gone all the way back, hasn't it? So it's pretty bad. If you can get rid of the other rook, then you can see those knights starting to jump forwards then.
Yeah. And, you know, the one good thing about Erik's position is that the black knights at the minute, they don't have any posts to anchor themselves on. And they are quite clumsy there on the 7th row. Great defensive pieces, but it might be difficult for Liam to come up with a good plan.
That's true. I mean, you've got to get those knights into the game somehow, and that's when you can go wrong. You know, if you move them to the wrong square, it can start going a bit ropey, but I don't know. It should be good for black.
Yeah, it should be good for black indeed. And
surprised by that one.
Rook trade.
That is really strange because
is he just giving up a pawn?
That's a big pawn to give up unless he's got some very clever way to maybe trap the rook, because normally you don't exchange the pieces off and go into the ending when you have the minor pieces and you're dropping a pawn on the side. So what's the idea there, David?
Yeah, I think Liam's come up with a really sneaky idea, and we did see Eric shake his head because I think he'd missed this one. I'm not sure if rook trade actually favours black in general, but we have to show this because it looks like the black rook was tied down to this pawn. Liam said nope, he can offer a trade of rooks, and if white now does go for the trade, then he hasn't gone for it, but after the black knight recaptures white taking this pawn, it looks really strong. This white rook, once it gets out the way, will release white's passed pawn, but suddenly the black king does the trapping. The black king marches over, and maybe no way to save this rook. This rook has no escape squares. It will have to sacrifice itself for just a bishop later on. So this is really sneaky. The two black knights kind of creating a cage and the white rook caught in that cage. Meanwhile, we saw the rook stay on the board instead. And after this rook slid to the side, just to catch up a few moves down the line with the current position, black is now in full control. Look how black's pieces all defend each other. The bishop is on a rock-solid outpost defended by pawns, which also defends the knight. And all of these pieces nicely centralized. The black knights also have this nice outpost in front of white's very weak double pawns. Actually, these pawns are weak. Also, this pawn is weak on the side. And Eric desperately trying to give up one of his weaknesses. I don't think black should rush to trade in the center now because the white rooks suddenly get active and win this pawn on the side of the board. But full control for black if he doesn't rush Liam. I wouldn't be surprised if he just pushes this pawn forward at some point, getting it ready for a pawn race in the endgame. White is just stuck. And a choice even of pawns to capture. You can even take this guy off the board at some point. Looking good for black now.
It's certainly looking good for black. But I do like the way that Eric has been playing it because he's given Liam the chance to go wrong. I have this expression which is like, encourage your opponent to show their strength, which can be a good thing and also a bad thing.
Also show their weakness, I guess, as well.
Yeah, I use strength quite liberally.
Yeah. So you want them to make mistakes, let them go wrong. So you got to keep challenging anyway. So
Ivanka, you mentioned you liked what Eric has done. I really don't, I've got to say. I think he should have gone for this exact kind of strategy, but without one set of rooks. Why have you left black's rook on the board? Black's rook perfectly complements the minor pieces.
Exchanging is the right idea, isn't it, when you have the rook against the minor pieces, so you expect that. But maybe Eric's biggest mistake, though, was he won yesterday. It was Sunday in Oslo. And there's nowhere to really go out on a Sunday. I mean,
it's closed on Sundays.
Well, every other night he's able to party, techno clubs, stay out,
relax,
have a good time.
Enjoy himself.
Maybe he had to go to bed early and have a sleep.
Bad idea.
Doesn't work for Eric. He needs the party. So hopefully, I'm sure he'll fix that tonight anyway. Yeah.
Mondays are good. It's the industry day.
Monday fun day.
Yes.
All there. Okay. Yeah.
Monday fun day.
Yeah, because all the many restaurants will be closed and bars, so you call it industry day because most people in the industry will be out in the bars to enjoy their free day.
You know that I've seen that a lot of cafes and things are closed on Monday, and I've always
thought half and half. So some of them are obviously open.
I've always thought I thought, how bizarre.
Yeah.
But never mind. Yeah. Now I know. Thank you.
Yeah, the industry needs a day.
So that's their Friday kind of thing. That's people who work behind a bar.
Exactly.
They go out.
Monday is their Friday.
Okay. Oh.
So good news for Eric Hansen if he wants to get back on the winning streak because he is about to lose this match against Liam Le.
And as expected, Liam has started pushing his pawn forward. Of course, this pawn is blockaded right now, but the pawn on the b file for white is going to be the target later on for the black knights. And in endgames, it makes a lot of logical sense. If your opponent doesn't really have a plan, Eric's completely stuck here. If your opponent doesn't have a plan, just push your pawns forward because later any pawn race will favour you. I often have commitment issues. I say this all the time, Simon, not just in life, but also in chess. I don't want to push my pawns forward because they might become weaknesses. But here, that black pawn is a thorn in white's side. And Eric shaking his head, he knows that the white rooks just have nowhere to go. The black minor pieces completely controlling them.
And all black needs to do at some point is remove the pawn in front of that b pawn, which can be attacked in a number of ways. It can be attacked by a knight eventually, by a rook coming in. And I think he realises there's not much he can do here, not much hope in the position. So he's just shuffled his king, but that's kind of like, oh, you know, what else do I do? Maybe Black will play on the king side now as well. You know, Black could do, you know, if he wants to, advance on both sides of the board.
That would be
sadistic.
Very, very mean.
I think chess players have to be a little bit, the top ones, not us, we're too nice, but the top ones have to be a little bit sadistic.
You have to like to see suffering from their
I think you have to enjoy it. You have to enjoy seeing your opponent really struggle,
Do you think so?
and really like torture them. You know, that's what the top players have said. They like to torture their opponents.
Does chess make people sadistic, or sadistic people attracted to chess? That's the question.
Oh, the tree, the apple and no, not apple and pear.
Egg?
Something.
Chicken and the egg.
Chicken and egg. Apple and pear. Well, how was that? A chicken and an egg?
What came first, apple or pear?
I was close there, wasn't I? Yeah. That famous philosophical question: the apple or the pear.
Well, you do have the expression oranges and pears.
Oh yeah, it's totally different
Oranges and
context though.
apples or
I think so. Yeah, I don't think it's that. But, God,
Fruity.
Yeah.
12 seconds for Eric, and he's just making the move, throwing in a check.
Okay, there's one trap in the position. If the Black king goes back to the f8 square, actually Black would walk into a checkmate. So there's always traps in chess. You can't relax too early. The simplest would be to just remove this white knight from the board. Even in endgames, knights on f5 sometimes do thrive. So Liam, if he wants to play it safe, he'll just get rid of this knight. But I was going to say, marching the king forward should be fine too. The only thing you didn't want to do is go to the back rank, because then you would have come under heavy fire from White's rooks. Still some chances. Eric trying to create counterplay. He's trying to jump away with his knight now to create a discovered check from White's rook.
We might even see the king running all the way to the corner, might we? Here, Black's king could try to shuffle back behind the pawns, and if he can do that, then Eric's going to run out of ideas, I feel.
You've got to be slightly careful, because there are some knight checks if the Black king had moved.
But I like this, because it was dawning on me, you know, that yes, the rook and knight look very menacing against the Black king, but there are no good checks for the time being. Therefore, I like what Liam has done. Just kick the knight away, give back some material. Basically, that far advanced b3 pawn is going to win the game.
Yeah, that's one of my favourite things in chess, allowing your opponent to create a discovered check and just kind of laughing and saying, yeah, do it if you want.
Sadistic.
It feels as if your opponent spends their whole game building up for one thing, and then you just let them do it and you laugh. And that's what Liam did. But Eric still playing on, still fighting. Right now, the problem for White is you have a lot of weak pawns, and those two Black knights are really ultra strong right now. And Simon, you called it, that white B pawn, the knight now hopping towards the left side to pick off the blockader of his own very strong pass pawn.
They coordinate so well, don't they, Black's pieces? They're all defending each other. OK, it's a check, but it doesn't really achieve anything. And, I mean, this is what, when you've got minor pieces, you get them all covering each other, it's such a good tactic to go for, so none of the pieces drop and they can just start, coordinating. OK, Eric's going for that pawn. Last-ditch attempt at trying to get some play.
Yeah. It feels a bit slow somehow. Liam, he's just going to remove White's important pawn. You see there on his computer screen, he's about to capture the white pawn on the b2 square. And Eric instantly recapturing a pawn himself. And Liam, with a bit more time on the clock, 1.5 minutes against 30 seconds, he does have the time here to calculate and work things out. You've got to be slightly careful. If the Black knight goes and takes the white knight now, maybe White's rook can even take the Black bishop, but still winning for Black, I think. It's all about that Black b3 pawn. Liam about to move his bishop.
Is it possible for Black to get greedy and actually attack the... Oh, Liam has played it. Rook and knight.
Yeah, both under fire. Double attack. White's rook at the bottom of the board. Maybe forgotten by Eric there. It's on the same diagonal as the white knight. And, yeah, it looks like you have to lose a piece here with White. Maybe you have to give up the white rook. What else to do?
Maybe... all of Black's pieces are on the same line, and this is the move I was thinking of. There's
but
still
now
some...
the Black knight can take the white knight. What's the idea there? Yeah, it looks like Black can just get greedy right now.
There is no plan.
What is it? That was the what plans again?
What plan?
Oh, don't ask me, because I'll come up with something completely stupid.
That plan is better than no plan.
Yeah.
They do say that. That's also supposed to be one of the worst bits of advice, but I actually like it. I think that's true. It's better to do a bad plan than no plan.
Yeah.
But then some players have said that's absolutely terrible advice. But I don't know. I think it makes sense. In some, look at it, quite a weird material imbalance here though. 3 pieces against the rook.
Yeah. So Eric is just banking that his rook and that pass pawn Alice will actually cause some trouble. But unfortunately, I think that's a little bit of a hopeless task.
Yeah, the black pieces can all defend each other. That's the problem. And White's rook just unable to beat 3 pieces. 3 pieces worth 9 points. Often they can even fight against a queen. And here it's just a rook that they have to beat. And White's rook goes back to attack Black's knight, the blockader, but that knight can now be defended by Black's bishop. So you don't even have to allow White to push the pawn even further. And look at this, the black knight at the bottom of the board defends the black bishop, which defends the other knight. It's just teamwork.
And he's resigned. He's resigned, yeah.
It's over. That means Liam Le wins the match to take all 3 points after 3 rapid games. A match loss for Erik Hansen. He won yesterday's match, but today wasn't able to win any games against Liam Le. The fantastic Liam Le. Earlier in the tournament, he won his match against Magnus Carlsen, and today winning against Erik Hansen. Let's see if he will stop for a winning interview with Sverre.
I can see Liam walking in right now, so let's have a chat with him. Liam Le, how would you summarize today?
Today went very well for me. The critical game was the game 2, and after I won that game, he was under a lot of pressure. And this game, he didn't know the opening so well, so he spent a lot of time there, and I got a very comfortable right out of the opening.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster tournament for you so far. How do you see the next days coming ahead?
Yeah, when you play against the top players like this, it's always challenging, and anything can happen. You can beat someone like Magnus, and then you can lose to another player. So it's very common, but I think I will have to play better, and only 3 more rounds. I'm gonna try to do my best.
Do you like this format? Do you enjoy to play it?
Yes, absolutely. Playing against players like this always a big pleasure, and when there's a lot at stake, when the format is very competitive, I think it adds a lot to the tournament.
And what is better, 1 classical game or 4 rapid games?
I would say in terms of preparation.
In terms of fun?
In terms of fun, definitely rapid game is more fun.
Thank you so much, Liam.
Sure.
Two matches have finished, but 2 matches still needs a winner. Anish Giri and Jordan van Voorhees. We're going to follow their game 4 coming up in 10 minutes. Ooh, that's going to be intense. They are tied after 3 games. Will we have a winner in game 4 coming up in now 9 minutes? Before that, let's have a quick commercial break.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Number 1, what is your best chess game ever?
Recall that my favorite move so far, definitely one of, was the move I played against Tommy Nieback. There was a move with king forward, king d6 in a board full of pieces, and normally your king tries to hide it, and in that particular case it was safer in the center of the board, blocking the dark squares. I was always a fan of blockade. Very beautiful motif in chess. So that was perhaps always a thing that comes to mind.
Who is your favorite actor?
Liam Neeson, I think is his name. Yeah. He's doing this character very well, where which is just very intimidating.
In the Taken movies, right? Or
I think he somehow does this.
His daughter
in multiple,
gets kidnapped.
Yes. In multiple movies, he's playing that role, which is a great role.
I will find you.
Yeah.
What is your go-to song to get pumped up for something?
I listened a lot to these songs from these cartoons, So yeah.
Baby Shark.
Yeah, no, not this kind, but yeah, all this like of the Frozen type, like you can't get rid of those from your head. Yeah.
If the Goodnight Bar were to name a drink after you, what type of drink would that be?
It would have to be like the best non-alcoholic drink. It would be like our classic non-alcoholic cocktail. That would be an honor.
And what would you do if you were not a professional chess player?
I really would have liked to do a creative job, which is like an actor or a musician or whatever, but I just don't have the talents for that. But I wish I could do that. That would be fun.
And what is a skill you have that most people don't know about?
I vacuum clean very well.
Okay, that's pretty good. And what's your favorite sports team?
International competitions. Then I root for countries.
Which kind of sports?
Yeah, and then I root for Holland, of course. The Olympic Games or at big soccer competitions.
Second last question in this section. If you could play a game with a player from the past, who would it be?
Maybe someone like Fischer or Tal.
What is your best advice for young players starting out in chess these days?
I would advise them to follow their passion, so to follow and do things they want to do, because that is really what improves your chess when you lose count of hours. And when you do something you love, so let's say some kids could be really into studying chess openings or whatever, or some could be into playing Blitz. And when you do that with so much passion and dedication, that's when you really learn the most.
This is from the podcast, The Late Night Show with Anish Giri. It is released today, so right now you can find it in the collection tab on chess24.com. It is available in a very special video edition to all premium users, but it's also available in wherever you listen to your podcast. Interesting podcast there with Anish Giri. And now, you guys, it's time to learn some more chess in today's Lisoveta Learning Point.
For today's learning point, I want to reiterate that classic phrase, always look for checks first. And this is the endgame, of course, between Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda. Magnus with the white pieces. It does look a bit scary for the white king, under fire from the black queen and black rook. But before he allowed Pragnananda to attack him, he looked for checks. He went for his own attack, and with a series of checks, he ended the game. Rook takes bishop was the start, luring out the black king, forcing it out into the open, and now a check on the light squares. Note, forcing the black king out to the open again, and another check, this time on the dark squares. The queen and bishop combining perfectly, and as we saw, the black king only had one safe square, and once the white queen, checked, this ended the game. Pragnananda resigned because wherever the king goes, this would have ended in checkmate. And this series of checks was really pretty, really effective. And just as a bonus, I want to show you guys one final position, because another beautiful end to another game that we didn't see earlier. If we just rewind, this was the final position, but here black is checking the white king, and only move to block Duda as white. This ran into a great queen sacrifice, however, from Mamedyarov. Queen takes rook, ended the game. Always looking for checks, remember, because after the king took the white queen, then a check. And no matter what white does right now, it's checkmate on the next move. If you block with your rook, for example, it's checkmate. The king trapped. A great queen sacrifice there from Mamedyarov.
Wow, it's simply beauty on the chessboard right there by Mamedyarov. Let's take a look now at the results. here on day 4 in the Oslo Esports Cup. 2 matches have finished. Magnus Carlsen winning all 3 games and gaining all 3 points against Pragnananda. Liemle winning his match against Erik Hansen. But Duda and Mamdyarov, they are tied after that win from Mamdyarov. And so are Anish Giri and Jordan van Foreest. Game 4s are coming up in 3 minutes. But for Pragnananda, he had big hopes today against Magnus Carlsen. It didn't go quite as well. But what a talented 16-year-old. And released tomorrow will be the chess talk with Jovanka and Pragnananda.
My guest is one of the most talented youngsters in this generation. He became a grandmaster at 14 years old, and in early 2022, he made headlines all over the world when he defeated world champion Magnus Carlsen. Here to share his story, it's 16-year-old Indian grandmaster Pragnananda. Because you are still only 16, are you still somehow learning, doing homeschooling?
Yeah, I'm in a private school. It's called Velamar, and so I'm in 11th grade right now, and I have to give my board exams, which will start next month. It's just I just have to do it. Yeah, I don't have favorite one. It's just
Okay.
Like you just give the exams and then.
Okay.
Let's just move on.
Yeah.
Pragnananda. Ooh, I'm looking forward to watching that interview. It's released tomorrow to all Chess24 premium users on the collection tab on chess24.com. We have a very good talk in store for us, everyone who wants to watch that, Jovanka.
Yeah, we do. And we have a lot more guests coming as well.
Yes, definitely. So much content coming up for you guys. And now we're waiting for round 4, game 4 is here on day 4 in the Oslo Esports Cup. It's all going to be decided now between Giri and Van Foreest and Duda and Mamdyarov. If we do have winners in game 4s, then that will be the winners of these matches. If we do have some draws, then we will head to tiebreaks with Blitz and potentially Armageddon. Duda is early here against Mamdyarov, and I guess Mamdyarov will have momentum coming from a win in that match.
Yeah, not just a win, but that final queen sacrifice that I just showed. I mean, whenever you sacrifice your queen to win a game, it's kind of the most satisfying thing in chess. And definitely Duda, we saw him shaking his head as he kind of sprinted out of the arena earlier after that defeat. Momentum, Mamdyarov.
But in this one, no momentum, because we had 3 draws so far between the 2 Dutchmen, Giri and Van Foreest. I heard rumors that in this matchup, Jordan often wins.
Yeah, Jordan is a bit of a bogey player for Anish. He's the kryptonite. If we look back, I think in a Dutch championship, Jordan won once. In Wijk aan Zee, Jordan won the title by beating Anish in a playoff, in a Blitz playoff. So if we do go down to playoffs, Jordan has fond memories. Also this year in Wijk aan Zee, Jordan won a beautiful game. Jovanka referenced it earlier.
Wow.
So recent history is definitely in Jordan's favour. And okay, Simon, how happy are you? It's the Berlin defence.
You know, at least he's played this interesting move. Well, Jordan has, of keeping the queens on the board, and these middle games do actually get very exciting. As we saw in Erik Hansen, he had this position as white against Jordan with the black pieces, I think, a couple of days ago, and that was chaotic everywhere. So this is one of the more interesting Berlin lines in my view, anyway.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, this knight move by Jordan, not the most common, and it's actually well known to lead to a forced draw. So I'm hoping that we don't see black's knight leap into the centre of the board to the d4 square. Okay, we do see that. Oh dear, this leads to a lot of trades, a lot of exchanges. It depends what Jordan does, though, on the next few moves. I'm expecting him to take that knight off the board first.
All right. We kind of referenced that Jordan is somewhat a tricky player for Anish to handle. I mean, how do you also play against those opponents where you have a really bad score against?
Well, I'm sitting next to one of them at least. Yeah, definitely. How do I play? I think you've got to just, it's very psychological. You've got to try to pump yourself up and say, this is going to be the game, I'm going to break that record. And, you know, it can affect you, but it can also be a good thing because, you know, it gives you that extra oomph to try and win.
Yeah, and often once you break the record, I mean, for example, I always struggle against Luke. Well, I used to struggle at least against Luke McShane, strong English grandmaster, and he beat me several times in big matches. But once I got one win, I started a streak, and yeah, it's just about that psychological aspect, as you mentioned, Simon, not fearing the opponent, playing the board, not the guy you struggle against. And okay, meanwhile, a lot has happened. There have been a set of trades, a set of knights left the board, a bishop for a knight trade. Black has a bit of a weird, wacky pawn structure on that left side, doubled b-pawns, but that is compensated for by the bishop pair. And still very well-known territory here, unfortunately.
Is this the drawing line? Because to my eyes, I mean, I don't know this variation. It actually looks quite interesting.
It does,
because
until you analyse it with the computers.
Okay, because it looks like there's a very unsymmetrical position. There's two bishops. There's a bishop and knight. So it's okay, a bit disappointing, but they both want to just get into the playoffs, I guess, and play blitz chess. So, yeah.
That's right. We'll see what Black does here. There are a few moves. Black can just push a pawn in the centre. And yeah, there are some kind of ways to keep playing. I'm not sure exactly what Jordan has in mind. Anish, meanwhile, making a bit of a face there, kind of just putting out his bottom lip, being like, what are you going to try, mate?
Yes.
But yeah, this last pawn push, very solid. And yeah, maybe I'm a bit harsh saying forced draw. There are some ways to keep it alive. But now Black does have an idea of bringing out Black's light square bishop to pin the white knight. If you can hit that white knight, even trade it off, as we're about to see. We're heading to quieter waters. Anish not too impressed as he keeps making that face. I'm not impressed either, unfortunately. Now you can just take off the white knight from the board. I'm pretty sure I've seen this. I studied this just a couple of months ago.
I can understand why Jordan's done this, because he has great memories of beating Anish, in the Wimbledon of chess, they call it, the Weikanzi competition in the playoffs, the Blitz game. And maybe looking at Anish's Blitz play yesterday, when he played against Duda, it wasn't his normal standard. So he might be doing this just as a tactical ploy. Right, I'm going to get him into the Blitz and concentrate all my forces in that.
Yeah, it makes sense as well from a tournament standing. If this match is drawn 2-2, you do secure yourself 1 point in the tournament rather than losing in the rapids where you get 0 points. They secure themselves a bit of money as well if this one is a draw, but obviously not going for the maximum 3 points if they win in the rapid portion. So yeah, solid, very solid approach by Jordan. But Anish, as long as he knows his stuff, he's surely studied this before, he should be able to hold the draw. Okay, pushing a pawn, this is the other way. This is the other move.
But I was going to say something. I had breakfast with Jordan, and he told me he actually preferred classical chess rather than this blitz, fast and furious style, because there he had time to think, he had time to navigate all the complexities that often he's initiated in the opening. So I'm a little bit surprised he didn't put Anish a bit more under pressure.
Yeah, well, I mean, to me, it still seems like there's a lot of play, so I'm kind of surprised. This is, look at those pawns. How can this be a dead draw when you got there for a second?
Pawns.
You had 3 pawns. Yeah, this is so.
Temporarily, you had triple pawns.
I know the so-called.
How rare is that?
That's just pretty rare. It's pretty rare to get the triple pawns. They're actually so-called the Irish pawns because a couple of Irish players in the Olympiad had that pawn structure and they named it after that. So yeah.
Not because they look drunk, the pawns.
No.
I've had them called drunken pawns.
Have you? I heard the story was that there was an Irish player who had them once in a game and he lost, and then his opponent had them the next game, Jonathan Spillman, and he lost again. So it was like named after him, Eamon Keown. But I don't know the truth of it. I mean, they do kind of look like drunken pawns as well, don't they, when they're all Guinness pawns?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Is this still theory, David? Because
I'm not so sure about the last move, but
Ivanka's got it. Yeah.
Well, I kind of looking at it and I'm saying, okay, yeah, this was analysed in 2018.
Yeah.
So
now, if I can recall correctly, Black can just use the Black Rook, come down to the second rank and capture a pawn, defend the Black Queen. Okay, there we go. The reason I paused is because normally Black had flicked in Bishop takes Knight first, just to trade and get rid of White's Knight, because now with this imbalance, maybe there's some chances. A Queen and Knight, a great attacking combo. Queen and Bishop, maybe less flexible.
I just can't see how this is a draw. I mean, it looks so unbalanced here. But you should have taken the Knight. You said,
I think Anish could have taken the Knight, and that's. Okay. I mean, I say forced draw, but at the top level, it should be a draw. If the Bishop and Knight just disappeared from the board, there's just not enough pawns left. But Anish not trading that Knight off.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Today is the 25th of April, right? Because during chess tournaments, I tend to lose track of the date. So I'm just looking at when this analysis was done, it was actually April 21st, 2022, just a few days ago.
Interesting. So maybe Jordan has found some way to keep the pressure on in this line, which is considered a draw. I mean, Jordan's always finding very interesting ways to find little just small differences in well-known openings. I mean, but now, David, as you point out, this knight move, White has a number of threats here. It's material unbalance, Black has extra pawn, but there's a lot going on, I think.
There is a lot going on, and just the speed with which Jordan kind of put the White knight on the edge of the board shows to me that he's still in preparation. And wow, okay, maybe still in preparation. Now he's attacking the Black bishop. I don't know if that Black bishop's going to move, though, because if it does move, it might be danger for Anish Giri. Let's just jump in and show what's happening. This knight move that we highlighted, getting out of the way, not allowing a trade. And now after the Black queen jumped back, we saw the pawn push forward, attacking the Black bishop. And as mentioned, it shouldn't move. And this is a recurring theme of the day. The knight and f5 is actually going to win the game for White. The queen and knight teaming up together. And therefore, Anish said, OK, I don't care about my bishop. It's more important to get rid of your knight. And after a trade, the bishop disappearing, the knight disappearing. Now Jordan, again, weird move. Not taking this pawn, which looks like it's up for grabs. Not taking this pawn, which looks like it's up for grabs. Instead, just moving his queen forward one square.
Why?
I'm struggling to understand that one. I guess he's going for this pawn, but...
Or is he trying to swing the rook around if Black takes the pawn, potentially? He's obviously in prep, because you would not move this quickly unless you've looked at this position beforehand. I mean, I always wonder, David, I mean, you might have had experience of this, like the World Championships, Jordan was one of Magnus Carlsen's seconds. Are you allowed to play the preparation that you've actually prepared for the World Championships, or are you not allowed to play it? Is it like Magnus Carlsen's prep now because he's paying you to be a second, or can you play it? I don't know.
I assume that you know the prep that you cover is private.
Private, yeah,
and
I'd imagine
you've got to keep it that way.
Yes, yeah.
And there's actually some, relatively well-publicised tension because, of course, Jordan was Anish Giri's second for a long, long time. For many years, they worked together. And then Jordan kind of helped out Magnus at the World Championship. And now it's unclear what the future is. In that Anish Giri podcast that we discussed, Anish made it clear that he was not entirely happy with some stuff that had gone on and some kind of contractual obligations.
Right, so
it was a very long contract about what could be revealed, what couldn't be discussed.
Because it's hard for Anish now to start working with Jordan again, because Jordan is sort of, he has to hide some stuff.
Yeah, it's hard. Normally, once you pick a team, you stick with that team. But now Jordan, he's Team Anish, he's Team Magnus. It's difficult, and yeah, a lot of grey area in terms of what openings they've discussed together, what can be shared, what can't be shared.
I think there's been some famous cases in the past, in World Championship matches even, where one person has got the notes, or one player has sold it to the other player even, or given it to the other player, which is really controversial, because that would make the world of difference if you're, selling off notes. And I mean, it's probably not legally any binding, but morally, it's incredibly dubious. So, yeah.
And on a recent kind of case, I mean, obviously, Rustam Kazimazhanov has stopped working with Fabiano Caruana. So Rustam was his long-time second. And he kind of likened the separation to some kind of divorce. And their analysis were the children. And they were working out, what kind of access.
That's a nice way to put it. The children.
Yeah, that is a nice way, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a touchy subject then, I guess. I mean, very, very, yeah, who knows what the right answer is, but I think you've got to have some moral obligation not to give away those secrets as well.
Yeah, I was listening while you were recording the podcast, and Anish did talk quite openly about it, actually.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he was very frank, very honest and open. He did as well say that Jordan, good friend, always will be. Jordan has a lot of integrity, so of course he won't kind of play both sides or reveal too much, but it's tricky. Sometimes things accidentally come out, right? You can't help it when you discuss chess together. I'm unsure whether they've discussed an opening like this together, for example, whether Jordan looked at it with Anish or with Magnus, or who knows. But either way, I mean, it's moved 24 now in this game, and this is the type of opening that you could have discussed at some point. It's very critical, very main line.
And remember, I'm going to call it drama, is available in that podcast. It's released today on chess24.com. collection site or anywhere that you listen to your podcasts. Anish Giri talking about all of this, the drama. I'm going to call it the drama.
Yeah.
With Jordan van Voorhees and Magnus's team for the World Championship match.
Okay, and a lot of drama, of course, behind those stories in the podcast in recent months for Anish.
I thought you were going to say a lot of drama in the game.
I was going to say a lot of drama there, but less in the game.
Okay.
A little bit, however, because White now, with this last pawn push, has solidified all of his pawns on the right half of the board, and now the White Queen is ready to go hunting and maybe ready to grab some pawns. Black is temporarily a pawn up. That's why Anish finds, well, at least tries to defend his extra pawn, but is this one surprising? White can push a central pawn forward now. On the D line, there's a lot of tension. There's a pin. Can White get greedy? That is the question, and try to restore material balance.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, maybe the Black Queen can try to jump in to those weakened dart squares if that is played. But yeah, you're right, Dave. This is certainly the critical move. Just to, if you can play one more move and get an incredibly strong passed pawn on that square there, then you must be doing very well. So actually, you know, Anish still needs to overcome some problems here.
It's definitely Anish on the back foot. Despite knowing lots of opening theory, despite not spending much time and getting to move 25, if Jordan pushes his pawn forward, Anish is the one who has to prove that he can make the draw. As you mentioned, Simon, maybe that involves jumping forward with the queen, because remember, you can't take this pawn. The black rook falls behind it. The white rook and queen now teaming up to win a piece. So yeah, maybe the idea is to bring the black queen forward, maybe hinting at some nasty checks on the dart squares, or maybe after pawn takes pawn, simply trading queens. I'm not sure. This becomes a pawn race now, whether black can just step the pawn forward and bring the king towards winning white's very strong pawn. Maybe black's in time to do this. It's not quite clear. So a lot of calculation needs to be done, especially if you consider any queen trades in the position. And that's why Jordan is pausing, because if he pushes his pawn forward, it becomes very, very complicated, or very, at least, hard to calculate.
Yeah, I actually rejected that pawn move on the basis of that queen trade, because it looked to me that white was a little bit too slow. But then, if white doesn't push that pawn forward, what on earth is white gonna do? You know, move the king? I mean, everything else is like primed.
Yeah, I mean, you can maybe move the king towards the centre, but I don't see how it helps at all.
No.
You know, you might open yourself up to some checks. This is probably why the position is you know, still roughly balanced, yeah.
You could just wait, you could push a pawn. Okay, he's going for it though, Jordan. He couldn't find anything else. Yeah. And look at Anish, suddenly, he's calculating what happens if he brings his queen forward, as we mentioned, potentially trading or potentially jumping in with a check. Yeah, that immediate change of body language from Anish shows that he's in calculation mode.
Haven't you said that when he puts his head in his hands? Yeah. Usually he's not too happy?
Not too happy at all, yeah. I mean, here, obviously, he's not losing as black, but he's the one trying to force the draw, trying to survive. Yeah. Okay. White is the one playing for the advantage still. Despite what the computer says, the onus, the pressure is on black to still draw this game.
Yeah. I mean, maybe after the queen does come in, white can still shift the king one square, if that helps. But I think this is, you know, still going to head towards a draw, most likely, this line. But I can understand why Jordan's playing this way, because, you know, as you mentioned, it's risk-free, and Anish has got to find the right defensive moves to get that draw. If he doesn't, then could be in some problems. So.
Yeah, that's modern chess theory, right? Most openings have been considered to be fine because of computers, but often you just test your opponent's memory or test their calculation or something. If they calculate well, if they remember everything, okay, a draw is not the end of the world, especially in one-on-one knockout matches like this.
It's definitely not end of the world. It's start of the Blitz tiebreaks, which would be super cool to see between these two players. Anish Giri, he has some great experience from Blitz tiebreaks, beating Hikaru Nakamura in the tour finals last season, specifically, I remember. How about Jordan? How would he be in Blitz tiebreaks?
Well, he has a very good opening repertoire. You know, it's tricky, it's dangerous, and we do have a move from Anish.
That's clever as well.
It is a very clever idea. So the whole point is that after pawn takes pawn, the queen will just dive back down, give a check, and it will be something known as a perpetual check. The king just cannot escape these checks.
Yeah, so as mentioned, pawn takes pawn there by Jovanka. what else? If you take with the queen, then black can simply take your pawn, and black's actually temporarily a pawn up. White can grab the pawn back, but it's just too symmetrical. This will for sure end in a draw. So if Jordan wants to win, then he has to play pawn takes pawn. And you mentioned this check, Jovanka. If the white king goes to the side, then you can give another check with the queen, now that you are defended with your rook, and another check. If you go forward, however, how do we make the draw as black? I guess you go back this way with a check. If white goes back, of course, you can continue checking. However, if white goes forward, is the idea to try and deliver checkmate, push a pawn, and try to trap this white king.
That looks dangerous. I was thinking of also just checking along the diagonal.
Okay, checking on the diagonal with the queen here. And yeah, actually, it just looks too risky for white to play for the win by marching the king up the board. It's possible, however, maybe. Maybe here you can give another check if you really need to.
And get back to your line. Then we'll have to look at your line.
Yeah, and for example, this is what the players are calculating, whether white can get away with running out into the open with his king. Doesn't look like it.
Wouldn't touch it with the barge pole, as we say.
No, this would be a horrible way to lose as well, wouldn't it? I mean, but you've got to check these lines, and you know, because maybe you can go F4. No, you can't.
Brave move here. Walking in some checks maybe, or just pawn takes pawn check.
Yeah, I'm not playing this. I'll take the draw, thank you. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, this is not what I want to do. So
I mean, that's basically Jordan's inner monologue there, Simon. Yeah. He's basically saying the same. He's like, oh, I don't want to take this draw, but maybe I have to.
Well, you probably shouldn't have played this opening if you didn't want to have chances of a draw, really, because I mean, you could have gone for so much more riskier.
And he's gone for pawn takes pawn. Okay.
Start of the checks. And yeah, let's go back to the players, because we could well see a result any moment now.
Wow.
Unless Jordan really wants to play with fire, it looks like he just has to allow the position to repeat itself. A series of checks and a draw. No way to escape for the white king.
Interesting. And if it is a draw, we will head to Blitz tiebreaks. In the other game still going on, the bar has actually gone up for Shahryar Mamedyarov. And if we do have a winner in that matchup, then whoever wins will be the winner of the match. If that one too is a draw, then they too will play tie breaks. But is it looking good for Mamedyarov right now?
It's looking, yeah, still a lot of life left, but I would prefer Mamedyarov's position. He's a pawn down, but he's got great kind of control for that one pawn. So Duda on the defensive.
All right. And with this last move, are we still heading towards the draw?
Yeah, it's Jovanka's move first of all. That's a diagonal check. Diagonal checks, very effective in general from queens, and you don't really want to push your pawn up here to block this check. If the white pawn pushes forward, the black rook come down to the second rank with a check. And okay, second time we've seen this position. You can see on Anish's body language, he's ready to get out of here. And this is the second time we've seen this position as well. If we repeat one more time, it's a draw. Jordan just double checking, and any moment now, we will head to playoffs.
Any chance he'll go up here with his king?
I think it's safe enough, but I don't think it's leading to a win, so why allow it? And it is a draw.
Ooh, we're having tie breaks today, you guys. Yay. Oh, and what was that reaction from Manish Giri? Was he giving a yay, we're playing tie breaks? It kind of looked like it.
Yeah, I think he's in a good mood because, you know, Erwin, his coach, said to me, actually, you know, Anish, Jordan is a tricky opponent for Anish. And so he'll be looking to navigate the first part.
And look at this, two players in great mood. Let's head out to Sverige and see if they will give a reaction before the Blitz tie breaks.
Absolutely. I'm seeing two smiling Dutch here. Anish, he's coming back into the camera here. And we've been having a discussion here on the side room. Who's really the favorite in Blitz amongst you two?
I think it's the blind against the deaf at this point.
And is that how you consider your match as a whole today?
Yeah, no, I have seen myself and Jordan playing better chess at the peaks of our careers, but still the match is very exciting, and I'm really looking forward to the Blitz.
Thank you, Anish. Good luck in the Blitz. And we also have Jordan here coming up. We were talking to Johann Sebastian as that last game progressed, and it was fun to hear your preparation at least lasted for a while.
Yeah, he found all the correct moves. I didn't want to risk it so much. I've been playing enough crazy openings today. So I wanted to try something small, but he found all the right moves, so it happens.
All the right moves in all the right places. And how is it looking for the Blitz right now, you reckon?
I'm looking very much forward to playing the Blitz. It's going to be a lot of fun, hopefully a good result for me, but I think it's anyway going to be a lot of fun, for sure.
it was funny hearing Christian Snare second here prior to this, because he was saying that we're going to win this when it comes to the tiebreaker. Do you have that same type of confidence?
No, I'm not so confident as him. Actually, I don't consider myself a good Blitz player. But, you know, it's just 2 games, so I think it's like 50-50. Anything can happen in just 2 games.
And if by any chance this goes into an Armageddon, how do you view that potential?
Anish and me, we've played one Armageddon before. That was absolutely crazy. I don't think it will be as crazy here because we're playing over the board. But currently, I'm just thinking about the Blitz, and if there will be an Armageddon, we'll think about that.
Let's try to prove Van Forest wrong here. If it goes into Armageddon, let's hope for crazy and insane, because even though it's been a lot of draws, it's been a lot of fun watching this, guys.
Always is. I definitely agree, Sverre. We're jumping in now to game 4 between Mamedyarov and Duda. The situation is the same. These two are tied after winning 1 game each so far. So if we have a winner in this game, then that will be the winner. If they play a draw, then another match heading into tie breaks. And what do you think, David?
It's tense. Both sides have reason to be happy. Black is a pawn up after all. However, the black pieces are a bit passive. Black's rook's not really playing. Black's queen not in a great square. White, meanwhile, the rook's looking really nice. The white bishop now is about to move. I don't think you want to allow a trade of knight for bishop. I'm expecting the white bishop to go over to a nice outpost. And yeah, still all to play for. Mamedyarov, he's not materialistic. He doesn't mind being a pawn down. And he's got very, very active pieces as compensation. Simon, I have a feeling you choose white here.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not that materialistic when I'm playing. I prefer having the initiative. A bit surprised by that move there. I thought it would go one square further, but white has the initiative in that lovely open file with 2 rooks placed on that file, and the queen, the white queen, has some place it can go. So, but it's an interesting position. It's an unbalanced position. Black has the extra pawn, so even though the computer is saying it's equal, it's certainly not a draw. And I would imagine it's a Mamedyarov position as well, because he likes playing with the initiative.
Yeah, he loves these types of positions where he's the active one, the opponent is the passive one, and he'll try and weave his magic later on. So the black queen coming out of her hiding place. She's just trying to stop the white queen maybe jumping into the position, maybe trying to team up the black queen and knight together to create something against the white king later on. But for now, it's still Shak in full control. The white queen can dive into the 7th rank, for example. The white rook at the bottom of the board can just shuffle across 1 square to hit the black queen. That would be protected by white's queen from afar. Lots of choice still. And Shak with a big time advantage. Yeah, 9 minutes against 5 in this type of position.
Wow.
Could be significant later.
Yeah, they must be very nervous as well, because if you lose this game, you go home with nothing. You know, you've got to this position, you know you're doing okay, and it's quite, you know, it's what we discussed yesterday a little bit about the tension of chess. At this level, these guys are obviously doing quite well, they're quite financially secure, but you get this all around the world in lower tournaments where you've played a tournament and you need to get a result in that last round, or you go home with nothing. And you know, you might have mouths to feed and everything, but it's the same kind of tension here with the position. They don't want to lose because they get 0.
Yeah, and on that subject, you know, I also had a talk with Shak. Yeah. Which, spoiler alert, maybe I shouldn't have said that. But anyway, his story is not the usual story, I have to say. I mean, he definitely had a rags to riches, where, you know, it was hard work and there was the stress of playing tournaments and having to earn money.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you told me a little bit about it. I won't give anything away, but that's going to be a brilliant thing to watch for everyone. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. What a story Shahriar Mamedyarov has. What a player he is, playing always some entertaining chess and working together with his second that is also present in the Oslo arena. Sverre, you're with him right now.
Yes, I'm standing here together with Rustam, and it's looking like it might be good for Mamedyarov right now, but just when you travel together, when you spend your time together here, how much easier is it to deal with Shahriar if he wins or if he loses this, you think?
Well, this is he's absolutely different person when he wins and when he lost. If he lost, he has a good mood when he is a winner.
So your life is easier then?
Much more. When he's not in a good mood, it means that he lost. Then you're a bit suffering. You have to find the way to make his let's say, life more attractive and interesting.
Right now, it's looking like it may go into a sudden death, though, or a tie break with first Blitz games. Do you think this is something that Mamadjaro is happy about?
Well, he would prefer to play to finish the game in a rapid game. We know how strong is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but let's see what will happen.
It's interesting, at least. I see something is happening on the board and the evaluation as well now, so I'm heading back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Sverre. What a cool guy Shahryar Mamadjarov is, with that smile on his face. Always such a good guy. I'm a big fan of him.
Yeah, me too. You know, always playing with a big smile on his face, always with such an energetic, enterprising style. You know, he really is one of a kind.
Yeah.
And it's such a pleasure to have him play and also watch him play in these tournaments and get to see this magic at work.
Yeah. You showed some of that magic earlier, David.
Yeah, I mean, the last game, just a beautiful, beautiful artistic finish. We also showed the quiz video where, even though Shaq maybe didn't really get some of the questions, he was still smiling, enjoying it. I mean, he's such a popular guy. I think maybe one of the most popular kind of elite players out there. And I mean, the longevity as well. He's been at the top of world chess now for, what, 15, 20 years. So,
wow.
Yeah, still going strong. And meanwhile, a couple of moves. He's just offered a queen trade.
It's also a very interesting move here that black can try discombobulate. I love that word. Discombobulate white's pieces here by doing a very tactical idea, bring the knight back. And they say retreating knight moves are the hardest moves to play, but this is critical, and you should always look at the critical moves first. It might just be a horrendous move. OK, he's gone for the queen exchange instead, but...
Yeah, this knight move would have been really interesting. You mentioned the discombobulation. Now the two white rooks are not connected. And suddenly a big threat of queen takes rook. I'm not exactly sure what was planned here by Mamadjarov. Knowing him, it was something a bit crazy, such as rook takes knight, and then maybe planting his queen forward, trying to break through on the 7th rank towards the black king. But I'm not sure whether or not this works. This is just crazy stuff. Trying to channel my inner Mamadjarov here, going for the black king with some sacrifices. Instead, Duda just wanted none of that. Maybe because he's a bit lower on the clock, Duda thought, OK, get the queens off the board. And black is still a pawn up, so endgames are maybe OK for him. But the main problem here is this pawn. It's about to start running. Even if you trade off a set of pawns, white has a runner. And meanwhile, the black knight not completely able to rejoin the action so easily. Black's pawn over here is a bit slower and very, very complicated endgame. White's rooks are stronger, of course, superior to their counterparts. Yeah, imbalanced endgame. Computer now slightly favouring black. I guess that's because black's a pawn up, but it feels to me as if still Duda needs to be quite accurate right now. I'm expecting the pawn trade and then a race between these two pawns at some point.
Yep. I mean, that is a strong c-pawn, but it's an extra pawn for black in the ending. Yeah. He's got his rook behind the pawn as well. We've mentioned that, the black rook behind the pawn. There might be some funny bishop discombobulate. I'm getting the discombobulations in now, aren't I? I'm getting more discombobulated.
The bishop up here.
Yeah, I love those moves. They're my favourite kind of moves, where you move the bishop to break the rook's coordination, and then try to just ram the pawn through. At some point, that'll be something to keep an eye on for both players. But yeah, I mean, going back to Mamadjarov, we have another move, but he was world number 2, and when he's on form, he can beat anyone. He's such an exciting player to watch, and I totally agree that he's a real character and a really nice chap as well. So
yeah, he had this amazing streak. I think it was in maybe 2017 or 18, where he was just winning everything he touched, just turned to gold. And yeah, he got to 28. What was it? 28-15, 28-20. Yeah, just beating everyone. Beat Magnus a couple of times in that run as well. So yeah, he's the kind of form streaky player who can beat anyone in his day. Sometimes he's a bit less consistent than some of his other big rivals, but always entertaining. And okay, Duda meanwhile retreating the black knight. That black knight is now maybe headed towards the centre and then towards white's c-pawn. So Duda defending well.
Yeah,
Mamadjarov. Sorry.
Yes, yeah, I was going to say he is defending very well. You know, there's an expression, I think it was coined by Nimzowitsch, who said the passed pawn as a prisoner must be kept under lock and key. And that's what Duda is doing. At first, I was a bit scornful of it. Inside, I was like, no, but then white is going to attack the a pawn. But black's plan, Very simple. The knight is going to reroute itself, start attacking, and there's just no way for that white pawn to advance.
Yeah. You mentioned Nimzo's book. There was My System, which is a really famous book, which has got varying degrees of, well, should we say, how people like it.
Yeah.
But do you have one, if you had to pick one favourite chess book on the spot, you've got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, you're too slow.
I was going to say after 5 seconds.
Yeah, you lost on time. No, you've got to pick your favourite chess book of all time, and David as well. If you could pick one book of all time.
I think it would be the one that inspired me as a junior to play chess. And it was the only book that I read from cover to cover, and that I absolutely wanted to turn the page. And I'm stringing it out, so you just noticed. But it's Chess for Tigers. I said it again.
I think I've asked you this before,
Yeah.
and I'm actually with you there. Chess for Tigers is a fantastic, brilliant book, and yeah, it's really a fun read as well.
Yeah,
Real
I mean,
fun read.
it's very difficult as a child to look at these textbooks and you get this huge encyclopedias and you're like, ooh, variations. And here there was like drawings, there were like nice tips and tricks.
Tigers.
And there were tigers, and there was
Yeah.
like how to catch bunnies, which was very
Yeah.
fun. I mean, a lot of the advice is a little bit dodgy, if I have to say so myself. But it was fun.
It was a great book. And David, yourself?
I think I've said this before as well. It's got to be The 7 Deadly Chess Sins by Jonathan Rowson.
Yeah.
Of course, now a Chessable
Chessable course.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Rowson accompanying that book with a video series now, and
Yeah,
it's that or Garry Kasparov's my great predecessors.
Okay.
But psychology or history, I know which one's more fun.
Which book had you gripped from the beginning? Like
7 Deadly Chess Sins, and also I still remember exactly where I was when I was reading it. I was in France on an exchange trip, and the exchange family, they kind of locked me in a room. They were like, yeah, you're not allowed to see the Eiffel Tower, you're not allowed to see anything.
Really?
They just did nothing, just no activities.
Did you call the police?
I should have done. They actually had... I shouldn't say this, but the little brother was running around with samurai swords that his brother and that his father brought back from business trips, and I was just locked in a room reading the Jonathan Rowson's books.
Because they wanted you to become a great chess player, basically, or?
Oh, no, they didn't care about the chess. They just... I don't know.
They just locked you in the room.
They just locked me in the room.
Sounds a bit worrying, that, to be honest.
They let me out eventually.
Did they put food under the door or something? Or
literally, yeah.
Really?
Oh my God.
They would leave a bowl of soup. Like normally it was
bowl of soup, cold soup. So you were imprisoned as a child.
Things we do for chess. Maybe I wouldn't be a great chess player if it wasn't for that time. But
Yeah, thanks to the family in France.
thanks, Lamond, if you're
who
watching.
are probably locked up now somewhere, but apart from that, yeah, well done.
Shocking.
All my classmates, they saw the Eiffel Tower, they went to Parc Asterix, they were just doing all the sightseeing. I read a chess book. So,
And here you are, David.
Here I am, exactly.
You mentioned it is on Chessball as well, so I mean there's so many great things on Chessball, but that is one course. Everyone buys opening courses generally, but that is one course, a brilliant middle game course that can only help your chess, so do check it out.
Improve your psychology, all parts of your game, for sure.
And you can just picture David locked up in the room in France as well while you read it. So yeah,
It's a really sad story.
It's sad, but it made him the man he is.
Don't want to get you down.
So, you know.
All right, we do have a bunch of moves. Are we looking at a draw, or can we see a winner here?
It's still in the balance. I really like what Duda's done because he's set a nasty trap. Meanwhile, we see a few pawn advances. So, first of all, it's not quite level material yet. Black is still a pawn up, but most of all, White's extra pawn, White C-pawn, the pass pawn, is under lock and key, as Ivanka pointed out. And just to show this trap on the board, we have to show it because it's a really sneaky one, and it's a backward knight move that Simon mentioned earlier. If White wants to restore the material balance and grab this kind of weak, isolated pawn, then he would actually walk into a nasty knight fork. It looks really innocent, this bishop really strong, but the black knight would actually leap back, hitting this rook, hitting this rook as well. And if the knight is eliminated, then suddenly we realize that the white rook would be undefended. So that's a nasty pin along this 6th rank. So this would actually win for black. And this tactic, there have been a few moves, but nothing's changed. This tactic still exists in the position and will continue to exist for a long, long time. Anytime White grabs this pawn, the black knight is going to go back and fork, double attack the 2 white rooks. That's why we have a bit of a standoff, a waiting game. The white king advancing towards the center, the black king advancing towards the center. Neither side can really improve their position. Maybe that is the tricky part. This black rook is a bit stuck. This black rook maybe now free to run away, but either way, it's hard for both sides to improve and make progress.
Yeah, I was just thinking maybe White's only hope to kind of keep the game alive is actually to go a little bit rogue with the king. King like takes on a James Bond role, and there's the.
And then win the rook
I
at
was
the
going to
end.
do the. I was going to do the song there.
Yeah, oh, come on. Jovanka, you promised me you were going to sing today.
No, but there was a condition.
OK, I'll do the background music. That's not really singing, is it?
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Yeah. I think we need people at home to give Jovanka a song that she needs to sing.
I agree.
Yeah, for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, people would love to hear you sing, Jovanka.
They can hear me sing.
OK.
There are a few
live.
OK, live.
Live.
Would you like to try something now?
No.
OK. Well, you know.
I'm not sure the world is ready for this.
The world is ready.
The world is
ready.
For the right amount of money, Simon, I can show you some videos from Reykjavik 2015 of Jovanka singing.
Oh, really? What? Oh, right. OK. One beer enough?
Deal. Sorry if I can.
Yeah, OK. Brilliant.
Actually,
I'll see you in the bar later.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I also have a video.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Yeah, moving on. What's happened in the game?
No, we need to know about this video.
Or the video of me singing. Yeah, that was...
I want to see that.
I'll tell you, it was quite a funny story very quickly, just while we wait the position. It was after I was commentating at a tournament in the Isle of Man. I was commentating with my good friend Fiona. And we went into a karaoke bar. And I thought, I had a couple of drinks, and I thought, I never sing karaoke, and it's where all the public are. And I thought, OK, I'll go and sing, because there's no one here. There's like two people at this bar. I picked a Guns N' Roses song, went up to sing, was feeling quite good. And then when I was about to start, the door opened, and about 50 chess players walked in, because they've all just come for the prize giving. They all just piled in, and I'm like, oh, my God. And I'm looking around, and there's like all these grandmasters, and they're just sipping and watching me. And I had to start singing in front of them, and it was, it was an experience.
How would you describe the performance, Jovanka?
I wasn't actually referring to that video.
Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, there's another one. Back to the game, back to the game. So, yeah.
OK, all will be revealed in future. Meanwhile, a few moves. So we did see a trade of pawns on one side of the board. So actually, Duda, I think, is playing for the win. Otherwise, he would have just sat still and done nothing. But Duda advancing the black pawns has allowed Mamedyarov to centralise the white king and start pushing some pawns of his own. And, OK, we're about to see a draw. The black rook coming across, attacking one of white's pawns on the c-file. And meanwhile, the white rook going up to the 7th rank. This is actually the second time we've seen this position. The player's repeated moves almost instantly there. So it's up to Duda. If Duda wants the draw, it's available. The black rook will go and team up on the c-file with his fellow rook. And, OK, we're headed towards that draw now. Duda leaning back. The position will repeat itself for a third time any moment now. Duda, if he brings the black rook back to the e8 square, guarding the pawn next to the black king, it's going to be a draw. Not much else to do there. I think Duda has to keep... Duda has to play the safety first
Duda has to do the do. Duda has to be the dude and do the do.
Oh, very nice.
Who will be the dude here? Is Mamedyarov going to play on?
Oh.
It looks too risky now. I think if white's rook comes back to the 5th rank, it's going to be the third time we've seen that position and a draw.
Why doesn't he move his king towards the centre here? I mean, why not?
He took the draw.
Why didn't he move his king to that square? I mean, was there a reason somehow? I don't know, but
it is one of those times where we like to see a draw, because a draw in this game means tie breaks, you guys. In 15 minutes, Blitz tie breaks between these two and between Anish Giri and Jordan van Foreest will start. Let's see if these two have a conversation on their way out. Nope. They are still in focus mode because they know they're now going to play Blitz tie breaks. 2 Blitz games. They will have the white pieces in 1 game each. And if they're still tied, then Armageddon. Ooh, it's about to get dramatic, Sverre.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, as a chess fan, this is the absolutely optimal time of these days when you get to have some real action. We're going to have a quick chat here with Mamedyarov, who's heading back towards his room, and we'll just step a little aside so we don't get ourselves 15 times in the picture. Shakriar, you are heading into the Blitz now. How do you think that changes the dynamics between you and Duda?
Okay, I think we played good games, a few good games. And now also we try to win. And we played very risky. I took some risk, and I think I got some
dangerous position, but okay. I mean, I know today's Blitz is very well. For this reason, I tried to play last game for win, but okay, now I know it will be not easy.
But you also blitz very well.
I'm okay. If 10 years ago or 15, okay, but now it's a little bit different. But okay, I'm quite happy because we played very good games, and for this reason, win or lose, okay, it's not okay. I will try, but I think it's a good day.
I look forward to seeing a young, energetic, and explosive Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Thank you very much. We'll try.
Well, it means that Mr. Mamedyarov, he is quite positive about this, even though he does consider the Pole to be the favorite here. And we can hear from, nope, Jan-Krzysztof needs to go in to prepare. So let's instead step over here for a second, if that's possible. Because I want to hear with the expert, because he started out saying today that Magnus Carlsen was going to crush Pragnananda today.
Yeah.
That came through.
Yeah.
So, Lawrence, what do you think about the two matchups we have coming now for Blitz? Let's start with Duda and Mamedyarov.
Yeah, very, very, very tight. You know, Shaq over the years has been saying, I'm not really much of a blitz player. I prefer longer time controls. Duda, very good at blitz. So on paper, I think Duda is the favorite, but you can't rule Shaq out. He's a tricky customer. I think it's really a coin flip in that particular match.
It may be a Shaq attack, but we also have the 50-50 Dutch, as it was referred to here earlier.
Yeah.
Who do you consider the favorite from Van Forest and Giri?
Another tough one. I would probably say Anish is favorite in that one. I think a lot of people don't expect Anish to be a really good blitz player, but he really is. He's very sharp. He's very solid. He's underrated tactically. The only thing that could go in Jordan's favor is if he finds one of these special lines in the opening again. And then he makes Anish think, he gets the time advantage, and then he can leverage that pressure. If they go into something very classical like they just had, one of these Berlin defenses, you know, Anish can operate very well there. So I think Anish is slight favorite. So if I had to put my money, I would say Anish and Duda for the wins.
A smooth operator and possibly a Shaq attack. That's what it's setting. But even though it's a 50-50 Dutch, don't expect these guys to split the bill.
Very nice, Sverre. And can you just check with Lawrence if he can tuck his earpiece in? We were laughing. He was looking like a Teletubby, we were saying.
A little wardrobe malfunction. It's all this lovely sushi here. I've been going mad. Look at it all. I'll get that sorted.
You got to remember, Kaja, it was Giri who was a smooth operator, not Lawrence.
Ah, there we go. There we go. Thank you, Sverre and Lawrence. Woo. You're probably happy now, David, to see another Teletubby in the building.
Yeah, Lawrence, keep those malfunctions coming. Keeping us entertained, for sure.
Definitely. That was good.
Yeah?
That was good.
Yeah, Lawrence. It's so much fun to have him in the building, and it's also so much fun to get all your selfies. Ooh, that was fun.
You need makeup in.
so the first Blitz game between Jordan van Vries and his fellow Dutchman, Anish Giri. 2 Blitz games to decide the winner in that match. And if they're still tied, potentially Armageddon, you guys. We do have 2 matches still going on, still need to decide a winner in those 2 matches. Now, before the tournament started, the players arrived at Oslo a few days before it all got serious, and we recorded some cool content, and some of it is still coming up within the next few days.
You go set, and it would be there.
I think I hate more to lose than I love to win, if you know what I'm saying. It's more about like knowing what moments you need that hyper-focus.
I wonder if we're missing a hint somewhere. Try 107. I'm working.
No, there is some question here.
Oh, there's a question. Oh, I didn't know.
This one is just. Oh, okay.
Moves? Yeah. How many is 3? 4?
You forgot the name.
A lot of laughs and a lot of fun with these players, but now it is about to get serious in Blitz tie breaks with 4 of the players. These are the results from day 4, in the Oslo Esports Cup. Magnus Carlsen super dominant against Pragnananda, winning all 3 games, gaining all 3 points. And Liemle, he won 2 games against Erik Hansen to gain all 3 points. But the 2 other matches, Duda and Mamedyarov, they won 2 games each and are tied, so that match will be decided in Blitz tie breaks. And so will Anish Giri against Jordan van Vries, 4 draws in that one. Erik Hansen, he won his match yesterday. Today, though, a loss in his match against Liam Le, but he still, of course, stopped by to have a chat with Sverre.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster for you as well here, Eric. It's a win yesterday. Today, it's a pretty quick loss. How would you summarize today?
Yeah, it's my earliest day so far of the event. Didn't make it to game 4. Just didn't play well enough, and Liam is very good at punishing mistakes. I definitely had my worst set of opening positions this event, and I was really struggling each game from the get-go. This last game was just awful. Just got a really bad position in a critical game and had to suffer for 1 hour and still lose.
How tiring is that?
I have energy right now. I actually need to take it out somewhere. It's frustrating. You just don't want to show up today and get 3 worst positions, and that's exactly what I did. And he really has a good style, like technically strong of punishing that. So you have to come out sharp and put pressure on him, and I didn't do that at all today. So this was definitely a day that hope to forget and recover for tomorrow.
Do you feel that it was your opponent that played exceptionally well today, or do you feel that it was you who played quite poorly?
It was a mix of both. I think he was looking to rebound after yesterday. Yesterday, I think he was completely winning against Prague in round 3. He would have tied the match, and then he blundered everything. So he had an early day yesterday, even though he played pretty okay from what I saw. So I think he was looking to rebound against me and played pretty well. But myself, I just definitely played have some things I have to fix. But it was a mix of both. He's a tough opponent for me. So it sucks to lose without even a chance for a comeback. But every day you're playing somebody who can do this to you. Every day somebody can knock you out. So I'm going to try to fix some things for tomorrow.
Yesterday you were done so late that you couldn't find an open restaurant in Oslo. I hope you find one open right now and take the few positives there are.
Yeah, I'll go for... yesterday was the only night there wasn't a Nashville, and today was my worst day for sure. So, because my routine has been broken now because Sundays are quiet here. So I'm going to go relax, and I know I have a very motivated and underrated opponent tomorrow. So looking forward to that. But today was definitely not a good day for me.
Good luck, and for those who don't know what word he was talking about, nachspiel really is, it's the Norwegian word for after party. It's the one word that Eric learned once he landed.
And those after parties, the Nachspiels, have been a good idea for Erik Hansen. So let's hope he finds one in Oslo tonight, because tomorrow he's going to face Pragnananda, and we know that's super tough. That's going to be an interesting match. But something very interesting coming up now as well. Blitz tiebreaks in 2 of our matches starting in 2 minutes. And David, regulations for those Blitz tiebreaks.
So the Blitz will be decided in 2 games. Each player has 1 white and 1 black. For the Blitz, they have 5 minutes on the clock for the whole game, but they do gain 3 seconds after every move. If the 2 Blitz games are tied, if the score is 1-1 after them, then we head down to Armageddon chess. We'll take that as it comes.
So in the match between Mamedyarov and Duda, who do you guys hold as a favorite in Blitz?
Duda.
Duda?
I would say Duda, but you never know. Mamedyarov is capable of anything on his day.
I'm going to go the opposite. They've said Duda, so I'm going to go Mamedyarov.
Mamedyarov. And then this one, Anish Giri, Jordan van Foreest. Who do you hold as favorite?
On paper, it's got to be Giri, but with their history, Jordan has a great shout. He's defeated Anish in one of the biggest Blitz tiebreaks of either of their lives in Vaikanze. So Jordan, with confidence and with history on his side.
I'm going to say Anish because he played badly yesterday in the Blitz. I think he's going to turn it around in this one.
Ew, deciding vote for me.
Yeah.
Actually, I think Jordan is going to nail it.
And Jordan, he is higher ranked on the tour standing, so he could choose colors as Anish is choosing music. What song does he want to listen to for the Blitz tiebreaks? Big decision to make. And Jordan's big decision was to start out with the white pieces. That means he's going to finish the Blitz tiebreaks with the black pieces. Could we see what song Anish chose there?
I think we need our eagle-eyed viewers to tell us what songs he was choosing.
It was Beck. I'm a loser, baby. Joking, it wasn't. He's not going to play that. That'd be a really bad song to play, wouldn't it?
I think it said Ronnie Flex or something. I'm not familiar with the...
Sounded like a little bit upbeat, right?
Yeah, I think that's what you need for Blitz.
Yeah.
I mean, Erik, we need him. He's the expert at finding what music gets you pumped for Blitz, for bullet chess. Yeah, you can't have anything downbeat or slow.
Yeah. It would be kind of strange, like in that cool arena, playing Blitz and then listening to Mozart, I don't know, classical music. And here we go.
I quickly Googled Ronnie Flex. It's a Dutch rapper.
There we go. He's got the rap music on his ear, Anish Giri. And here we go, the first Blitz game.
It's the first Blitz game and a quiet start to it. It's the Reti opening. White bringing the knight out first of all, but it's very flexible. Both sides just can choose where they put their pawns, where they put their pieces. The real drama, the real clash between the 2 armies is yet to happen. Okay, and then I said, just as I say that, the first pawn trade of the game. Now, big decision for Jordan. Will he recapture with the knight? And Anish is happy to make some trades. You can see him swaying to the music already. It doesn't look like rap music just from his body language, swaying, but okay, he must be happy with his position. White bringing the queen out very early, and Anish replying with a pawn push.
Yeah, it seems like they both know what they're doing here. They're moving very quickly. I'm actually surprised how quickly Anish is moving because it's a bit of an unorthodox opening that Jordan has played here. And you can see that Jordan, white pieces, he's decided to be white in this game, meaning that he's got to put some pressure on. And simple development so far.
Yeah, there we go. Black's bishop's coming out. White has castled the king away. And now White is trying to gain a little bit of space in the centre. White maybe has superior development, you would think, in terms of activity, because White's queen is now nicely placed in the middle of the board. White's knight, White's bishop's also decently placed. But Black is rock solid. No real weaknesses in the Black camp. And, OK, strange move there by Anish. Just defending things with his bishop. He's going to use that bishop just to hold the fort. But he's allowing Jordan a free hand in the centre.
I really like Jordan's position. You know, it's everything I dream about when I play chess. You know, you get the free hand in the centre, you have the possibility of advancing your central pawn just to establish a grip, and it's a difficult and psychologically unpleasant position for Black to play, being so cramped.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't approve of Anish's moves either, but at least he's up on the clock. He's barely spent any time, still on 5 minutes, and now down to 4 for Jordan. That could be significant later. So Jordan needs to start pushing some pawns forward, otherwise he'll lose the momentum.
I think it's always nice to have the space advantage when you get shorter and shorter a time as well. And you can see that White has the space advantage in the centre here. It just means your moves are easier to play. That last move is stopping Anish from breaking with a pawn push. So he's just trying to keep that space advantage. Anish still playing very quickly, though.
Yeah, that must be a clear strategy. You mentioned his tiebreak a couple of days ago against Duda, and it was a bit of a disaster, right? For Anish, he just never got his game going, and he clearly learned from that.
But big move here as well. Yeah, I mean, damaging your king side, but getting an open file if the bishop is captured here. So this is a very aggressive move.
Would you trade bishops now, Simon, or would you leave the bishop?
I really don't know. It's a decision I wouldn't be sure about, because if I trade, I'll be worried about getting checkmated simply with a brute force attack, because I'll open up a line, but I'd also want to damage my opponent's pawn structure, so...
He's taken...
Trade has happened.
I wasn't that keen on that trade, just primarily because, like you say, the line is open and it's difficult to handle White's initiative. OK, knight centralizes.
If Black captures that knight with his own knight, White's queen will go to the G7 square, take the pawn in front of the Black king, and that's checkmate. White's queen and bishop have lined up together. You can't move the Black knight. If you do, you have to defend that G7 pawn. So Anish, of course, he's going to see a checkmate in one trap.
It's getting hotter and hotter now, isn't it, as well? I mean, do you put the White king in the corner, get the rook where the White king is, and line it up? That also comes with risks, because maybe Anish now is ready to break in the centre. And that could be a very strong move.
Breaking in the centre is incredibly worrisome for White. I mean, I'm wondering whether White should actually take some active... And I was thinking about this move as well, centralising the queen. But, OK, can Black do it? Can he push forward, break open the centre?
Well, if he can, he will, because it's a very, very proactive move to play. I mean, White's just a couple of tempo away. If the rook was where the White king is, it'd be game over. The attack would be far too strong. There might have been some crazy idea before where you could have sacrificed your queen on f6, but of course, I look at these things. But I think d5 now is critical.
I think it has to be almost played.
Probably does,
break out.
Yeah.
It's that moment.
Yeah,
because White has actually a dangerous threat on the board, and that's to swing the queen over 2 squares to eye up the king, and suddenly there will be a lot of pressure. But OK, he takes a step backwards.
He's gone backwards, yeah.
Okay.
Retreating.
Knight is the king's best friend. You know, we've learned that from David many, many times.
I mean,
it's good enough.
Black's very solid, though, pawn structure-wise, it seems. I mean, it looks like White is doing very well here, but everything is defended. And he has now gone for it. He's going for the most brutal way of playing. If the rook can get in front of the Black king, it will be the end of the game.
Yep, if that White rook just gets one more move and swings over to the G-file, stares down at that Black king, it's going to be all sorts of mating patterns. Checkmate in the air. So Anish, he has one move pretty much. He needs to either kick away the White queen or he needs to explode open the position. Normally, if your opponent attacks on a flank, you should counter in the centre. It just depends whether you're quick enough here for Anish Giri. Is he going to kick away that White queen with a pawn maybe? Oh, it's scary times for Anish, despite the fact the computer thinks he's OK. In practical terms, he's up against a fearsome attack.
Yeah, I mean, even if you go that pawn in the centre 2 squares, you have to start calculating the White rook just coming and ignoring the threat. So this seems more sensible. That queen was very scary. Try to kick it away somewhere.
Yeah, blocking the White queen and the White bishop's diagonal. That being said, the Black king now slightly looser than it was. He's just had to loosen up his own pawn structure to kick away the White queen. But where to go for Jordan? This is the type of position where Jordan really, really thrives.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think he should definitely keep the White queen near the Black king, because that's your target now. That bishop that Jordan's got is a great piece striking across the diagonal. The knight is pretty good, but if you lose the momentum here, then Anish will be able to start taking control because White's got the worst pawn structure.
OK, he retreats the queen, so still eyeing up the Black king. But, I don't know, I feel some of the danger has disappeared a little bit.
Black's been able to break out in the centre.
Great.
Trade.
So maybe now Anish will be able to take over the position. That's the other thing. I mean, if you get this break and, you know, you're able to take the centre, you can easily counter-attack and take control.
Yeah, and Black has everything covered. So it's really interesting matchup here. It's Jordan, like a fearsome kind of attacker. He's going to Tal-like in a way, just going to throw everything at Anish's king. And Anish, great defender, rock solid. It's yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Jordan tries to keep the trend in his favour, keep the momentum going. Anish now bobbing along to the music, looking much more confident after this pawn trade. If he can get rooks off, I think even one set of rooks, Black should be completely fine. White is running out of ammo.
And also a bit of time. I mean, he's now a minute down on Anish as well, which is going to play some part. So he's continuing this aggressive idea. There might be some threats of capturing a pawn at some point, but it's Anish's move. And worst case scenario, Anish can start swapping some rooks off now.
Yeah, I think that's the safe approach. Trade one set of rooks, get rid of some of White's attacking potential. The other black rook will swing over next, maybe. I'm not sure there are any direct threats. That's what Anish is calculating. Is White actually trying to do something immediately? If not, then black does have a timeout to bring his rook in the corner to life.
Yeah.
Can he also, once the trade has been initiated, can he actually instigate some action on the left side of the board now that there's no one to defend? Okay, he does centralise his rook.
Keeping it safe, I guess. And I mean, I feel in the ending, black will be very happy because White's pawns are weaker generally, and his king, and the white king might be a little bit weak to checks.
On the white king on the same diagonal as the black queen. We can't forget that. And also, White's queen is maybe on the wrong side of the board. The black queen has easy targets on that left flank. White's queen now not being able to attack. And, OK, Jordan's had to take a timeout, improving the white king. But all the rooks have disappeared. No more attack.
And you mentioned this before, David. If you can get your queen into the centre of the board, it's often a very tempting move.
Yeah.
Maybe it's possible here that black can move that queen, the most powerful piece, right into the middle. It does allow White's queen to also infiltrate. You've got to be very careful of the queens infiltrating the position, but it's certainly something to think about.
I like your idea. I mean, it's
put it in
nice.
The middle.
Put it in the middle,
yeah.
And then once White's queen activate, you know, use the king. Teamwork. Okay.
Yeah, I like this move, hitting the white queen with the black bishop. You have to do some calculation, making sure that white can't jump forward with any knight checks, for example. But the white queen lacking safe squares. Oof,
I'm kind of liking Anish's position now. I'm starting now that Jordan's initial aggression has backfired. It hasn't backfired horribly, but it's kind of died down. And when the fire dies down, your opponent can then have a go. So I prefer black here.
Yeah, Anish also with a bit of time advantage here. He's 30, 40 seconds up on the clock. So White's queen needs to move. And Anish, look at how he was hovering just a second ago over the black queen. He was ready to centralise the black queen, as you guys were advocating. Yeah, it's all turning in black's favour suddenly. The evaluation bar as well has woken up. And here we go, Anish about to centralise his queen to defend a pawn. White's queen now offside. It's just doing nothing. It's a terrible piece now, the white queen. It's not challenging for the central squares. It's completely abandoned those pawns. And
a minute up as well. It's a minute up, and if you lose a white in these things, it's very, very hard, especially against a player like Anish, who is really good at locking up the game with white.
Yeah, I think Jordan will be done for if he loses this game, and he's already up against it. Okay, he pushes a pawn. That pawn was under threat from the black queen, but that pawn's still not safe where it stands. The black queen can start attacking it later.
It must be super tense in the Oslo arena right now. 2 blitz games going on. It's looking good for Anish Giri with the black pieces in this one. It's also looking good for Jan-Krzysztof Duda with the black pieces in the other game. At least the bar is liking it for Duda. Must be a dramatic game. The bar has been shifting from side to side. But Jordan, what can he do to save this game?
He needs some magic. He needs a miracle. And he also needs Anish to spend too long on the clock. Suddenly Anish has spent 40 seconds on this move, and he hasn't come up with a plan.
No, he needs to. You can't spend this long on a move. This is crazy. Half your time when you've only got a minute and a half. You know, this is madness. So he's played a move which is kind of a safety first move. It's still okay, but it kind of indicates that he hasn't found a plan, which must give Jordan a bit of confidence.
That being said, Jordan down under 30 seconds now, and okay,
does this work? Can you push the pawn? Well, then the queen comes in, I guess.
The queen steps forward 2 squares.
But now the black king can just centralise itself, getting out of the same line as the white queen. This is what Anish wanted to play anyway. This is what Anish prepared with his last move, and Jordan just lost time. Now the black pawns are going to march forward and attack the white queen. She's still terribly placed.
20 seconds as well. 20 seconds for Jordan at the moment. And it's also, look at White's pieces. They're all in the wrong area of the board. The bishop is now not connecting to the knight, and the knight is not connecting to the queen.
Well, he made that move with 6 seconds. Well, actually less than that. 14 seconds to spare.
Looking very good, isn't it?
It's looking great. But OK, this bishop trade.
Surprising.
I'm very, very surprised by that.
Because that's nerves from Anish. Maybe in Blitz, you don't want to have to worry about knight jumps, knight forks, knight attacks. So you wanted to get rid of that piece, but black's bishop was a great piece.
This is a real safety first way, because you can't really lose now. Knight and queen coordinate brilliantly. He's put his pawn there on a light square, whereas opponent bishop can't attack it. But Yeah, that was a bit too, you know, giving away the edge, I feel.
Yeah, it's low risk but low reward now for Black. He's definitely given away a lot of his advantage. Yes, he's jumping forward with the Black Knight, but the White Bishop has found an outpost. And suddenly it's not one-way traffic anymore. And okay, the Black Queen getting kicked away from its central post now. If the White Queen can get active, then White should have chances.
Well, this is going to be very, very committal from Anish, because once the queens are off, what happens? Okay, but Jordan has said no.
No queen trade, and we see a trade of pawns instead, and White's queen is maybe going to go down to the bottom corner and then reroute itself. Suddenly, things are turning. Suddenly, I'd be worried as Black.
Yeah, the White King seems to be actually very safe here, and the Black King is very exposed, and you can lose that pawn on the left-hand side of the board. Oh, it's very...
Give a check. Okay, King must step backwards.
I think it's Anish fighting for the draw suddenly now. Jordan has completely turned this around, but 5 seconds. He's got to take this black pawn. Give a check or take this pawn.
One.
What's happened?
Did he make a move?
Oh, small delay there, but he made the move.
Just in time.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Have we had anyone lose on time yet? I don't know, but it's...
Not accident, not with increment. Of course, we've had the situation with Armageddon.
Yep.
Okay, the players making some moves with the queen.
Yeah, still, White is the one pressing now. If you look at the Knight and Bishop, actually, the Black Knight, it's on a pretty square, but it's not contributing, not participating at all. He has to bring it into the game. And now, Jordan, is he going to push a pawn towards the Black King?
He's going for the ending. I'm very surprised about that, because the ending means there's no danger for Anish. I mean, it's probably a draw, but, I mean, this is a little bit strange. Anish is going
for the win now.
Playing for the win. He's turning around all the time.
Yeah, and look at what's happened. Never give away the centre for your opponent's queen. Black's queen now is the dominant piece. Jordan, he could have left his queen on a great square, stopping Black's queen occupying.
What's this move? Has he blundered a piece?
Has he mouse slipped?
He's just blundered a piece.
He's mouse slipped Anish Giri.
Was it a mouse slip or was it a
He
blunder?
wants to bring his queen to the centre and he's just lost his knight.
I think it might have just been a blunder. I'm not sure with the stress. Oh, that
What
is...
about the clocks?
That is crazy.
It's enough time for Jordan.
Oh, look how upset he is.
It's checkmate coming now within a few moves.
I've never seen Anish that upset.
Anish Giri, he actually just stops playing. He is super upset losing this game with a mouse slip, a blunder. We're not really sure.
Just don't interview him now. I'd say this is one time. Give him his piece.
I have to say, I've never seen Anish Giri that upset after a game.
It's traumatizing to lose in such a way, and it's such a critical moment as well. But okay, there's nothing for it. He has to just deal with this anger and channel it in a great way. You know, he has one more game. He can make a comeback. But gosh, that was devastating.
Yeah, that was horrible. I mean,
Shake it off, but a win for Jordan. And he's actually stopped by Sverre. What a great win for him, Sverre.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that I talked to Anish going out. I asked him if it was a mouse slip, and he said, yes, of course it was a mouse slip at the end there. But Jordan, how would you summarize this?
Yeah, I was not happy with my play at all, and I was under pressure for the entire game. And then apparently I just slipped in a very unpleasant position for me, but I'll take it, of course.
How do you approach the second game now by being up?
I have no idea. I haven't put any thought in it yet, but hopefully I don't lose.
That was an interesting choice you made with the pawns early on.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure what to play once again because Anish just knows all the theory in the world, so I just decided to play something, but of course it didn't really work out. He had a very comfortable position going out of the opening.
It's only 5 minutes between, so go get a little bit of rest and we'll put it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Sverre. Anish Giri confirming it is a mouse slip, and here comes Shakhriyar Mamdiyar. He just lost the first Blitz game to Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He wants to get straight to his lounge to prepare for the second Blitz game with the black pieces in that one, and it's going to be a must-win situation for both Mamdiyarov and Giri to take it to Armageddon. Wow, dramatic first round of Blitz games here. We did follow the one between Giri and Van Voorhees. What happened?
Yeah, it was just a mouse slip deciding the game. Anish just dropping his queen on the wrong square, and we have to jump in because actually things were turning in Anish's favour. Black here has the nicely centralised queen. He has the knight together. Great combo here. But the move he wanted to play was to drop the queen into the corner and check the white king. Unfortunately, while he was making the move, he dropped the queen on the wrong square. He put it in the middle of the board instead as he was zooming down that diagonal, and because it's not a check, White had the time to capture the black knight, and White has an extra bishop now. It was game over within a few moves. If he had actually played the move he wanted to, checking this white king, then actually Jordan had only one move to survive. If he brings his king forward, he would actually lose the game to this pawn check. Instead, he would have had to block with his queen, and maybe he could defend, but Anish would never lose this position. A sad mouse slip, but it did cost him the game.
And that means Anish, he is in a must-win situation in the game now, starting in 2.5 minutes, but he will have the white pieces. We did see him be super upset after losing in that devastating fashion. So what is it about for Anish now to get ready for the second Blitz game?
I think he just has to let that anger and frustration out, and well, he has one more game. He knows what he has to do. He has to make good moves. That's it.
This is the last final seconds of that first Blitz games. The first Blitz game, Anish Giri making that mouse slip there. And his reaction is he just stopped playing the game, basically. Eventually actually losing on time, but losing on the board as well there. We rarely see Anish Giri showing big emotions after games, but this was his reaction when losing the first Blitz game. Devastating. He now has to make a comeback. Must-win situation. And that is super hard after only a 5-minute break. But it's starting any second now. What do you expect from Anish now in game 2, Simon?
I think it's like David said, and Jovanka, he's got to play good moves. I mean, you're always going to get a chance, I feel, in a Blitz game if you just don't make a mistake, because it's fast, it's furious, you'll get an opportunity, and he's just got to forget about that last game. I mean, it was a horrible mouse slip, and he played very well, so what can you do?
Yeah, we talked about it, how devastating it is to lose chess games. Can you imagine what Anish is going through there with that loss, David?
Yeah, I mean, it's bad enough losing a game if you're outplayed, but losing when it feels like it's outside of your hands. It's as if it's fate that you made a mouse slip, especially in a great position that he had. He's just got to get it out of his mind. He does have white in the next game. He's still got great chances to take it to Armageddon, but yeah, it's just about whether that stays in his mind over the next few minutes.
And the players arrive. Duda and Van Voorhees, both of the players who won the first Blitz games, are now ready. They are feeling optimistic. With a draw in each of their game now, they will be the winner of the matches, gaining 2 points, 1 point for the loser in tie breaks. But if they lose these games, then we will head to Armageddon. So Jordan is ready, and here comes Anish, definitely not looking as upbeat as Jordan. Here comes also Mamedyarov, who has to make a comeback in his match. What do you think about that one, David?
Mamedyarov, he will have his chances, but he did lose with white in the first game.
Yeah.
So with black against Duda, it depends on Duda whether he's played solid or not. But Mamedyarov, he is the magician, and he is capable of a comeback.
And this is a mental game right now for Anish Giri. He is capable, no doubt, of winning a Blitz game against Jordan, but he was devastated after losing the first one. Will he win this one to take us to the first Armageddon tiebreak in this major? Or will Jordan be the winner of the match? Let's see what happens. Anish with the white pieces.
Hey, and he opens with the English opening. And we actually saw a clash where Anish was black against the English opening yesterday against Magnus Carlsen. It transposes, however, to the King's Indian defense. Jordan not playing solid, choosing one of the most counter-attacking openings in chess. And okay, again, we start to transpose different type of opening this time, and we've headed into a Benoni. Wow. English opening, King's Indian, Benoni. They're all related.
It's crazy that actually Jordan, who only needs a draw, has played the most dangerous opening you can think of, which we saw Magnus Carlsen play twice yesterday. I mean, I really didn't expect that.
Is that the mental game again, though? Just showing confidence.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably trying to. He saw that it was Anish who played very badly in this type of structure against Magnus Carlsen. So he's probably realising, oh, maybe Anish doesn't like these structures. I will play that structure against him then. So
it's a risky strategy.
Very
because
risky.
Lightning rarely strikes twice, and there you can see Anish is really blitzing out the moves.
Yeah. And already a huge amount of tension in the centre. White has a really important, kind of impressive structure. But we will see some pawn trades, and Black, as we saw yesterday with Magnus Carlsen's win against Giri, does have that long-term dynamic potential. Oof, I mean, Jordan is one of the bravest players out there.
If you needed a draw, David, would you? I mean, who would play this if they needed a draw?
Even if I needed a win, Simon, I don't think I would.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you were desperate to try to mix it up, you probably wouldn't touch this opening. It's and this pawn takes.
I don't like that at all. I was expecting bishop takes pawn, and instead this has happened. And now Anish can do what he did yesterday against Magnus Carlsen. He can lift the rook on the A line 2 squares, and look at that power on the horizontal line.
Yeah,
I
don't like this at all.
I don't understand that pawn takes. I mean, maybe it's bad anyway, but Black's bishop on light square bishop is just stuck forever now, and the pawn structure's a bit bad, and it doesn't look good.
No, it's not.
Giri's got a great chance here, surely.
Yeah, and Jordan, he's going to try and stay true to himself, true to his kind of spirit, his instincts, but it's hard to imagine any attack against the White King anytime soon. I'm pretty sure Jordan's just going to plant the Black King in the corner, replace it with the Black Rook on the G-file, look at the White King, but you need 5, 6, 7 moves to create even one threat. And look at Giri. He's just set up his minor pieces, the White Bishops, the White Knights, in really nice formations. And also looking very happy with his music choice.
Yeah. I mean, if you have a must-win game, this is a perfect position as White. All the pieces remain on the board, no exchanges. It's
Balance,
not imbalanced as well. Everything's there that you need. So yeah.
Right. And I was just going to say, normally my trademark rule here is if Black pushes that pawn 1 square forward, White will at some point want to push their pawn, Alice, to the 5th row. And then, you put your knight on the C4 square, dream. And,
that's what he's going for.
He's going for that.
Yeah, so just stopping Black's B-pawn from moving forward, or at least trying to deter it from happening.
Commentator's curse there.
Commentator's curse,
of course.
Yeah. I was going to say, after this pawn trade, we saw en passant there, the Black Queen recaptures, but the Black Queen is going to get hit by White's knight any moment soon. And first, Giri just defends everything. Computers hate this opening for Black, so we shouldn't read too much into the evaluation bar, but we can understand why it doesn't like it here for Black.
Problem is, Black can't get his pieces into the position. If you look at the Black Knights, where can they go? Nowhere. If you look at the Black Bishops, well, the dark square bishop is the only hope, but it can't go anywhere. White can take control bit by bit, normally, in this type of structure. So Jordan coming forwards now, trying to get some activity, creating a threat against the pawn, which is horizontal to the queen there.
Yeah, so the White F-pawn under fire and defended now by Anish Giri. Jordan, though, he's playing very fast, very confidently, and this type of position does suit him. He likes the dynamism. He doesn't want those kind of dry positions where he's fighting just for the draw. So, yeah, we've been critical, but I understand the intentions behind Jordan. He's kind of going for that strategy, that philosophy that we always advocate, actually. Don't change yourself just because you need a draw. So if it works...
I was wondering about this move.
In we come. I like
thinking,
it.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure if it was that good. It looks great, it's very dramatic, but at the end of the day, it's not obliged to take it.
Oh, that's a pity.
White's rook was offering itself up there, but if the Black bishop had captured the White rook, White's pawn would have taken back, and the White light squared bishop would have opened up to that Black rook in the corner. So actually, Jordan just shuffles his rook in the corner out of the way, and no threat for White. Giri just shook his head there. He knows that his last move was just aesthetically pleasing, but completely ineffective. No threat for White. He's going to have to lose a move now and move his White rook again. Look at it. He's just clicked on his rook. He just lost a move.
And Jordan now has this play on the B file. If you look where Jordan's queen and rook are, they're creating a threat. They're threatening to win a pawn, get into the position. So this is slipping a bit, certainly.
Looking decent now for Jordan, but meanwhile there has been a result.
Look at that.
Okay.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda winning both Blitz games. He is the winner of the match against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, gaining 2 points. That is 1 point for Mamedyarov, losing in tie breaks. So the question is, will Jordan do the same? Will he win both Blitz games, or can Anish make a comeback in this one? I guess anything can still happen. Anything
can still happen, but suddenly the momentum is on Black's favour. We saw Jordan, his hands are actually in his lap, but he made a move there. He had pre-moved, recapturing the rook with the Black Knight. And now look at Black's dark square bishop. You mentioned it earlier, Simon. It was a bit stuck. Suddenly it's come to life. That Black dark square bishop on its diagonal.
And also
so many threats.
That Black Knight that's just been moved has that typical way in, which Magnus Carlsen showed us yesterday. This is a great tip. If you want to learn an opening, look at the middle games played by great players in that opening. And you might well see this Black Knight manoeuvring around at some point to get into the middle of the board. So it feels like, Black's pieces have great potential, but it's not over. There's still a fight going on.
It's definitely still
Big
a fight. But Anish has to find a way to maneuver his pieces to more effective squares. That's the only way he's going to start to challenge Jordan's initiative. And I'm thinking of the light square bishop. Or a knight. Try to get a knight to attack the one weakness I see in Black's position, which is the f5 pawn.
Yep, that makes sense. You try to come towards the king side, go for that pawn. I mean, I still think this position is basically balanced. I don't think Black's better at all. Maybe Black's still worse. But is there a tactic knight takes pawn? I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, interesting. So,
probably doesn't work. But
I'm not sure it quite works. White would love to sacrifice a piece to break open the structure.
What's that?
What's
happening?
A huge blunder from Manish Giri. That one wasn't a mouse slip. That was just a blunder. He gave up a piece and resigned immediately.
Oh, what a strange moment. He just jumps up from his chair, Anish Giri losing this match. And they are discussing. What do you think they're talking about?
Talking about the game, but
it's a crazy moment at the end. I mean, I don't understand it. And, their players are discussing the game, and you can see Anish.
It's one of those.
You can see he's upset walking off.
It could be one of those oversights where you just forget the rook is not defending that square.
Why is this
a moment of blindness from Manish Giri.
I don't know. I think it's one of, I don't know. It's just so weird. I'm thinking it might be one of those ones where you click on pieces.
Yeah.
And you don't quite realise that you've got things highlighted.
It could be a double mouse slip as well, very possibly. I mean, I think...
Just a blunder.
Yeah, I mean, I've done this before when, I've tried to... I've calculated... OK, we have an interview.
Yeah, let's head out to Sverige to get some reactions.
Yeah, I think that Anish wanted a little second here to gather, but the interesting part is if we look where Jordan automatically turns, it's not towards me, it's toward the chess being played here in the arena. So you're finished this match. Are you ready for the next match behind you now?
I might take a little break, but maybe I'll watch a bit, who knows. But it's been a long day of chess.
Are you happy with your play altogether today?
Yeah, actually, I'm quite satisfied. I think I played very well, especially with the black pieces. So, I mean, this going for the King's Indian every game was a bit of a gamble, but I figured it might suit my style, and I think in every game I was doing pretty well there. And, I mean, of course, I was very lucky that he mouse slipped him game one. Otherwise, the match would have, of the Blitz, otherwise the match would have gone a lot different. But, in Blitz, everything can happen.
It was interesting to hear Johann Sebastian saying that, no, we haven't really prepared anything for the white game now. This is purely intuition. And then we get some pretty crazy variations, especially for a Blitz game.
Yeah, I mean, with the white game, we were not sure at all what to go for. We were just coming up with something different every game. But with black, I had a game plan, and that worked out pretty well. But with white, it's very hard these days to come up with any ideas.
Congratulations. And one final question. We have Eric, we have Lawrence, we have Johann Sebastian. Who do you want to beat now?
I'd like a game against Lawrence maybe later, who knows?
Final question. Tomorrow you're playing Magnus Carlsen. He destroyed Pragnananda today. How do you think about that match?
Yeah, even though he seems really ill, he's playing extremely good chess, as usual, but still, it's very impressive to see his level always. So it's going to be extremely tough, but I'm mostly just looking forward against playing a match against world champion. It's my first time doing something like that, and it's going to be very special.
Do you almost wish you could have done it when he was before he got healthy again?
Well, he seems to, my first trainer always said, if you're ill, you're playing better chess somehow. So I don't know, any day of the week I'll play him, whatever how he feels or how he plays.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
And then we also have Anish Giri straight behind here. I'll sneak behind so we can have a quick chat. Is it frustrating when you put that much effort into a match and then it's decided in the beginning with a mouse slip?
Yeah, of course. It's part of the game, obviously. Also, it was not this mouse slip where the kind of mouse slip where it slips, from your hand, because especially with such long time control, I can sort of handle my mouse. But the thing is that sometimes when you click a piece, intending to move it, and then you drag the other piece, something weird can happen. And this is the kind of mouse slips that happen usually here. I don't really know exactly what is the mechanics of it, but these are like stupid ones. Sometimes you mouse slip, you just grab the piece and then it drops. But mine was kind of stupid. I first selected the queen. I wanted to give queen h1 check, and then I wanted to play knight e4. But somehow my queen went on e4, and I don't really have to. I don't even know how exactly that happened. So that was quite annoying, because even the mouse slips, sometimes it's your own fault, kind of. But this one was kind of. I mean, they happen. I've seen them a lot. This is how they happen in these events. Yeah.
It was a really interesting game prior to that, and it was a very interesting opening choice from Jordan. Do you think that he puts extra effort into this all Dutch event just to have some bragging rights?
Yeah, I don't think there's much spectacularities. I think he showed more interesting ideas earlier on. For example, against Prague, he showed some great prep. I think by this point in the event, he was running out of these forcing interesting ideas and was just trying to take me out of the book early. But I think that game I played very well. That was the best game I played today, but unfortunately I mouse slipped. The second game also had chances, but somehow, just things fell apart.
It's quite intense here with so many matches every day. What do you do during the daytime to recuperate and actually get back into game mode?
Yeah, there's literally a lot of time before the game. You start at 6, and it's kind of hard because I wake up at normal time, so it's a lot of time. So we walk a lot, we eat once or twice or thrice, and then just try to rest and prepare. But it's very long. But I enjoy it. I think it's an interesting routine. In the evening you come very late and you just take some rest and sleep very quickly. I think that's not bad. And I'm looking forward to the matches that remain. I think my score is still pretty good. Today was already better than yesterday, and I feel that maybe I'll get going tomorrow, hopefully.
Best of luck to you, Anish.
Thank you.
So that was Anish Giri and Jordan van Forest. It turns out that van Forest took these bragging rights with the all-Dutch matchup.
Yeah. Annoying for Anish Giri. Thank you, Sverre. But again, Jordan van Forest wins a tiebreak against Anish Giri in the most dramatic fashion. We hear Anish explaining what happened. Let's also take a look at it on the board, David.
Yeah, we have to look at that second game. I should also mention Anish's mouse slip. I've done it before with this mouse as well. If you click on a square, you forget about it. 30 seconds later, you click on another square. Sometimes kind of the computer remembers and you forget. But just to show how this game ended, one final blunder, I've got to say. Double disaster here for Anish Giri. In this position, the black queen is nicely placed and he wanted to kick it away. He brought his bishop back, attacking the queen, but he had forgotten simply that the queen can take the bishop. Maybe he forgot that the rook was no longer connected to the square. Instead, bringing the knight forward and then dropping the bishop back would have led to a good position. But just Anish maybe a bit flustered by that mouse slip, dropping his bishop back and losing the piece.
And that means he loses the match, Anish Giri. He also talked about his routine here in Oslo, waking up still very early. Should he try? I mean, he has won a match, he has points, but should he try to shift his, daily routine?
Yeah, I mean, I feel harsh criticizing it because it's natural to kind of follow a routine, and it serves him well in general, in life, in chess, but I think that's why he's struggling so far, especially with these, several games a day. He played 6 games today, and it's hard to be performing maybe 15, 16 hours after you woke up. I think if he were to be at his best, he would need to wake up a bit later.
You're staying in his hotel, Simon. Maybe you can, if you see him at breakfast a little bit too early,
I think
you can just lead him back to the room.
No, he comes. Maybe I shouldn't actually reveal, but yeah, he comes to breakfast at a reasonable time. He's. But sometimes routines are very personal, and some can be critical of other grandmasters who like play football and spend a lot of energy that way. But you've got to do what works for you.
Absolutely.
And whatever's going to get you in a good mood. And David could be right that maybe he needs to wake up later. But ultimately, the results will show.
I think he just needs to learn from Eric. Go out, find an after party, smash it up, come home, sleep until 2 o'clock. Bang. Job done. So,
all right. experts disagree on this matter. That's interesting. I like it. Let's take a look at the results from day 4 in the Oslo Esports Cup. It's a crushing win for Magnus Carlsen against Pragnananda. 3 wins and 3 points for Magnus. Liam Le, he won his match against Erik Hansen. 3 points for Liam and straight to the Nachspiel for Erik Hansen. That has been a recipe of success for the Canadian. Duda winning in Blitz tiebreaks against Mamadjaro. So Mamadjaro gaining 1 point, 2 points for Duda, 2 points also for Jordan winning Blitz tiebreaks against Anish, gaining that 1 point. These are the standings. We now have Prag and Magnus in shared lead with 9 points. Duda also looking strong, 7 points in 3rd place. But Magnus, Prag, who's going to be the favorite now to win this tournament?
We've got to say Magnus Carlsen, he's won 2 tournaments already on the tour this season. He's the world champion for a reason. But Prag, the chase is still on. And if he can bounce back from today's defeat, he has a chance.
And Duda as well, he has a chance. He's playing some great chess, winning his match today. So let's hear what Jan-Krzysztof said to Sverre after his win against Mamadjaro.
Jan-Krzysztof, congratulations on the tiebreak win. How would you summarize the day?
Thank you. Yeah, I think the match was very interesting. Of course, I'm very upset with my 3rd game. Normally, you don't play such games with white. Yeah, but I mean, what to do? Basically, my only hope was actually to get to this tiebreak, to this Blitz segment, because I mean, it was very important actually not to lose the 4th game, because of course I was in pretty disappointed, pretty tilted, but luckily, I mean, I had more than 20 minutes, so that was helpful in a way. And in the Blitz, I mean, I didn't play that great, but I just saw a lot of tactics, and that is in general like the most important, I guess, in Blitz. So yeah, I'm not satisfied with my games, but I mean.
Does it help confidence-wise going into the Blitz, knowing that you yourself consider yourself a better Blitz player?
Yeah, possibly, but I mean, okay, I wanted to finish in regular time, but I mean, if you lose such game with white, then then there is nothing you can do basically. So I had like no choice whatsoever, and yeah, I just decided, you know, not to just to trust my feelings and play.
It's tightening up in the top, and today Prag lost. He was the only undefeated before today. So how much do you look towards a win right now in the tournament?
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, it doesn't depend only on me. So yeah, I mean, I don't remember the score exactly right now, but okay, I will try to. I mean, I will try to play good chess in the next days, and hope for the best.
Thank you so much, Jan-Krzysztof.
Thanks.
And tomorrow, Duda will face Liam Le. It's round 5 in the Oslo Esports Cup, a total of 7 rounds here. So not a lot to go. Magnus Carlsen will face his 2nd from the World Championship match, Jordan van Voorhees. It's going to be Mamadjaro and Anish Giri both losing in Blitz tiebreaks today. And then Pragnananda against Erik Hansen. Can Pragnananda come back on the point-scoring road after losing to Magnus today? It's going to be another interesting day in the Oslo Esports Cup, you guys. I'm already looking forward to it. Which matchup are you guys looking the most forward to?
Oh, I've got to say Prag against Erik.
Yeah.
Just because Erik with his legion of fans, but Prag also with his performance. I mean, one bad day doesn't mean a disaster. He could still bounce back and still leading the tournament.
Going to be interesting to see the psychological aspect of that. Will he bounce back? Or will he feel devastated after losing 3 games to Magnus?
Yeah, that is going to be a big issue, and especially because the first 3 matches have been like luck has been on his side, and you know he has been unbeaten. Now he kind of really took a bit of a battering against the world champion. So definitely, can he recover? I mean, will he show some grit and determination? The match that I'm looking forward to when it comes to grit and determination is Shakhriyar Mamadjaro and Anish Giri. Both of them are coming back from losses. We'll see what happens.
And Simon, you will make sure to take Erik to that Nachspiel today, so he feels fresh again.
Oh, it's a hard job.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what we can do. So, yeah.
Very nice. Simon's been good. He's been at the gym almost every day here in Oslo.
Yeah, it's been good so far, so we'll keep it up.
Good job. All right, it's been another fun day in the Oslo Arena. We're already looking forward to tomorrow, and we hope you guys are as well. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.